葉繰り返し寝ても覚めてもやまないそっけない君の笑顔が恋しくて星に願うのまた会えるよね
side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move, side to side, let's go. Come on, everybody, bring it in. Let's move, side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move, side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move, side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move, side to side, let's go.
won't you pull up a seat? Everybody got a prize round here to play. Make me an offer, what will it be? Oh, what will it be? Welcome to the playground, follow me. Tell me your nightmares and fantasies. Sink into the wasteland underneath. Stay for the night, I'll sell you a dream. Welcome to the playground. Welcome to the Welcome to the playground.
Ah, a new champion. Welcome to my shop. You'll need the right build. Choose wisely, because every upgrade brings you closer to the next level. So tell me, how will you level up?
Red Bull gives you wings.
Wait, is he switching lanes?
If you had it all, would you look the fall in the eyes? Could you walk away this time? Will you realize, recognize it's never over? And the flame that once had died, awaken. Will you rise above the days to come? Will you be enough? Will you walk away this time? Look to your left, to your right, leave the pain behind. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. wash away what used to be. Will you make your stand? The world in your hands again. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Turn the page and make it right. Feel that rush, feel the tides. Can you feel it? Rid the pain. Wash it away and send again away.
First pentakill of 2025. A new wave is coming to the LEC.
That's gonna be one of the best LEC intros I've seen in years.
Oh, Jackies! For a bit, another. Crowd's already been a dread flying. Their rapid, crazy minds brought the arcane again.
Everything blue in this arena. Everything blue. Welcome everybody to day 3 of 4 of our LEC Super Week versus Bonanza. This is where you clap. But, okay.
Let's go!
Awesome.
We got you.
Sick. Thank you, Odo and Finn. That was great. We still got an amazing Demacia stage. Also some great fan art behind you as we have been showing all the fan art. And you said you heard something about Ezreal, Shyvana, and feet.
Yes. Odo, explain why
Explain
you were
yourself.
interested in Shyvana's feet.
Okay. It wasn't me. It wasn't me, I swear. I
Yeah?
swear it wasn't me. But I just remember it was back in the days of 2015, 2016 when, you know, everyone was interested in League of Legends lore. And everyone's like, oh, who are all the fanfics? Or like, who is interested into who? Because you have, you know, Gangplank with Illaoi. And then I just fell for the Reddit meme where someone, I don't know why he thought of this, but he said that it was like, what was it? Would Shyvana be mad if Ezreal kissed her feet?
I think that was a different forum, Odo. I'm not sure that was Reddit.
I'm not
but that's
sure.
fine. Let's move on.
Okay. Anyway, from feet to
Defeat Fnatic last week.
defeat. Shit, that was so good.
That was good.
Defeat. Yesterday we did bid farewell, it is a serious matter, to Team Heretics and Fnatic. Unfortunately, they lost their games respectively. I want to give a shout out to the Fnatic Dragons yesterday. They were here in full force. Unfortunately, Finn, it was the end of the road. Grabs even said it before. He said, if it's not now, it's next split. But as a fan, you're kind of like, well, why not now?
I mean, it's just such a strong fandom for Fnatic, and I think there's a lot of disappointed people in how it turned out. I can still see there are strong individual moments for Fnatic, but I think this LEC winter was not really what anticipated. We will see them again in spring, and I really hope we see a better Fnatic.
I mean, it sucks, but I don't really care, you know. It's...
Whoa.
Yeah, okay, so the thing is, I'm really excited for the fact that, you know, Vitality and GX actually had good performances yesterday, and, you know, ultimately sucks that we have 2 teams out, but it gets me more excited for the rest of the playoffs. That's the word.
Yeah, this are the playoffs. It's day 3 of 4. We're trudging along. But yeah, you're right. Vitality and GX did have awe-inspiring performance. Well, good performances for the most part out of GX for both of those games. They won yesterday, and they're up versus Navi, and KC will be playing Vitality. So let's start with that first matchup of Navi versus GX. Navi has been a team that has been awe-inspiring to a lot of fans, right? It's a team that you have some new rookies who are playing out of their minds that you really want to believe in, but can they keep it going?
I mean, I think it's a super compelling matchup because when you think about it, last winter, if we scroll back the wheel a little bit, GX was kind of this team that came in, had a really strong start, and then kind of branded themselves as this new upstart team. And now Navi is kind of what they were trying to be last year, because Navi is really exciting, super cool prospects in Real Edge and Mainter, and they actually have a super compelling story, and they play really well as well. So I think it's super interesting to see how these teams will face today.
And the main difference between Navi now and GX last year was the fact that, well, GX Magic kind of died, sadly, because they tried enough in playoffs and it didn't work. But Real Edge, because when you look at, anywhere from top to bot, it feels like they have the same profile of players. Top lane just a tank guy, mid lane control mage, bot lane super exciting, super versatile and super important for their own teams. But in the jungle is where the biggest mismatch happens, and that's why I'm super excited for Real Edge. But at the same time, I'm a little bit maybe deflated from his performance last.
Yeah. I mean, they had magic, right? They had an X factor. Do you feel like it is because of Fearless? Do you feel like it's because everybody kind of knows that the flex exists for the top lane champions that he plays, or what's going on there?
I mean, what we really care about is Navi going to be another BDS, or are they actually going to surpass what BDS was? Because BDS was good at getting high placements in regular season, they were good at stacking dragons, but I really, as you guys highlight, Real Edge is that extra factor that I think can elevate them. But the Navi we saw yesterday, or before that, was not really a Navi that played to their strengths. Real Edge was on champions like the Xin Zhao, was not on these unique champions, the lanes weren't going very well, and for me those are the two core fundamentals of the Navi game plan.
And that also goes into the question of, have they been figured out? Because I don't really think that their plan was, had any issues, but just MKOI has risen to the occasion and attacked them where we thought that their weaknesses was. Poby was off a control mage. They were taking a lot of skirmishes outside of the Drake situations that we like to praise them about. Here, Alvaro was just pretty much everywhere on the map, and it just makes it super difficult for MKOI to, for Navi to play. Because for them, they cruise through this whole split, just waiting for the dragon to spawn, make that setup, but they haven't really been challenged outside of that.
I mean, it really felt like they knew how to ride the bicycle so well, and then when they came into playoffs, they were trying to unicycle, and it just didn't really hit. I mean, I just want to see them today against GX. This is a team where I expect Navi to have the upper footing, if that's a term I can use.
Upper hand, maybe?
Upper hand, maybe.
Upper feet again?
Upper feet,
maybe
yeah.
you're obsessed
Very
with feet,
focused.
I think it was you, Finn, all this time.
You brought it up for the first part. Okay, either way, I think Navi today should be able to dictate the game like they did in regular season. So I want to see them go back to what they did so well. Focus on those dragons, strong lanes, and Real Edge on those crazy champions.
Yeah, because when we think about Real Edge, one of the most exciting things about him was the fact that he would play his funny champions. He made the meta about himself. Well, right now he kind of became, how to say, he kind of became a little doggy in the meta, where he's just following blindly everything. The team was like, hey, maybe let's empower Poby, let's empower someone else, but no. The whole identity of Navi, ever since they got into the league, was always Real Edge. Get him something that he can have massive impact on in the early game, because he's the one setting you up for success at pretty much every stage of the game.
Yeah, we want to see a return to that Real Edge for sure. When you look at their opponents, you say, oh, they can figure them out. MKOI is just a different breed of team, right? We have to be honest with that, comparatively to GX. They did play yesterday. I think they had one oopsie game versus Team Heretics. So what do we think overall? Yeah, happy accident?
I mean, look, GX, I think you have super compelling parts. I love Noah and Jun, but you gotta give me something to trust. Because it's so hard to trust a team that convincingly find themselves in winning positions and then go too deep in the enemy jungle and throw the game, or start a super random Baron that just makes no sense on the paper, off the paper.
Finn. But so you say this, that it's hard to trust them, but how come you always trust G2? When G2 does it and throws the game...
Well, okay, that's... G2's won MSI. They've won the split back to back to back. G2's... What is this?
I'm just going to say it because I know it's in chat. It's not 2019 anymore.
Okay,
so
but they have Caps still. Caps is still there.
How are you still mentioning MSI? That's actually crazy. And I'm the most chronically EU fan ever. That's just embarrassing. So GX is not G2, thank you.
He just compared GX to G2 and I made the embarrassing point.
It does start to cheat, but realistically, they still stand a good chance, right?
Yeah.
Because I do feel like they have figured stuff out. The game to draft was a little bit oopsie, you know, it went away from their standard. But I still feel like they have pieces that need to still kind of level up. I'm looking mainly at Jackies and at Isma, because when everything goes well for GX, it is there. And when it comes to these drafts, they get empowered by staying to the stock standard, you know, control mage mid, utility jungler that facilitates pretty much everyone, because realistically, you need to involve Jackies and you need to level him up so that he can help the bot lane. That's why going into today's matchup, it is extremely interesting, because it does feel like it's a clash of styles, as we said at the beginning, where it's just Na'Vi right now is what GX was trying to be, but will GX finally arise to be what Na'Vi is right now?
Oh, interesting.
I came up with that. That was cool.
That was good. I was able to talk to Giotto earlier, so maybe we'll get a little bit more insight from him. Giotto and GX have a big task today. They want to qualify for Barcelona, and a Giotto interview is always a banger. So let's start with, how do you feel about your team's performance yesterday?
I mean, I think was better than KC. At least I felt that we were not scared of losing the game, and we didn't play not to lose. So hopefully today we can. It was not a lot of time, but hopefully today we can increase our performance as well. And I think if we do that, we take the win.
Okay, a few things I want to ask in conjunction with that as well is I saw a lot of comments praising your drafts because obviously I'm just a host. I don't know if drafts are good or bad, especially in game 1 and 3. Do you feel like you've got the competition a bit figured out? That you've got a really good idea about drafts, knowing that we're in Fearless, we're in best of 3s, which is such a big shift?
We definitely, I think against Heretics, we had more practice in best of 3 because they were screaming a lot of best of 1s and we were already screaming 3 games. I think that helped us a lot. And we just managed to figure out early what their difficulties in champion pool were. I think that Na'Vi doesn't have the same issue of Heretics, so I think today will be a bit more disputed.
Do you usually draft more towards your own strength and plans or against the enemy in situations where it's as cutthroat as today?
I think usually you should look at yourself first, and then inside of the options that you have for yourself, the decider should be what the enemy team does best and try to adapt to that a bit.
What does Na'Vi do best?
I think their flexibility with Relish playing a lot of top lane champions is good. Same thing, they have an easy and much easier time winning when Mainter is on tanks. So I think that either making tanks have a bad situation or taking them out early in the season, something around that can be good. I think Mainter is really good at creating space and Relish is really good taking advantage of it, so we'll try to exploit that. Okay, nice.
Of course, a lot of people are looking at GX as like the team that always almost, I want to say, right? And that also sometimes you can't fully trust them in the important games or even with a 10k gold lead. So what have you done to make sure that this time this is the one? Because this is a super important match.
Honestly, nothing. I mean, we are taking Winter, and I was very vocal about it, to help us reach the Worlds. So there are things that I know we are good at and more consistent at, and there are things that we are inconsistent and we need to practice. We had issues in playoffs before. There is no better way to practice playoffs than in playoffs. So we'll take, even though it's a super important series, we will still take it that way. We'll still take it as we will go to our inconsistencies to have that sample size and to address that issues in order to help us achieve our goals. And I think that we should be able to win through that. And if we are not, then we will take valuable lessons for the future splits.
Okay, very great. Thank you so much and good luck.
Thank you.
Good info there. Maybe Na'Vi was listening. Who knows?
What the hell? 2 shocks?
I know, it's crazy. They finally cloned me so I can curse more people. So let's talk a little bit about the bot lane of GX, particularly about Noah, because this guy is wilding a little bit on the timeline on Twitter. So we got some of his tweets, and basically I have left some of the words in the tweets blank, and I need the audience to play. You guys have a very important task. You can also play if the audience doesn't get it, because some of the words are not good words. So you need to whistle if the fan looks like they're gonna say the word.
Okay.
Okay, we're gonna fill in the blanks. Who wants to play? Okay, well, yeah, there we go. So it's Noah's tweets. Are you all on Twitter or X or whatever?
A little bit.
Okay, cool. The thing I'm most proud of this year is?
Fnatic.
No, it's connected actually to this sign.
I'm proud Fnatic is at home.
Are you Belgian?
Yes.
Yeah, I heard it immediately. That's so funny. No, it was actually beating LR, and you have these things, so that's funny for you guys. The next one is, I won G2 while blank. Does anyone know? No? That sucks. Do any of you guys? Does any of you guys know?
I want G2 while.
He was doing something and they still won. Inte? No, more like that. Kind of like that.
Throwing.
No, but like.
Choking.
Yes, choking. Let's go. Sick. And then he had one more tweet which he sent yesterday. And this is the big one. I will use so hard and send you home at Paris LOL. Are you guys ready?
No way you can say that on broadcast.
Exactly. No, you can. Thank you so much for playing. Just to say that Noah is wilding, so I'm going to go ask Noah why he is so crazy on the timeline. I think he's on the left. Noah, what's going on? What was that tweet to Paris?
I mean, I learned from Fnatic, even in Marik, that is fine to say, I'm just saying, but I thought...
Okay, anything else you want to say to him?
I mean, no matter what, Paris will go home today, so it's fine.
It's true, you would go to your home base. That's right. But let's look at the other side. Samdi, he also said that he never loses to a Korean ADC in LEC. Yeah. What do you think about that?
First time he will lose.
First time he loses, nice. And then Paris, we gotta go to you, man. Come on.
Yeah, this guy just talks, but no performance. He will just choke on the stage. You will see him.
Okay. Apparently, he will just choke on the stage. He's done it before. As per his own tweets. Let's see who goes to Barcelona between Giant X and Navi.
Okay, we gotta stop cloning shocks. She's cursing people.
Maybe we need more.
He's throwing shots. Actually, replaces all with shocks. The perfect esports broadcast, it's safe to say. Yeah, shots fired, shots fired. Let's see how this one works out. Some Noah cheers from the Fnatic fans in-house this weekend is, look, again, another do or die series. Navi versus GX, and I'm going to be honest, gentlemen, I think both of these teams feel pretty fortunate to have drawn their opposition to end up here, not facing off against KC on the opposite side of the bracket or Vitality. So a chance here to make it into the top 4 for either of these teams is huge.
Be absolutely insane. I mean, getting your chance to go to Barcelona to see what you can take on some of those big dogs. And honestly, I feel like both these teams on their best days can perform at that top level, but it really is going to be kind of the preparation that they come in. How do they try and control what are the strengths of both sides? And it feels like a huge amount of that kind of focuses on that, bot lane, either through Dragons or just the sheer performance of some of these players.
Yeah, I think it's all about the bot lane. For me, Navi, their #1 win con has been Dragons. While Giant X, they haven't often played that much towards their bot. It's been Noah and Jun, really the show that they've popping off with, and I really want to see if Giant X can leverage Noah and Jun to actually get Drakes themselves and put Navi behind, because we saw when Navi falters in their game plan of stacking Drakes, I don't feel like they have that that extra little firepower, that creativity that other teams can utilize.
Yeah, the Drake stacking, I think, just covers up so many of the small holes in their game plan. We've seen a lot of teams attack them in the setup.
Yeah.
As we know they're going to go for Drakes. It's kind of predictable to see where they're going to be, where they're going to be trying to go for Vision. So maybe they slow it down today, clean that up. Team fighting, the other big thing that we're looking at. I'm really hoping to see a composition for Navi that sets them up for straightforward, easy team fighting. I think that's always when they've looked at their best. For now, though, we see a lot of the simpler, more reliable engage options actually being taken away as Navi try to limit Isma on the opposite side with the buy and the J4.
The thing is, though, we need to see Reledge on some spice. I don't want to see Reledge in Sao. I don't want to see that. I want to see him on the Aatrox. I want to see him on the Ambessa, already taken out by Giant X. I mean, they're targeting him clearly with the Ambessa and the Zion ban, but I don't want to see him on a traditional jungler. I want him to show that uniqueness that he's brought to the league.
I was surprised to see the Rumble ban come through in the last rotation, because for me, it feels like they're trying to set up for Orianna first pick, but it does mean the Varus managed to slip through the draft. So Sam D going to be very happy to get his hands on that one.
Yeah, really strong power pick. Probably going to be the Jhin, I would assume. Answer from Noah. Could also be the Astral, just to have a little bit more mobility. Two kind of fine answers into the Varus, but neither is like winning. It's like you're kind of happy handshaking the matchup. But overall, it's jungle that I'm really keeping my eyes on. I'm really curious, especially now both sides have decided to target out the junglers. What does Isma look to go for? Looks like it's going to be the Pantheon, which is a really strong early game champion, has that great overall global coverage with the ultimate, so a lot of proactivity there. I just want to see what Real is going to pick. That's like the only thing that I'm really excited about.
We can tell. This is the only time you've not wanted to talk about bot lane in any game I've ever
okay, it's Astral Virus. You know, like I can see that for a mile ahead. You know?
yeah, okay. Ezreal Varus, the Pantheon locked in. Now, a lot of times last year it was all about these jungle mid lane combos. We saw G2 most recently bust out the Taliyah Vi again, returning to that. Pantheon, a great part of any of those kind of kill setup combos.
But the thing is here, do you try and take away the Taliyah from the Pantheon, which is kind of what we've seen that regularly pair with, or just go for the Azir, which is kind of the stronger pick in a lot of people's minds, and also has that kind of consistent damage. So I think it's probably going to be the Azir to try and pair with it, but yeah, exactly. But it does mean that Jackie should get his hands on the Taliyah here, which honestly sets up for a pretty terrifying 1-3-1 situation here with a lot of those semi-globals.
Yeah, you have a ton of mobility with the Pantheon Taliyah, as you said, Dagda. I do want to highlight though that Sion for Mainter, match made in heaven. I think Sion and Cassandra have really been the two best picks for him. It does open up the Gwen pick, which we saw BB have a phenomenal performance on. But in this game, it's Gwen up against a lot more range in the Azir and the Varus. And what you really want to now draft as the 4-5 as Na'Vi, you want to draft champions that are not too committal. Champions that can kind of bait out the Gwen W and then play around it, stuff like Rakan, and not really just like something like a Nautilus that just goes straight in.
I am surprised they went for the Gwen though. I thought they'd take the Taliyah, leave top for your next rotations, because you have like Gwen, you still have the Gnar, you still have like other picks that you can kind of take into that side on the top side. True. Still have a decent time. But it does mean, I imagine, Na'Vi will start to focus away those mid lane pools. And unless you're still feeling like you can go for something like an Akali or something along these lines into the Azir, I'm kind of unsure what Jackie's wants to take. I mean, probably Yone or else the Akali is probably what he's thinking here.
Yeah, I think Yone makes a ton of sense. You already have the AP from the Gwen, and it's a good matchup into the Azir. Then you can also, like, wherever the Sion goes, he's going to be losing, whether he's up against the Gwen or the Yone. So I think that would be a really good option for them. As to your point about taking the Gwen, I would normally agree with you like that, but after seeing Broken Blade on that Gwen, I would feel pretty inspired to lock that Gwen pick myself.
And it looks like Champ's like not updating, but the Nautilus is the blank ban currently, so the one we can't see. So that has been taken away, not giving them the option of that Camille champion. And you're right, I'm nervous for both these top laners though. For Mainter, he's on tanks. This is what we kind of come to expect. If his jungler wants to cook, he needs to, you know, take a back seat, be the sous chef for this particular composition. For Lot, he had kind of one pretty good Sion game yesterday. He had a really rough Cassante game into Gnar, and I'm wondering if he's up to the task to really push this lead in a big way and make sure that the Gwen can deliver outside of just the laning phase.
Yeah, the thing is, the Gwen will more than likely be left alone in this top side and should be able to just win out by itself. I think the curiosity for me more is like, how do Giant X try and shut down what has been the game plan for Navi? Because in theory, with Varus pushing lane, in mid lane for Azir, probably have a pushing lane with the way the draft has gone. So that makes it very easy for Navi to start stacking these early dragons. And I think for Giant X, they kind of need to find something that can match that early pressure. At least the Aurora can clear waves very quickly.
I mean, Aurora has a lot of skirmishing power. I will say that the one thing is Ezreal, depending on what they get for the support, can get pushed in those early levels, but once Varus gets that serrated dirt, while Ezreal's sitting on like a tier and crazy items, that's when Varus really starts to bully him and push him in.
Because I think you can just take Nico here if you want to as Navi, and then you got to
then you're definitely getting the push. Yeah, I'm sure you're taking Nico. That's like a cheat
It feels like a pretty big slam dunk. Instead, Bard going to be the option here. And okay. This is an insane Bard angle. And by that I mean not like legitimately crazy
it's
in the
a tough
head.
Bard game. It's very hard to land an ultimate.
Every single champion on the enemy team, except for the Pantheon, has a reliable dash. So
it feels like more of a takeaway. Because oftentimes you kind of see, okay.
Well, we wanted spice from the... Go ahead, Jack. You've been waiting.
Kiana was banned, I think, throughout most of the regular season against Real Edge. He's a huge Kiana player in solo queue, and it's a fantastic game for it because it's such a squishy Giant X comp that he can actually one-shot pretty much all 5 members. Jun ending up locking on the Nico there. That's just another target for Real Edge, even though they're going to have a good bot lane matchup.
And also, the last time we saw Real Edge play the Kiana, it was Poppy on the Azir, and they used that combo so well with the Azir Emperor's Divide into the Kiana to set up kills around this mid lane. So I think Jackie's is going to have a lot of attention after that level 6 in that mid lane.
There is an incredible amount of playmaking power on the side of this GX lineup. They're very squishy, though.
Yeah.
Gwen, some pseudo-tankiness, to be certain. Pantheon as well with the Aegis Assault, right? Able to block a lot of that damage, but face checking, luckily they have the cheat code in the form of Nico. The one range support that can just guaranteedly always give you a bit more space, give you a bit more control, and it's pretty high stakes, honestly, for both sides, because if this Giant X roster gets ahead at all, it's really easy to see how they can just dismantle this Navi composition.
There's a heavy burden on Lot this game, because if Lot loses lane to Mainter or something goes wrong about this Gwen, Sion is not dying in this game. We're gonna have a knock-knock situation, a second raid boss on our hands here, because Ezreal and Aurora, they don't kill tanks very fast at all, so Lot needs to be winning this lane, getting early game pressure so that he always has that tank killing threat and can threaten in the side lane.
Pressure on him, most certainly. On the opposite side for Noah, of course, the bot lane somewhere we're going to be looking a ton, or excuse me, for Samdi. Everyone on the enemy team is squishy. The Pantheon and the Gwen can, of course, use major cooldowns to block that piercing arrow, but if he's able to find that connection, it could be massive. Heading in now to this first best of 3 of the day. Winner moving on to top 4 to Barcelona. Loser eliminated. And it looks like...
We have a pause. Is it another rune?
Is it runes?
Like, GiantX paused every game. No, 2 out of 3 games.
2 out of 3 games yesterday for rune prompts, but...
I mean, everything looks pretty...
Everything looks pretty normal.
Standard.
Could be secondary runes. We are completely speculating.
We're completely speculating. Yeah. So, the only information that we have is GiantX has initiated a pause. They've reported to league officials. We'll keep you up to date. If you've been here this weekend, we've done this once or twice. And you might think, pro players, they can set their own runes, and you'd be wrong. Because sometimes in the heat of the moment when you're talking about what do we do at level 2, level 3, how do we win the lane, you forget. That said, we still haven't confirmed that it's anything to do with the runes.
I'm studying the runes.
Just audio adjustments.
Okay, it was not the runes. Yeah, the runes look pretty normal. I was only thing is, Lot has Conquer, which is a nice scaling option, but it doesn't have a lot of early game pressure.
Sure.
You see sometimes the Grasp just have a bit early game trades, but it does make sense since he's up against the Sion. Should be a pretty comfortable laning phase regardless, so he doesn't need to opt into really strong early game runes.
Fair. All right, we're about now to get into game, so apologies for the brief pause to double check the runes. It was an audio issue. We were just speculating about the runes. Players seem to have resolved it. You don't want any one person on your team to be too loud, you know?
That is true.
Because we could simulate it here. We could just turn Jack Spectre up to 1,000,000.
Yeah, it does feel like you have a lot of power just being able to randomly hold people's mute buttons as you want.
This is classic.
Yeah.
That's one of my favorite moments ever is we had a caster, I won't name names, hold down someone else's cough button, which stops your audio from going live, and then coughed.
Yeah. I think I've done that. I'm pretty sure I've done that at Worlds.
I might have been talking about you. You don't know. You don't know.
Also, we missed it, but I like how the producers pulled up a graphic of GiantX team runes, just in case anybody missed the runes here. As heavy trading on bot lane, you'd really want to win this level 1 trade as the Nico Ezreal. Ezreal has a lot stronger level 1 with the passive stacking up the attack speed, and Nico level 1 is an absolute menace. But trades going pretty well in the favor of Samdi and Paris, especially as well with Samdi having that teleport. You can take some decently losing trades in the early game and then always TP back and be quite all right, while Noah opting to go for that cleanse, just to have that CC removal up against the Varus and Bard.
Interesting pattern as well from LEC. Started on his Raptors, now going to clear his top side. There was no ward actually placed, so they don't really spot this. But he will end up on that bottom side, so I'm curious if they want to try and make something happen on the bottom side, or if it's more about trying to separate yourself from this Pantheon and make sure that if he does go for invade, there's nothing there. Because you can see there's a ward that was just placed by Jackies on the Raptors, so they should, in theory, think that he's clearing up towards his top side. So maybe it's just try to avoid that.
Yeah, I think he's worried about an invade, because normally you'd only want to do this sort of pathing either to do an early gank, which is not really going to happen, or if you're worried about an invade, because it desyncs your camp timers a little bit and just slows down your overall clear quite a bit. You can see that Isma is already finishing his wolves about to head to Grom, while LEC still hasn't started his red buff yet.
Yeah, I think he might have just been seen on the ward, but there was no pings on him, so may not have actually been spotted. So LEC now on this bottom side at least, like, no real hope of an invade, and as you're saying, just separates, but I wasn't sure if he got spotted.
It will be interesting to see if his presence is unnoticed on the bottom side if GX didn't get that vision and kind of have this false sense of security, because at that point you will have gained something from this kind of intangible, otherwise intangible gamble of kind of messing up your pathing just to avoid showing up on vision or showing up on vision earlier, so they can't quite tell what you're doing.
There could be a realistic opportunity for a gank here on bot, but it doesn't look like LEC is too interested in it. He's just going to go for the top crab. Only thing is that GiantX, since they thought he was pathing towards top, you see that they didn't actually ward Tribush whatsoever. They weren't worried about it. And now Isma puts another ward just to spot that second Raptor spawn. And he's quite a bit ahead in tempo here as LEC is starting the crab while Isma's already in base.
difficult position, but of course fighting the Pantheon early is just so tricky. You don't have too much damage quite yet as the Kiana, the reliable stun, the ability to block all of your burst. Pantheon not a champion you want to go toe-to-toe with, and it seems to be a similar story for Aurora as Poby is slowly but surely getting bullied out in this lane.
Yeah, it's because like even I've seen some Kianas who are just like clear on bot side from like Raptors red into Krugs, actually go for a reset, pick up a longsword, then go top side because they end up so low in the clear and you are scared of some invades. But you can see now already the pings are going down, and if he was spotted on that ward, you should be able to click on him as Isma and say, okay, Relech has full clear. It is now hasn't reset as well. At least you should have that information as well. So I think Relech should have, or Isma, sorry, should have full information on exactly what Relech is up to.
For now, though, just going to clear out the Gromps. We see a bit of a push coming in here from the Na'Vi bottom lane. This is exactly where they want to be up against the Ezreal, although rather than trying to hold this pressure, get a plate, they are just going to reset. No need to risk anything. They don't have information on Isma does. They don't have the luxury that GX have of spotting out the enemy jungler thus far.
Pretty happy with this early laning phase from Na'Vi, though. Somebody's going to be able to TP back now, so this wave is... I'm not sure. I think Giant X didn't choose to reset in the end. I mean, they kind of wanted to hold it a little bit, but somebody's not going to lose any minutes on this recall. And being up early CS, up against this Ezreal Nico early on, feels really good, because now you can see he already comes back, lands that arrow, and chunks down Noah. And this is when the matchup starts to shift into Varus's favor, because it's very little counterplay for Noah, as you can see. He just gets hit by an E, he gets hit by a Q from Fog, and suddenly Ezreal goes to half HP.
Both junglers sprinting down towards the bottom side, though. Looks like Relech may be hoping to catch the Cog respawn as Isma has already started the Gromp, but Relech moving into lane first. They know they have vision control. Paris fought for it just a little bit earlier.
Yeah, I think for Relech, it's more about trying to cover this and shadow the push in, guarantee that they're not going to have the Pantheon come in, because you can see here, he's just on time. But the wave is cleared, and everyone going to back away. The crab is spawning on that top side, and I think for Relech, you're kind of happy if you can clear out these Krugs, move top, pick that up, and even if you have to lose the early dragon, I don't think it's the end of the world, just with the champion that you have.
I feel like Relech could look to start Drake here. They know that Noah based. I'm not sure how fast he could solo it, if he's a bit worried about that. Potentially on a different jungler, it would be good to start Drake, but it looks like it's just going to be Samdi.
Unconnecting on a Jun, only level 5 for Samdi, but he does a lot of damage. Heal coming out, the Q, we're not going to see if it connects. There might be a fight in the mid lane as Relech is already here. Push back, but Jackie's manages to get away with Between Worlds, and sadly that play is going to fizzle. Relech has to be careful about walking this brush, though, because Isma is there and waiting. It's the empowered triple autos just to stack up the passive, and neither side going to get much else, and Jun lived in the bottom side. We had to pan away, but he did live.
The mains are moving down, though, to help out with Relech to actually pick up the crab, so he'll be able to hit that level 6. Isma trying to get in range of the smite, but actually a nice pickup for Relech. I didn't think he'd be able to get that.
Yeah, especially since like he got chunked by Isma and kind of forced out a river, and then Isma just forfeited it. I think it was just the main turn move that allowed him to secure the crab. Now Jun is looking for a sneaky minion play, but I think Poby knows.
That minion started sweeping. He knows for sure now. Leaving the lane, we've seen that
You never
one before.
know minions these days, huh?
Yeah, it's fair. Well, there's a clone that is going to spot out Relech, at least clearing onto the Raptors.
Somebody must know he's here.
That
doesn't look like
that's
it.
That's not a minion. Flash over. Manages to make it through.
I mean, flash for flash. I'd say pretty good for Jun. Means it's now a target on Samdi's back, especially as Isma is about to hit that level 6 mark. Oh, yeah, he's going in.
Oh, but Poby's just going to dash away. Still has a very healthy health lead.
I'm surprised Samdi got caught, though, because you saw the clone there.
Okay.
What is happening?
Okay.
We need to chill.
Guys, we just forced enemy ADC flash. Why are we ulting mid?
Coming on a little too strong, a little too keen there in the mid lane. That ulti is going to go awry, which sucks.
Noah
still has his, but now Noah. He's making good on the tweets.
Oh, he didn't get the heal.
Noah still wants to go for more.
Noah.
Q. Okay.
That was close.
He's not done.
No way.
Okay.
Close.
Because we don't have that tweet ready to go in a graphic, but that would have been the time to play it. We also probably couldn't play it because it is a swear word there.
It's a quiz word. We can't say that.
we don't want to say that. We don't say family.
Why did we put on the princess voice?
I don't know. I don't know. But this brings us back to one of the things we were talking about coming into this game. Well, we have time to talk about stuff that isn't them taking this Drake? Maybe not. This would be very nice for GX, as we've said with Na'Vi so many times. They're the Drake team. They're the poster child of taking Drakes, winning the game via that option, but the trade on the bottom side, forcing Paris back. Jackie's behind the play.
Jackie does have prio. Poby's forced to catch the wave, but Na'Vi wants to force them off, and Giant X are not willing to stick around. Isma already got chunked by the Drake a bit, so not just, like both teams, it's very clear they really value this dragon, because whenever one of them go there, the other wants to match and try to stop them.
I think GiantX were trying to play off the push they had in mid, but couldn't do it fast enough. And now Poby with control has his ults. Jackie still doesn't have his available. Sam D's is now up. So I think just GiantX trying to find that small timing window and couldn't quite get it. So now Navi back in position, but Isma still sticking around.
This time is a battle for the crabs. Both junglers have smite.
Dash in, bit of extra damage, follow-up burst there. Aegis Assault already burned. A bit premature from Isma. Now he's locked up. Jun might have to try and turn this one back. He does have Axis Pop. Also perfectly timed ulti from Relech. Follow-up. All of Navi push their R buttons, and it's a quick double kill.
And that's why we get the Relech Kiana. No Sin Sao, none of that bull crap. I want to see this. This is the aggression from Relech. It gets them 2 kills and the first strike that Navi was so desperately playing for.
And it's classic Navi. Like, good push on mid, Poby moving across, Paris there to help, playing for these picks around Relech in mid lane and in these skirmishes. And honestly, Isma shouldn't have been here. You didn't have control over bot, Poby had control of mid, and we just highlighted the ult advantage. But this was great from Relech. Perfectly timed, catches Jun as well, and then with the portal, Sam D's just in a position to follow up so well.
Yeah, Isma tried to contest the crab, as you said, Dagda, but he ain't got no pariahs. And Navi pounced on the opportunity. Now the next objective is those grubs, as both teams want to play for it, but that is a profane Hydra completed on Relech with his 1,000 gold lead.
It's a bit terrifying as Jun now moves into the bot lane. Noah's in trouble. Arcane Shift coming out just in time, but gentlemen, Navi getting exactly what they want, playing into a hand that we've known about pretty much all season. First in First Dragon, overall first in Drake percent, Herald percent, Soul percent. There's not a grub percent on there, so I imagine occasionally they give that one up. Or we just ran out of space to say how diligent this team is on taking objectives. We ran out of space. Production is confirmed we could only fit 4 things there. So they're just basically number 1 in everything.
It's also like grubs just kind of don't matter as much anymore.
Nah,
like, let's be real, like the crystals just kind of took their role.
You can't tell them that. You know, we're supposed to pretend. We're like, guys, there wasn't
can
space.
they hear this? Can they hear this? I thought they couldn't hear that. I thought we put them out.
We should have. We should have. But now they know how you really feel, Dagdo. There's no going back. This is
now
going to be
have to get like water with them later, and it's just
it's
going to be an awkward conversation. Hey.
Yeah. Well, with any luck, someone will kill him soon, and we won't have that problem.
The best way to solve your problems. Awkward interaction, no.
Yep. And on that note, we'll move along in the context of this game. 1.5k lead for Navi, obviously going much better than they even originally anticipated. And while the GX composition has a lot of tools to kick fights off, and certainly Law is making good on his topside counter pick, they haven't been able to build a greater advantage. A lot of these initial ults are going awry, and Jun is now running for his life. But now here comes the Pantheon. Excellent portal coming in from Paris. That's a bit of follow-up from Relech. Is going to stun Isma as well. Relech getting chunked out by Noah. The Kiana is still very squishy. Jun on the way in is going to catch Paris. Paris manages to ult himself, it looks like. Will still die in the end, but the Q through to finish it.
Oh, what a good ulti from Paris there. It buys him enough time to set up Sam D for the chains. And that takes Jun down and makes what looked dire for Navi a 1-for-1. And GX invested so much in that. Jackie's used his ultimate, he moved, lost the plate on mid, and lost the wave on mid. So that just resulting in a 1-for-1 feels so bad for GiantX.
Especially the Pantheon ultimate as well. It just minimizes the impact Isma can have on the map again, because you're using it defensively. And again, it's just Navi playing well around this jungle support combo. Jun caught out in river, they collapse well, and this is where it kind of looks a little dicey. But again, like, they're just able to get out. You have to try and escape as Noah, because you cannot fight Relech when he's this strong. And Paris with just a good ultimate to set up for the rest of us.
And good Arcane Shift from No to escape, because that is, for Relech, 100-0 combo if he connects on both the ulti as well as the follow-up Q. Of course, Paris playing well. Backing up a lot of the trash talk. You know, I kind of felt out of pocket. I didn't know what kind of relationship these players had. Noah was just firing shots, but Paris didn't hesitate to fire back when we were checking in with them with one of the mini Shox clones before kicking off here. And now, guys, this game is looking like it's just going to get harder and harder to play, because the Gwen that's supposed to dominate in the side lane, she's not playing against the Sion anymore. She's playing against a pretty fed Varus and a Bard.
That's true. She has silently accumulated a 700 gold lead, but that might disappear, as you say, Dracos, as she now has to sit and watch Sam D and Paris hit her tower. So this is really not the lane assignment that GiantX want. So they want to try to put Noah, or they're putting Jun right now.
I mean, you said it, right? The Gwen is the person that can kill the Sion, that can kill Manger. Jackie's, Noah, they can't stop this man from just pushing waves and walking away.
True. especially with so much magic resist on Mainter already. He's going to be really chill into either side lane. And that's why I had some doubts when I saw this Aurora locked in. And I would have loved to see them go for the Yone, but it was cleverly banned out by Na'Vi, so they weren't able to go for it. But the problem you run into is that it's so easy for Na'Vi to just continue to mismatch, and for Lot to then not be able to have this side lane threat that we really need him to have.
Of course, for Na'Vi, though, still have to play with that level of diligence. We've seen them caught a lot in positions like Paris is in now, where he's going in to place some of this vision. Mid lane not pushed all the way in, potentially a spot where he could have been vulnerable, but is able to just walk away here. Another plate goes over to Poby, so for now, all is well, but you've got the Nico for these creative angles. You've got the Pantheon as well. Isma's ulti very soon to come off of cooldown, and maybe that is when GX can attack one of these side laners.
I think at the moment it's just trying to play for Dragon in 15 seconds, like get some vision down so you can continue to push Pub in top side and try and play for that next objective. You're very strong with Relech and Sam D just having finished your Ghostblade, and you're still kind of waiting for like Noah to finish off that Triforce.
Should have it, yeah.
There it is, yeah.
He has it now, but it is a 2k gold lead for Sam D. So I think it's going to be really hard for Giant X to contest this Dragon. I think they should just drop it. I mean, Isma is on Krugs as well, really far away. He could look to Grand Star fall in, but I think it's a tough contest here. But it doesn't look like Na'Vi wants to start it up just yet. They want to try to fix their lanes first, have Poby push out bot, which buys Giant X a lot of actually time here to try to contest this. But it is still at quite a gold disadvantage, as the only person with a gold lead is Lot.
Paris playing with a lot of confidence stepping that far forward, but when Isma isn't in the area, it's pretty easy for him to just dance and dodge around a lot of those major cooldowns. Ocean Drake started up and pulled out, but they decide not to commit too hard here, as they already have some action happening on the top side of the map. You can see Jackie's is laning up against Mainter now, who started to proxy.
The Giant X wanted to buy some time for Isma to finish off Raptor so we could hit level 10. And that's where now they're starting to try and fight back, but again, this very slow around the objective. As now that Na'Vi have pushed out waves, they feel comfortable to go for it.
Reset for Jackie's, has the teleport available, maybe going to finish the second item. I can't imagine he has enough gold, but will at least be able to buy something as Mainter just continues to proxy, hoping to delete waves. Noah getting a little bit of a chunk on Relech, but not too much here. And the Drake's already gone.
Yeah, I felt a little bit too slow for me from Na'Vi, because I feel like they could have done that a minute ago. They're so much stronger that you can see that Giant X, they really need a great way of entry to try to retake control, and with Mainter just pushing in on top as well, I mean, it's an easy Drake for Na'Vi.
Yeah, but it was really weird lane assignments from Giant X. Like, Jackie's kind of just hovered mid and didn't really do anything. You had Lot that was there as well. No one went to catch the wave, so Mainter was just able to get the wave top and crash some and get plates. So Giant X kind of floundering on what they wanted to do in that situation.
And to be fair, Jackie's was up there. He just pushed the wave in, walked past Jackie's with his Kanik Rookhorn, and then just started taking the next wave. And this is one of the problems we talked about, right? You're also building Protobelt on Aurora. You have no chance in hell of killing a tank. There's no damage.
But Chobi built Protobelt. Draco.
That's true. The thing is, he's really good, I'm sure, at killing other people on the map, but he's laning against the Scion, which is not ideal, as now we finally have the Scion out going in. Unfortunately,
guys,
the magical journeys have just been so clean.
I mean, the magical journeys are clean, but come on.
Yeah.
I mean, we get Samdi's flash, but we use the TP, we use the Pantheon ult, and now with Samdi TPing back, Noah's chunked, so he has the base, and it's a free Herald.
And I gotta say, I was really skeptical about the Bard against so many mobile champions on the opposite side, but Paris with the Tempered Fates, with the portals, has been good, and GX have not been firing at the same time. They've not all been on the same page in these plays, and it's made it so easy for them to get out of these situations that in other games against other players feel like easy kills, easy pickups.
Yeah, I do think the Bard was a takeaway from Jun to be like, hey, look, these guys look decent on the pick, but also we have a Varus that is going to be very vulnerable on mid-wave to things like the Pantheon and that, so let's just try and remove the tool. But either way, it's doing exactly as you're saying, Draco. It's like helping people get into positions that they should, but Giant X just haven't really been coordinated on where they want to go. Their ults from this Pantheon have been relatively defensive, apart from that one there. It feels like they just are scrambling to get any sort of control over the map.
Yeah, I think the Pantheon ultimates have not been how you would want them to, but I think we got to go back to the draft. We saw this Bard pick, and we thought to ourselves, it's a horrendous Bard game. You're up against so many mobile carries. It's so hard to use that Tempered Fate and get much value out of it, but they had a great laning phase where they actually were ahead in CS despite the Nico S rule, and Paris has been proactive on the map, saved his teammates, and just played phenomenal.
Yeah, Paris locked in. There you go. That's know it as well. 0, 1, and 3 thus far, but just doing so much to save them in these sticky situations. Portal feeling a little bit like a lantern this game, which is something that GX don't have a lot of counterplay for.
It's also, I don't feel like Lot has really got the advantages that he should have on this Gwen. Like, you got a plate in the top side, sure, a little bit of CS, but this pick was invested in. Like, denying Jackie's been able to early pick things like the Talia and the Yone, and hasn't really got the advantages that it should. And now, like Jack called it out at the start, this Gwen isn't really in a position to take over this game. And that kind of needed to happen, because now Poby and Samd are starting to get in a position where they have range, they're going to be able to do some good work, and LEC is just getting to run around the map and be a massive threat playing off of this Fog of War.
Yeah, LEC is terrifying to deal with, and Jack, I imagine you feel quite the same about Gwen overall, because Lot, we've seen the blueprint of what this can be overall. Pushback not going to connect. Again, nice dash there coming out from Jackie's, just to make sure he doesn't get clipped by LEC. So the play's going to fizzle at the very least.
Still, it's Na'Vi that has full control there of top side. Samdi's intelligently respecting on mid, but Paris put some nice wards, and LEC is going to be able to take these Krugs. So it's still a win for them, I'd say, despite them not being able to pick up the kill. Poby also picks up a plate, but I share your worries, Daida. I think the thing is, Gwen at this stage, in team fights, yeah, she can have a huge pop-off moment, but there's a lot of champions that can really delay and annoy her, with Sion being so tanky, with Paris having that tempered fate, Samd has the arrows and just the chains. There's a lot that she has to worry about to really make that montage happen, and if she then misuses her W and that goes on cooldown, she's completely useless.
I think she also needs to get value out of this ultimate, because with Edge of Night now finishing on Samd, you kind of need to get one of those needleworks to pop that shield, or otherwise Jun's ult doesn't really have major targets. Zhonya's is there for Poby, not going to be able to really do work there, so a lot of these kind of tools that GIANT have aren't really getting value unless Na'Vi misplay.
Very true.
Or Jackie's actually just getting rid of the Edge of Night there with the Hextech Protobelt. So maybe that's why it's, you know.
Small advantages. 40-second cooldown traded for, I believe, a 40-second cooldown is, I will just shout out to Paris, Swifties, Deadmans, and a Blood Song. It's a solo queue style bard, and frankly, I like it, you know?
But it's also one that you see a lot when it's, you need kind of the engage, because you need those slowing auto attacks to help out. Lara's, I forget his name, there's a bard named,
yeah.
Thank you, who keeps, who does a lot of videos on it, and he kind of talks about how this is actually optimal when you need to be more engaged bard, because you've only really got a Sion or like LEC is kind of pseudo subjective when he can engage.
Conditional engage option as we see the Herald. The mount up is there from Mainter. He's driving it into Noah. Now there's a Pantheon all coming down, and this is actually quite bad for Mainter. He abandoned his backline, and GX are now looking to pounce, but it might not matter. Lock going face first into Mainter, but he doesn't have the damage to shred through that tanky health bar. They've taken out LEC. They've taken a Drake. Jack is going invisible as he gets the reset off the kill. Isma going right back in as Jackie's tries to follow a tempered fate on the Bunny Rabbit, but no one is in position to fire the blast back and find a kill. Lot running for his life as Mainter tries to get one in exchange. The blast cone there just in time. It looks like a heist, but GX managed to get it.
But GIANT can't kill this Sion. They just don't have the damage, despite the fact that they take down LEC so early and they secure the Dragon. As soon as Mainter got out of that Herald, I mean, they can't kill him. They don't have the damage.
It was a weird decision on the Herald, though, because you spot a lot on vision.
Yeah,
you see that Jun is in a weird place, like, the front line just ran away.
Yeah.
GIANT were like, okay, cool, let's go. They get onto LEC, shoot. Was the one target we said didn't have a Zhonya's or an Edge of Night. So GIANT get the pick, they manage to get the Dragon, and then they do overextend a little bit here, hoping for a bit more, give a kill back. But honestly, in the grand scheme of things, you're just happy to stop the Dragon stack.
It's a win, all things considered, for GIANT. They're still down, I believe, 4,000 gold? Yeah, 4,500 gold. But just being able to deny them that sole point is really big. But you can see the difficulties that GIANT has going up against this Sion. Because if that Herald didn't exist, I would dare to say that Na'Vi would just win that fight.
Yeah, 100%. Also, the Gwen blocked Var Assault. Like, a lot of little things came together. Jun got a creative flank that in a slower front to back where they have that vision control wouldn't be there. But that just shows us that it is possible for GX, that Na'Vi are not a team without these little faults, without these little missteps in the setup. Maybe they're getting over eager. They definitely feel ahead, and it's showing in their gameplay in the sense that these little missteps are starting to creep in, and it's something that GX can exploit.
It's something that we kind of highlighted a couple of times, where the front line and back line from Na'Vi not always on the exact same page. We'll have to see if they can improve as this game goes on. Or Mainter's just been playing a little bit of too much ARAM Mayhem and was like, wait, I can get 2 ults. One in the Herald, and then I can ult after, and I knock up both people with
Which was
charges. Yeah.
Kind of sick, to be fair. We didn't take that into account. Maybe that's what he's playing for.
wanted to drip.
I thought it was top 4 in the LEC, but cool things are also something you can play for.
Also
Currently, they're going all in on Lot. Lot invulnerable to any potential fall. Lot actually incredibly tanky as now they're going to get the pushback from Relec, so they're not going to find the wall. Somdi on the way down. Good damage to come through, but they need to be careful about Jackie's. Ulti connects on the Somdi. Somdi getting the initial Banshee's Veil proc as Isma starts to run. Will just get cut down. Mainter still on the chase. Parrot's on the way, getting the dash out from Lot. GX getting run down here in the bottom lane.
That was such a good ulti by Relech to peel him off and be able to get out safely. In which case, Na'Vi were able to run down Isma there. It looked quite dire since Lot was doing so much damage, but it's going to result in just 1 kill for Giant X. No, for Na'Vi, I mean. And flash from Relech burnt and not much else.
Oh, yeah, you're not out damaging the Varus.
I mean, that's the base win.
I mean, the crab take is a bit awkward because it's not even in, like, usually you see crab takes in line with Dragon for one of the teams, so then they can kind of set up. So maybe Noah just kind of realizing, hey, we're going to lose control. Hopefully we can take it, but still snuck away. Even here, though, like, Na'Vi are in such a good spot. You have kills going on towards Poby, Samdi's in a great spot. You're going to be able to continuously push in these waves, and Isma doesn't have ult now until the Dragon comes up, which means you're under very little threat now of overextending. Like, Poby's free to hit these towers because he doesn't have to worry about a Pantheon coming in behind him.
And Na'Vi are pushed super far up to get this tier 2 tower, but again, you highlighted, without the ulti there, without the threat of a flank, one could come from a teleport, but most of the vision was clear. There's no reason they can't just push a little bit further. Mainter there to catch the top wave. Baron potentially on the table soon, but if there's anything we've learned from, well, at least this one game of League of Legends, maybe Drake will be the priority.
Also, just kind of, I keep seeing Jackie's moving with the team here, and I can understand hoping to make a play, but with no ult, I think you just have to let it go. But it doesn't mean Mainter gets to push in this top wave for free. Jackie's now only moving to the top side. He doesn't have teleport, so he's going to waste time here trying to get this play, then have to reset and make it back down towards Dragon. So just kind of awkward timing, it feels like at times, as to where Giant X are putting members on the map and who is the one collecting a wave, because the lack of TP that's there.
Yeah, and I mean, Na'Vi are just able to push in both sides at the same time here, which is really a rarity that you get to do that. You can see that Poby pushed in bot, Mainter pushed in top, which allows them to have such easy control of this Dragon, and it means that Jackie's now needs to drop that top wave to try to group on mid.
Exactly, he has to come across, but you haven't lost any gold as Na'Vi, and the longer you kind of chill here as Na'Vi, the more it's going to be lost. So yeah, it's just weird plays here a little bit from Giant X. And now Na'Vi still controlling this area. It's going to be tough for Giant X to break through this choke point.
Yeah, a lot of the reason this gold lead continues to grow is because Na'Vi have just had better lane assignments. You've highlighted. You can look in that top lane, those little tiny dots. Every time one of those minions is dying, and there's going to be a lot of them that are Na'Vis, they're denying potential gold income from the sides of GX, which only makes this lead feel bigger and bigger. Lost to one person with an advantage, but Isma needs to be careful. He's the wrong way, but they weren't ready for that little misplay, so they didn't immediately follow up.
Yeah, but it is still going to be Na'Vi with full control of this Dragon. And you can see Giant X, they tried to face check first with Jun, then with Isma. And both of them got chunked. They dropped the Dragon without any sort of cross map. And I don't think the game is getting much better with time, so they really need to find some sort of avenue here to try to utilize this Pantheon ult to get a numbers advantage, or for Jun to get a crazy engage.
And I think they have to try and get some resources into Lot. We already talked about how there was pressure on him to be that carry, and I think he should be the one that's picking up this top lane CS, but instead, he's kind of just been sitting in this bottom side, not able to do particularly much. But as you were saying, like, he could have been getting top tower right now, gotten some bounty plates for himself, actually been in a really good spot. But instead, we're kind of just seeing Jackie's taking a lot of this farm on the easier side of the map to farm, and I don't think it's the correct call for Giant X.
Yeah, I think at Giant X they're playing as if they could contest every objective, but that's not the nature of the game when you're down 6,000 gold. You need to be willing to split map, find the cross map on the other side, and they haven't been doing that, so they're just continuing to fall further behind. With Na'Vi now picking up the third Drake, trying to build towards that 7,000 gold lead, and now it's full national control.
And we, of course, have the advantage of seeing the entire map, but you can see how little GX see because Paris walks into 2 people. If they had perfect information, they one-shot him, but they have no vision. They don't want to take that risk. They don't want to take that play of a tempered fate or a potential escape from him drawing out a fight when he has allies nearby.
But he's also surprisingly tanky with the dead mans, right? That's also the other value that you get from the item, so I think that's why Paris is feeling a little bit happier to just try and go for these plays. And now, again, Na'Vi get to push in. And as much as we're kind of dogging on Giant X, I think Na'Vi have played this exceptionally well. Like, they've been working with Paris and Relech, moving into positions that just make Giant X incredibly uncomfortable. And as you're highlighting, like, they have to back away, because if Relech is suddenly in behind you, well, then an ult just completely turns around the play.
Yeah, it's a 7-kill game. their lead is not, it's not from bloodshed. It's from better macro, it's from certainly more plates, better lane assignments as well. And again, the one kind of, so we were talking about yesterday, silver lining, the one little bit of hope is Lot with this individual gold lead. He can, if he finds an angle in a fight, do a lot of work, but with how much damage is going to be coming out from this Na'Vi lineup, the rest of his team might be dead by the time he gets the opportunity.
I mean, the problem as well is, we saw it now off screen, that Lot tried to push in both here and tried to reach that power. He got chunked to half and just had to recall. So he can't actually progress solo on a side lane, which is really one of the win cons that you want to have when you play such a split pusher like the Gwen, because that allows your team to get pressure from your side, but that's just not happening. So that means that Na'Vi can continue holding this top side control for pretty much as long as they want to up until Soul spawns.
Realish getting a bit extra gold off the first strike just by hitting Jun's clone here. Slowly fighting for vision control. Jun, good use of the clone to like hold on to as much vision as they can, because GX are just getting steadily pushed out of their own jungle.
I think what they're hoping for is they can make a TP play. Oh, well, that was perfect timing. Into the, there's a ward just on mid there and behind Samdi. They may be looking for it now, actually.
Samdi chunked out, Relatch on the retreat. Pantheon on the way to mid, it's too late. Thought that maybe they would try to turn it, but Na'Vi are so patient. They don't want to commit there. They already lost 50% HP. Now they're going all in onto Paris. Paris going to flash out. Paris going to fall. That's a big start. TP now coming in from GX. Maybe this is an opportunity to get an objective as Jun is one shot by Relatch, who's forced to flash away. Doesn't have a reset on the W quite yet, so Noah's going to grab another kill. Na'Vi getting greedy.
And suddenly Giant X find the pick that they need. It's just a little bit of an overextension, and that might just be bar for Giant X.
Yeah, I thought the Grand Starfall was not the best, but it ends up leading to them into the situation. Now they're 4 versus 2 here with Poby joining, but Samdi does a lot of damage with his arrows, and Giant X, they need to back off. Still, we take a breath. It's still a 6,000 gold lead. It's still 1 minute to Soul for Na'Vi. You get one oopsie, you get one. As long as you play this Soul fight out well.
They've had 2. Just to be clear, they've had 2 oopsies, and their gold
lead is still... This one was a bigger one.
No, one of them was an oopsie. One of them was my bad.
And the observers are highlighting
distinct.
Paris a little too constant. He's had great movement this game, but at some point you will still just get point and click or Ezreal Q. You are not that tanky. You don't have Celestial opposition. And now you have a Gwen right on top of you. That's not looking great, but luckily the Emperor has divided this fight at the very least. His Lot's still on the chase, but he's running out of steam here. Poby, how long left on the shifting save is the big question. Yeah. That's going to be the flash burn, but now Poby wants to go back in, and suddenly it's Lot who has to run for his life.
Oh, Poby, does he reach with the WQE?
Isma there to cover, luckily. Lot's blinking health bar means that the setup on this objective, I mean, Poby has no TP, Lot doesn't either.
Na'Vi wants to try to continue canceling Lot's space. That way he won't be in time for the Drake spawn. So they just want to try to get this bot pressure here, push them in. So Lot is facing really far away, but that does mean he's going to be too late for the Dragon. Spawning in 10 seconds, and he's yet to arrive in base.
They're putting pings on the wards in behind them, though, over by the Raptor pit.
But it
could be an angle. Yeah,
Isma
actually true, yeah.
Lot's ulti will be up shortly if they can make it to the fight in time. But the objective has already been started. GX have no presence in the pit whatsoever. Isma might be starting to ult. He's standing still in the pit, waiting for an angle. Maintor body blocking everyone. The objective getting lower and lower. The Infernal is going to go to the side of Na'Vi. No one is in a position to respond. GX are far too late. Chun with the 3-man play to at least take down the support. Samdi on the backline, relatively untouched. Maintor able to find his way out, as is Poby. The re-engage is lethal, though, as Lot knocked up and taken down.
Na'Vi find exactly what they need in the fight. The Dragon Soul, the turnaround with Relatch. And that might just be the nail in the coffin for Giant X.
I mean, Na'Vi and Dragons is becoming a tale as old as time. They hold the control so well with Samdi and Paris poking out the rest of Giant X. Giant X didn't stand a chance. They wanted to contest, but they were too late. And if you watch the fight back here, you can see that already Noah's chunked to half.
Never mind.
No, we're not.
We're not
watching them.
Isma's
is he going to steal it?
He died. Oh,
I know. Factory.
Back. Okay, one more time. Run it again. There we go. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so it starts off with Samdi poking Noah down to half. I love the way Samdi and Maintor are holding the space here, buying time for Relatch or Poby to finish the Dragon. And then Jun gets a 2-man engage, but it's on the Bard and the Scion. So even though Lot wants to continue going forward, Relatch gets the ultimate, and Lot unfortunately flashes back into the counter queue.
My bad, I should have ulted, guys. Sorry.
Very matter of fact.
Well, if he wanted to try to steal the Drake, that was their only hope, but you saw it on the Nash. It's pretty damn difficult to steal an objective blind 1v5.
And I think for Giant X now, is just trying to consider what's going to happen in game number 2. Because I will say, from the identity we've seen from Giant X, this felt like a very strange game. Like, not really giving resources towards Noah and Jun on that bottom side, which have been the standout players on this roster, and then trying to play much more of a macro-oriented game, which isn't really their style either. I'm curious if they want to try and like shift back over towards a bit more of a team fight composition, which has worked well.
I think it was a mistake to give Varus. I mean, you saw it in this game, just how much value it's having, and it made it so that Noah and Jun weren't able to win the lane. And Noah, while his stat line is 3-0, it's pretty good. Somdi has had way more impact in this game and in the team fights. And if Giant X are to win this series, it needs to be through Noah and Jun. And I also just don't like Aurora.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of little things, but you highlighted it. I think our analysis is that Noah needs to be the guy set up for success. Instead, you know, they banned so much away from Reletch. He's still able to find a creative option. They got Pantheon a power pick that they couldn't really make work. The Gwen hasn't been there, so a lot of it feels like the direction. Well, I'm sure that there's some context from scrims. There's a reason they wanted to go for it. Ultimately, wasn't one that worked out for them in game. Maybe they try to run it back. It's hard to say, but after a game like this, I imagine we see a massive pivot because it is LEC. I can't say this game is over. I can literally never say that in LEC. And sometimes I'd really like to say that it's over, and it should be by all accounts. But you never know. Navi've had 2 oopsies this game. Perhaps there could be a consecutive third, fourth, fifth, and 6th oopsie back to back.
It's a Varus with nearly full build Infernal Soul. Let's just see how much damage the Q does.
You're
maybe
building up in a mega cash right now.
We'll see how much damage the Varus Q does.
This is the point in the game where I think we can all agree where GX are thinking about game 2. How do you adjust? What are the pivots? What can you do to stop yourself from getting in this situation? That's going to be another initial engage going out. Aegis assault to block a bit more damage, and Sanji goes down! What were you saying, Jack? Anything is possible as Maintenance starts to fall as well. Reletch goes into the entire team. The knockup is there, and Noah is still untouched for a brief moment. Navi should still probably end this one.
What were you saying, Dracos? Reletch comes in with the ultimate, and he takes down all of Giant X. Just as I had predicted, the Infernal Soul. Wow, so much damage from Navi.
Great prediction, Jack. The bars with a 4K gold lead immediate one-shot. It did not matter. The lead, too big. GX, too little, too late, I believe, is the saying at this particular point in the game. Jackies and Noah trying to hold the line.
He's kind of doing some damage.
Noah is doing some damage. He's about to hit the 40 Q threshold on Mainter. Someone needs to stop them from hitting the Nexus. Hobie's unafraid to hit the Nexus. They're going to hit the Nexus.
Hobie's like that guy in A-Rap Mayhem that stands. Like, come on.
I will say this has slightly more connotations than A-Rap. Just a little bit, you know?
And when everybody else is goofing around trying to fight, while Hobie's just auto.
Hobie's been there. Hobie's been in some base race scenarios. He's not taking any risks.
And Hobie wants to be there. I mean, this is still like Barcelona on the line for these lads. And honestly, for Navi, they're kind of looking like they deserve to be there. This was insane.
They had a lot of fun with that one. A dominant performance. Let's send it over to the 80 to talk about that game 1.
Thank you. That was so fun to watch. And I'm going to give Navi tons of props from the get-go, because we're going to start with maybe the notes that weren't taken.
Oh my God. So last week, let's just paint the story.
That's 2 days ago.
2 days ago even. It's very recent. We saw MKOI dismantle Navi's entire game plan. We saw them realize that Navi wins the game through winning lanes, Reletch on his champions, and stacking Drakes. What does GX do with all this prep time?
Pick Pantheon.
Yes, they did in fact pick that Pantheon, but they also gave Varus! How? It's the most OP champion in the game. It guarantees you bot push. It's super easy to hold objectives because you're sitting on a dragon and they come in, you should pew, and they just get choked to half HP. It makes absolutely no sense for this to be your prep. And I asked GX to convince me at the beginning of the day. I wanted to be convinced, but this was so unconvincing.
To be fair, they technically only had a night to prepare, right?
But they took 0 notes.
Yeah, it's true. They
took 0 notes.
I mean, you know, Isma was flashing a lot of take notes, you know, and I was hoping that the notes were taken, but in fact they were not really taken because, man, that draft sucks. Because here's the thing. You have Pantheon, right?
Right.
Pantheon wants a best friend. But the problem is that he doesn't have a best friend. Gwen wants to play by herself. Yeah, Pantheon is quite sad over it. Gwen wants to play by herself. Aziri can't really do anything with Aurora. But the problem is that this bot lane, as Finn said, the Varus is just so neutralizing. And when I look at, I mean, we said it even before in the pregame, it's all about bot lane, having good matchup. And to just give Varus like that and completely neutralize, I feel like then you need to move away from it. Don't pick Pantheon because it just makes it so that you need to be so proactive, but instead they cannot just have time to scale forever.
Yeah.
I'm very whelmed.
You're whelmed, yeah, underwhelmed a little bit with GX's draft, but very overwhelmed with Navi because yes, they had the right tools coming out of draft, and they didn't make a lot of mistakes. A couple of snafus later in game, but talk to me about this reletch early game, about how they ended up getting the first blood and just really, yeah, coming out of the gate swinging.
I mean, it's super nice because we talked about it before the game as well, that last week, or we know that Navi can ride a bicycle, but then they tried to ride a tricycle, which did not work at all. But now we see them back on the bike. Super nice moves here together for Paris and Reletch, just playing together, support jungle synergy on fleek. Love to see Reletch bring out his Kiana. It's such an exciting pick to play, and it has so many creative angles you can find, and that's what I want Reletch to have access to. Look at those combos, they're so crisp to the maximum.
I just hate Kiana. Like, this champion is just bullshit.
Why?
It's so annoying because it has double invisibility, dashes around, some point comes and one-shots you, has team fights, pretty much has everything, but I'm really happy that they decided to bring this out game 1, because this is, again, we can go and say, oh, this is maybe a game 3, game 4 champion, but no, this is exactly what we wanted from Reletch, and this is the confidence that I wanted to see more from him walking into the rest of playoffs. Abandon the Zinzao, abandon the Mundo, you don't need all of that stuff. Make the game about yourself, because that's what he did this game. The first blood into everything that pretty much happened after was like, hey guys, I want to walk here and do that. And everyone's like, yeah, we're gonna be your best friend. But instead, before, when he was doing that, it's like, hey guys, can I help you? Do you guys want some push? Poby, are you doing well? Oh, you're getting ganked and I can't do anything? Ah, sucks, you know? Give me more of this. Give me more of this Giga Chat attitude. You know,
What is he saying?
bro, it's like he puts the game on his back and just takes over. That's what I want to see.
I mean, I absolutely agree. And I feel like right now, GX, you tried something game 1 in draft. You tried something, you had an approach, did not work at all. So what do I want to see GX do for next game? I need you to, because if you look at Navi's comp, Sion top, control mage mid, Reletch on Kiana, it's exactly what they want. You got to take notes and stop this from happening. He said the line. And you need to stop Navi from getting their butter and their bread, because you need to shut them down in the draft. You need to make sure Noah and Jun has a bot lane with agency. They need to be able to show why they are so respected. A lot of bot laners in our league call Noah and Jun one of the best bot lanes in the league. And when you play against the Varus, you can't really show that. It's impossible.
Well, they're fearless, so they're not going to get Varus again.
Well,
so we're going to get a different matchup. You hated the draft from GX.
I was vividly upset, yes.
You hated it. So give me some pointers then. I think if we get right at first selection, we will have a little bit more info. We'll get it in a second. But what needs to improve?
I mean, look, I like the Gwen angle into the side. I think that can work. I don't think Gwen was an issue this game at all. For me, it just really comes down to bot lane.
Mainzer is now 5-0 on Sion.
Oh,
well, you said it yourself is fearless, so he won't get it again.
Yeah.
That's true. Cool.
But it's just like top lane doesn't really matter, you know? When I think of top lane, it's kind of like you're.
True.
It's
He's right.
It sucks, guys. That's just blame Riot for making top lane useless, you know? But
Nako didn't hear those notes.
well,
Actually,
he's just built different, you know. But it's just that top lane it should be left on the low side. But I just want more combos, you know. I just want again make it more about, you know, bot lane and mid lane together.
Yeah, that was
Sorry,
an
I was looking for the right of first selection, but it's just GX choosing first pick. It does signify that they have some power pick somewhere, so they must be cooking, because right now when I'm thinking of most teams, when they want to make their adaptations, they want to make it through counter picks. So it is especially important walking to the next draft that first pick is something that enables everyone else to play League of Legends.
Yeah, and I just want them to target AD carries and first pick the best one. Like, that's a simple game plan. Super easy.
Nice.
Ban strong AD carries, pick the best one still.
Execute it, don't make any mistakes. But it's Navi that is one game away from playing in Barcelona in our LEC versus Finals weekend. Let's see if GX, the Spanish org, can bring it back. We'll be right back.
Brother, let me try.
Wait, brother. Let us break this instead.
brother.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
What is this, brother?
Perfection.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Hey Jun. What? Do you know that I love you? No, you don't. Yes, I do. Jun, you cannot stop my feelings. No, I can. Okay, Jun, if we win LEC, I will kiss you, okay? Oh.
Yes, sir.
Nico. I'm dead. You guys can play Nico on flash? Yeah. Play here. You can hit or no?
Look.
Nico, yeah, go back. Looking good.
Around ult.
Is still no flash?
Go Nash. Snakes, Bobby.
Nice. Good job. Good early,
Good job, bro.
Was that why Jun had a poor performance?
I was going to say the same thing.
Everyone had the same one.
So mean, though. Look.
I mean, love is not always reciprocal.
Yeah. That's true. Unrequited love, you know. We'll see. We'll see. Maybe GX can make the finals run. I'm going to be honest, things are not looking good after that game one, but I think for GX, they're really hoping to mount a massive comeback performance, hoping to find their footing. We're hoping to see a bit more of a stable, kind of stock standard draft, I think, here on the caster desk. I like when teams cook, but in an elimination game and now, elimination round, elimination game at this point, let's keep it to the standard.
I like when teams cook but still play to their strengths, right? And I feel like that's what Giant X didn't do. He kind of got a little bit of cooking, but it wasn't exactly what got Giant X into the position that they're in. And especially as Giant X have kind of said, like in that interview with Kyoto with Shocks at the start of the day, that they want to focus on Worlds and they want to focus on that through play in playoffs. Like, you'd at least hope you can make it to the best of fives and really showcase what you're capable of and find that practice.
I do think ease of execution is a big one for me in draft. I want something that can just team fight and play front to back. I don't think Giant X has currently the expertise to play difficult to execute comps where you need to play side lane well and you need a lot of things to actually execute. But also just gameplay-wise, I need Noah and Jun to step up. They need to be the difference maker in this series because those are the two players that I can actually see going above and beyond and actually carrying Giant X through the finish line, and they did not show that in game one.
That they did not. We're still seeing, though, on the side of GX, multiple targeted bans pointed towards Relech, taking away the flex of the Ambessa as well as the Zehen. And now an immediate Rise lock-in for Jackie's. Has had a couple good performances on the pick so far. Maybe this gives him some more individual agency. But let's see what the response is now from Poby.
Yeah, we haven't seen the Anivia or the Cassiopeia, mostly because Poby's actually got his hands on the Rise. So curious to see if he wants to go towards either of those picks or what his answer is going to be. But you imagine it's going to be the AD carry focus with Yunara still there. Easiest pickup.
Yeah, probably I would imagine the Yunara Corki trade would make a lot of sense here. And it's going to be the Anivia for Poby. We'll see what skin he goes and if it's Betty approved.
He didn't know bats were animals. We can't be taking skin advice from him, bro. It's
he also said, like, Black Frost Anivia is the best skin in the whole game. So
especially with the new Galio skin.
Okay, so to be fair, when that skin came out,
it was
10 years
insane.
ago.
Yes.
Yeah, I felt really good about
very
it.
well. I agree.
Yeah.
But it's not the best skin in the game. I mean, come on. As Jarvan's now locked in for Relech. Wait, Jarvan? Come on. Are you kidding me?
You're saying this, and I agree. We do like it when Relech cooks. I wonder what it opens up for Mainter to play. It's not always a strategy that's worked for them, giving Mainter more of the carry role, letting Relech be more of a facilitator, but you already have an Anivia. Yeah, you already have some nice circle synergy coming through, a lot of ways to stop this Rise, who's a pretty immobile champion, albeit a very fast one, from doing a lot.
I feel like you would rather just go something like the Aatrox yourself, and then look to flex that, and then go Cassandra on 3 for Mainter, as he's shown a lot of good games on it. But now it's going to be the Xin Zhao answer from Isma here, and a Cassandra takeaway from Lot, trying to take away that tank pick from Mainter. And probably, if I were to have a little guess, the Gnar is going to be the pickup for Mainter.
Yeah, but I feel like, I mean, you get a ton of value here from Navi's draft, right? Because, I mean, if you go for the Gnar, great synergy with the Anivia. You've got a really good matchup. That's an LCS shout out. A really good matchup then as well for, like, the playing around this mid lane. And also you've got a ton of people that want to run at you that are relatively short range. So Anivia just gets a lot of value as well. Like, I'm not really a fan of, like, the way Giant X have drafted into this Anivia.
For me, I'm not a fan of how Navi's drafted. I feel like you just saw Relech hop off on Kiana and Mainter doing what Mainter does best, have a good game on a tank, and now you decide to try to sweep it up in essentially what would be your game to make it to Barcelona.
Yeah, I tend to like the Jarvan into things that are a bit more mobile in the mid lane, though, because you got that Cataclysm, you can get value from Rise, kind of short range compared to the Anivia, so you get that setup and you can just play from trying to just kill the Rise in the Cataclysm, right? It's not quite a hot pot, it's like a frozen pot. I don't know how to, like, it's the same thing, right?
Ice pot? Cold noodles. Cold noodles.
Like an igloo.
Cold, sure.
Because you make a little circle.
It's a hot pot. No, we call it an igloo. I like that. I thought we were on food, but yeah, but it works.
Frozen pot doesn't really make sense.
Does it? Huh. Never mind. Gonna move on. There might have been a double entendre there. We're gonna avoid that one. I heard people laughing in Fnatic jerseys.
I think
anyway,
they just do that this week.
We did see, okay, a Lucian ban came out. We saw this basically exact same composition, although it was Isma on the Aatrox with Noah and Jun playing the Lucian Nami yesterday, which was good until it wasn't.
It was not the Lucian Nami's fault.
It wasn't the Lucian Nami's fault.
Noah and Jun had a lot of pressure on that pick, and it makes me wonder what somebody is going to look to go for.
I was going to say the Corki.
Corki is like the safe vanilla pick, but Aphelios, if you're feeling a little bit more spicy, Aphelios is really good into the first 3 picks of Giant X, but the only thing is you're blind picking ADCs, so it's a little bit scary.
Oh, it's also okay. Immediate time, because I was going to say with the Jarvan as well, you do get a lot of value if you can force something that doesn't have, you know, the Valkyrie on the opposite side, but Ashe Seraphine incredibly strong on that bottom side.
I mean, we just picked Ashe Seraphine into Jarvan. We're really making this Jarvan pick Exodia here for Relatch. So if there was a time for him to prove that he can play normal junglers, it's this game.
Yeah, it certainly is. On the other side for GX, though, I do really like having the Ashe and Seraphine because we saw a lot play this K'Sante into Gnar the other day against a comp with an Inivi on it. He didn't do anything. I cannot think of a single team fight where this man could get on top of a key target, but now, with the Seraphine ult coming from behind him, the Ashe arrows, the slows to set him up for success, there's a really clear path forward for him to disrupt some of this backline action and maybe be able to build in a bigger advantage in team fights.
I do also like that it's given Giant X's bot lane the ability to be hyper-aggressive in the lane, because that is when Noah and Jun have shined their best. The only thing I'm concerned about is, once you get past level 6, this Anivia gets pushed on Rise. It makes it very difficult for Giant X to kind of rotate first down towards the bottom side, and I think that's where if Na'Vi can put their focus on towards trying to find picks in the bot lane, trying to play to punish the immobility of Ashe and Seraphine, they can look to snowball through that.
I think there's a lot to like here from Giant X. They have a nice kind of Ooga Booga comp that can just go forward, Seraphine shields, you press your buttons and you should win in team fights. The only worry I have is, as you said, Dagda, it's a very immobile bot lane that wants to play very aggressive, and we saw when Casey played it up against G2 that all Skewmon had to do was put some attention down in bot lane, and it's really easy for the Jarvan to get a Cataclysm going, get some flashes going, and then get some kills.
Yeah, we have seen how powerful it can be in isolation if they are able to maybe split the map or do something else. But here we go, game 2 of the series between Na'Vi and GX. GX finding themselves on the cusp of elimination for the 4th split in a row. This team could end in the 5th, 6th position. But a victory will bring us to a game 3, one step closer to top 4 for this Giant X lineup.
Minions have spawned.
It's really all on Noah and Jun, I feel like. The rest of the cast are supporting members here, with Jackie's wanting to try to use this Rise to roam down to the bot lane. Lot just wants to survive up in top, and Isma is the proactive aspect of Giant X's comp to try to help out Noah and Jun in this bot lane domination. But I'm really curious how this bot lane matchup's going to go. It's double range, so it can go both ways, but Ashe and Seraphine should have the early advantage and the push. But there's a lot of skill expression on both sides, so we'll see how they play it out.
I'm nervous for GX, but this is the part of the game where nothing's going to happen, so I'm going to have to just hold those nerves, as I imagine the players might feel similar, although who knows, maybe they feel unleashed in this high-pressure scenario.
Wouldn't say that so soon. It's a very explosive bot lane matchup, Draco, so you can see the trades coming out already. Heal burn from Jun, and matched by Paris. Somebody decided to use the barrier as well. This is a 2-for-1 summoner advantage for Giant X, and you can see them getting the push already.
We're doing a good job level 1 though of actually getting a majority of Jackie's health bar. So already like pretty explosive lanes so far.
Maybe looking to set up the beat drop, the snare. If they get the slow, he'll have the double cast, which guaranteed the stun. Is we pan over to the jungle, and junglers are just continuing to clear.
It's a good early ward though from Noah and Jun in towards that Tribrush on bottom side, because Jarvan level 3, very strong in the gank. And I imagine looking at where Isma's moving, probably going to try and place a ward spot out if the Jarvan is going to move through river, just to try and spot that out. So already Giant X trying to make sure there is no way that you can interact on this bottom side, but also now moving in towards mid lane.
Yeah, a lot of trading here on mid. We'll see if Jackie's goes for the flash root.
Flash root is going to be the follow-up. W flash coming in from Isma, immediate egg, and now going to be the follow-up kill. Solid early game play coming in from GX, making good use of the Rise setup for Isma.
It's clean. The execution is there. Flash root from Jackie's. The trades that Poby had earlier, you highlighted, Dagda. It was really good by Poby, but it puts you at risk. And Isma is the one to punish first. He does just 3 camps, skips the full clear to gank mid lane here and secure first blood.
Importantly, though, both flashes down for jungle and mid. Now potentially a window of opportunity for Na'Vi to fight back. Reletch on the Jarvan. Yes, a very linear champion, but one who has the CC to try and punish Jackie's mid. If they can't get something out of this, it's purely a loss that Poby went down this early.
Reletch going to be spotted on that ward as well as he goes towards Crab, so I imagine Isma going to try and get back up towards top, but he kind of has to clear his own jungle, so Reletch has an opportunity here, and I think he's going to take it to try and go for both Scuttle Crabs and try and set himself up early, but actually fishing for Isma instead.
Yeah, I would think that he would just take the reward of the double crab due to Isma's pathing, but instead he's waiting for Isma. But Isma is not wanting to go for the wolves.
Yeah, it knows that then they must be going for bottom side, and his bot lane is incredibly low.
Yeah, this could be a dive for Giant X here, as Reletch is taking out the wolves. But maybe they don't want to go for it.
We've seen this before. Relich playing for his own advantage, trying to get something back after enemy jungler ended up with an early kill.
This is a free dive. There's no heal. There's no barrier. Somebody is just going to die.
Somebody should just fall here. Isma taking his time. Wind becomes lightning, but Noah going to grab the kill. Knockup onto Chun is good, but the blinking health bar is still there. Isma now going to try to make it out. We'll be able to dash away. We've got the full team collapsing on the bottom side now as Relich tries to get a kill back. He's going to get one. Poby ready to go over the wall in an instant, but even though he has flashes a little bit late, he decides a little too late that he wants to get it done as Isma will drop the tower, gets the kill. We got a flash out from Noah who waits for the flag and drag from Relich, so Na'Vi could have gotten so much more.
It's Poby's hesitation. He's not sure if Isma is recalling in the bush or if he's walking around, so he already uses the Q, which means that he flashes too late and he can't actually reach him. But I love what Isma did, skipping the wolves and going straight for this bot dive. It allows him for Giant X bot lane to just play really aggro, get the good trade, so they get the free dive, and Relich is here, but it's too late.
But I think it's also a misread from Relich. I think he saw the wolves and was like, okay, Isma's immediately gone top to try and get the crab, and that's where he's gone to. But it means that then Isma actually gets into the bottom side for free. And again, you already kind of called it, Jack. The flash needed to happen much sooner from Poby there. Just commit so you can get the kill. But now he's down a flash, doesn't pick up what he wants to. And it's Na'Vi already falling behind in this bottom lane.
This is concerning because level 6 comes around for the Ashe Seraphine bottom lane. It's just so easy to set up these plays to force more. The good news, I guess, Na'Vi's bot lane has their sums back up. So it's not going to be quite that simple to just continue to play around bot, but it's something that has to be respected.
I also think, gentlemen, when I look at bot lane, I see this. I see a barrier on Corki into Ashe stun, Seraphine stun, Seraphine charm, Rise, point and click route. This is going to be very, very difficult.
I understand. You would have preferred heal, right? Heal?
Yeah,
Ignite? Exhaust?
Maybe TP, actually.
Actually, TP.
Because then when he dies, he can just TP back.
It's safe to say there's no obvious choice, Jack, for what he should have picked.
Thank you.
Yeah, maybe Cleanse. maybe Cleanse would have been a little better.
There is a timing window for Relich here, though. Will finish Krugs, hit level 6, and can potentially play on bot. Because with Isma actually trying to play for this gank on bot lane, he's super far behind when it comes to experience. So with the level advantage, I think Na'Vi can force a play, but there's a lot of vision on this bottom side. And I don't know how confident Relich is feeling here.
That's not certain.
Like just
Ping's going down on the Drake. He's level 6. There's no flash mid. There's no flashes bot. Surely this is the time. Jackie's in that trade. I mean, Poby already just burned his cooldown, so Jackie's walks away for now. Isma in a position to cover if there's a mid lane dive, and I think Relich's looking a little bit lost, a little bit scattered, not quite sure where he wants to try and make a play.
Looks like he can just, I thought he might just hop over the wall and start dragging, to be honest. Is he just going to try and waste time in the bot push?
I think it's just the lack of vision. Like, he doesn't know where enemy wards are, so he's worried that bot side is warded. So he doesn't go through there, and then he goes through mid and encounters a pink ward and kind of wastes his extra tempo and just has to recall, open to wolves, open to blue buff, I mean.
I don't know. I feel like the poker logic in this scenario is you literally saw him hawkshot your Drake, so they probably don't have vision there, unless you think Noah's, you know, 5 steps ahead of you. I think he could have just went over and started it once he sees the hawkshot go rise.
Maybe he was scared of a warded tri-bush. I don't know. I'm trying to justify his logic here.
That's fair. We're not inside his head.
That's true. We also have perfect vision, so it's kind of easy for us to say what should be done.
Yes, the peanut gallery. How could you not know 100%?
Like, Isma was in base, Relich. How did you not know this?
How did you not know that? On the top side, Mainter building in a lead against Lot. This is kind of expected, and again, we saw the exact opposite in the previous game when it was Sion against Gwen, but we're not seeing too great of a lead quite yet. Lot being able to get back and get the tabbies, excuse me, the play the steel caps before we even have, you know, a 400, 500 gold lead means that I think Mainter not able to be as dominant as some of the times we've seen this matchup.
I think it will just continue with Mainter having decent control, and Relich, from the position that he's in, again, I think could just hard focus on this bottom side. He's got his camps coming back up, and we're looking at a potential invade here. We'll push from Giant X on bottom mid. The ping's already going down in the red buff, but Isma is a level down, but Samdi is resetting.
Yeah, Samdi is so chunked from these bot trades that I think any fight in bot side right now should be pretty winning for Isma. As long as he doesn't start it too early here, but bot lane already rotating. Relich has to respect.
Jackie's here as well. Poby's starting to move, but has to be really careful. Noah has access to the arrow. If they see Poby, they can just fire the arrow and kick this thing off. They see Poby. He is stone cold. He just walks slightly to the left, and now it's Isma who's in trouble, who's forced to ult. Tidal wave going out. They're going to find the follow-up knockup, but there's 3 members here. That's going to be the encore coming in from Joan. Multi-member stun. Relix looking for the knock. He doesn't quite have the damage. Finishes, kills himself as Samdi starts to walk forward. Navi in the extended fight, holding under their junglers. Jackie's flashing forward to finish off the enemy. Samdi also going to fall in the extended exchange. GX are just so much stronger. Flash in from Joan. The final auto won't get it done.
GX group up and take out Navi in the fight. They were in such a strong position, and Navi scrambling to try and catch up to the play, and it's Giant X who win out.
Just barely lacking the damage there from Navi. Relech gets the ulti onto Isma after Isma flashes away. As we'll see in the replay here, it starts off with Poby just barely dodging the Ash Arrow. It kind of looked like it would hit, but it didn't. And then Isma gets chunked. He's forced to ulti. Really good E away from the Jarvan EQ. And then he's forced to flash the Nami Q here. You can see Relech this whole time holds the ulti up until Isma flashes, then flash ultis, but Isma buys so much time that Relech actually ends up going down due to Jackie's flashing forward, and then it's just Nami, Seraphine gap. This is their comfort zone, these long, extended fights with the slows, with the healing and shielding. That's what they live for.
Samdi also stayed for a long time on that bottom side before moving up, which forced him then to use the flash to play, but yeah, he should be fine. But it does mean that, like, I think there, a little bit of miscommunication between Navi, because if Samdi had actually just walked up immediately, he wouldn't have had to flash into the fight and wouldn't have gone down first, or have to stick around to go down off of the overextension. So Navi, I don't think the best response on the play either.
No, and I think Navi maybe still playing in that comfort zone of last game where they just had much more damage. Of course, he doesn't have that completed item, uses the initial burst combo. Relech getting the Cataclysm on 2, but the follow-up isn't quite there, whereas the sustained damage, you highlighted Noah and Jun, Jackie's as well, just doing so much more work in the extended fight. It's level 8 versus level 10, and Jackie's is winning this. His mains are forced to flash. Just running for the hills, but Maynter hasn't spent any money. He's just doesn't have any items.
I was going to say the two nice sidesteps from Maynter, though. Dodges 2 of the Qs from Jackie's, which kind of stopped him from going down. And it was the only that the Rune Prison came in that Jackie's managed to hit one. So saving Maynter's life, did force the flash, but at least will survive.
Maynter got the plate, and he did have to burn his flat for it, but still up quite a decent bit of gold on Lot here, and probably pretty close to the Trinity Force. As he now finally takes his base.
But I think we've really just flipped the script in terms of last game. We've seen a lot of the same things we saw there.
Done.
Stepping too far forward. They did see the flash burn in the previous play. Instant Cataclysm going to catch Noah as well. That's crucial. Noah flashing for his life. The tidal wave now there to follow. Isma going to try and cover. Ulti from Noah should stop the play in its tracks, and it will do so.
Relech was on a ward, though. Jun, I think, was trying to play base, waiting for his jungler and Isma to come down. But Relech is just able to EQ over the wall and set up for the play. They knew he had no flash.
I think he dodged the vision with how he played on the wall, but I'm not sure. I think Giant X were caught unaware there with how Relech played it, but maybe we can see it in the replay.
Because he was just standing right next to it at the wall, so unless it's like a bump in the wall or something, but he just walked straight past it.
Little oopsies to start the bottom side play. Still, Noah finds himself with a pretty significant goal lead. Relech holding onto a very small one of his own as the Dragon's getting started.
He walks up into vision of it, so...
I think he doesn't get spotted.
Oh,
yeah.
there is a little bump there.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah, he doesn't get spotted.
False sense of security.
I mean, especially with the Hawk shot as well, it makes a lot of sense how Giant X died from this. This kind of highlights why, as casters, we can sometimes say, oh, it's always how they die. And then it's like, no, it's like they don't know mission.
All right, well, bad word placement then, all right? Let me complain.
Let me complain. Let us also shout out the observers. Good job highlighting the Division
really
observers. Defenders of the professional players. Those
I
observers.
can't really complain about the observers. They're great.
No, they're killing it. That said, Maynter, gold lead, Relech, small gold lead. Noah still ahead the bottom lane. Kraken Slayer is going to be a problem. He was already winning extended trades. It's only going to be more one-sided.
And no first dragon for Navi, although Relech is angry.
Knockup is there. Still have access to the wall. Chain CC. Jackson really hasn't been able to do much of anything. Isma now going in, but Dragon Strike there from Relech, and yeah, plain and simple.
I mean, that's a lot of power of this mid lane jungle combo. You have so much CC with both Anivia and Jarvan. Not a whole lot of damage. As you can see, it took a while to take down Jackson, but now Maynter going in 1v2.
Yeah, kill Jun. One-shot Jun as Relech is on the way up. Oh, go no! That one! He's going to get the kill, but that was quite awkward.
An alley-whoop.
Flash forward! The alley-whoops continues. This time, though, looks like they're going to be able to duck him down as Noah wants to get a kill back on Maynter, but it's a double coming in for Relech.
Hey, Relech heard you, Drakehouse. Put some respect on his name. He flashes in. He picks up Noah as well. And that's 2 kills going to Navi. And they're going to get the top tower, and the gold has swung back in their favor.
And this has been a great series from Roulette. She has looked absolutely fantastic in game 1, now again in game 2, making this Jarvan work. And we kind of talked about in draft about how vulnerable some of these lanes from Giant X are, but he's just putting on a clinic when it comes to it.
Yeah, definitely. And we saw some vulnerability early on, some missteps. It felt like he was falling behind, but has managed to navigate his way through this middle stage of the game after those first few minutes to just find kill after kill after kill. 6 out of 6 in terms of overall kill participation, not dissuaded by falling behind a little bit early on.
And I have to apologize to Relich, because I was disappointed when I saw the Jarvan pick. I wanted something spicier, but hey, if you're going to play into 4 or 3 immobile carries and then actually punish them when their flash is down like this and just play a really good game, you sold me. I'm sold.
So if he plays it good, you're fine with it.
Yeah.
Is what you're saying.
That's what, I mean, at the end of the day, they're paid professional players and they're here to win. So if they win, how can I complain? What am I going to sit here and say, no, he's not winning how I want him to win?
That is the foundational content of European League of Legends.
Oh.
How do we beat Korea, right? That's,
Oh,
that's our fallback. That's how we always...
but he must play
But that
Kiana.
wouldn't work against Faker, or would it?
Genji.
No, Relich absolutely popping. The J4, we've seen it too, right? We saw this from Skewmon in the previous week. Once you get rolling, if you can find a lead, if you're not playing this Jarvan from behind, it really feels like you can just pick fights anywhere on the map at any time.
And I do think it gets a lot of value as you start to get later into the drafts, because you do end up with a lot of immobile picks, especially when you look in the mid lane. Like once Azir's gone, I don't think there's many answers to it in the draft. And unless you want to fall back to things like the Zeri that we start to see a little bit over the LCK, once you start to drift in towards like Corki being gone and some of these other picks taken away, there's just not an awful lot of safety that's still left on these AD carries either.
True. Does mean if we go to a game 3, it's going to be that much more complicated. Now need to see what GX can look like in a setup around this Herald. Have access to the Encore, Jun's ultimate, Noah's ulti as well. GX have so many good tools to force the fight. The Cataclysm, though, is a big concern.
He's getting chunked there by the Herald. And Giant X, they had full control, but already now with just the Na'Vi walking up, they have to drop it. Jun getting slightly poked out here. Now Na'Vi can push in this mid wave. Mainter's taking bot tower as well. The map is just falling apart for Giant X.
And this is similar to what we saw in game 1. Na'Vi just going in towards their side lanes, playing well on the map, making it uncomfortable thanks to the pushing waves for Giant X to really contest. And we're seeing a very similar story here. Control everywhere. Na'Vi take the objective, and no cross map to speak of for Giant X.
Yeah, it's so difficult for Giant X. Na'Vi are pushing in both side lanes. And while the Giant X does have the first dragon, and there's gonna be, like, if Na'Vi were to play for Soul this game, it would be a very long game due to how late these dragons were taken. It's still a big gold lead for Na'Vi, and it really swung against Giant X's favor, and it must feel bad for Giant X. This is your elimination game, the do or die game, and you have that early lead. You have the potential, but now it looks like you're going 5th once again.
And it's the same exact elimination game we've seen for 4 splits consecutively. This is a roster that kept all 5 of its members, that has ambitions of Worlds. Well, Kyoto talked about, hey, we're not that serious about Winter. We want time. Worlds is a very far way away. You'd feel like you'd have a leg up, like you would have progressed further than any of these teams that are just coming together. And while the early game and this one looked like that might be the case, like we might see that level, it's once again falling apart.
And for Giant X, it's a roster that's, as you say, stuck together, so you're hoping that they'd be able to fix some of the mistakes, but unfortunately, lots, hang on.
Going all in on a Poby. In the slow zone.
Oh, missed the Q.
The wall has divided them. Now the rest of the team maybe looking to start something off. Ooh, arrow not connecting. Probably just stymies the play there as Poby is running on to the wrong side of the map in the top lane.
Some freaky action happening up in top here as Poby is just running, continuing to run.
Just getting weird with it. Thank you for observers for the Poby cam.
Yeah.
I want a full screen. This is what I care about.
No,
okay,
the Drake. Let's remember who's playing. The Drakes are important. 1v1 continuing. Drake at the same time. Never mind, it's Poby cam time. Lot surely going to win out on this one as Poby.
Does he?
Starting to bamboozle him. Lot's decided he no longer wins this one and will run away. But GX have gotten the Drake. Taking it away from Na'Vi as instantly the trigger's going to get pulled here by Relich. The objective already down. The tidal wave comes through to interrupt Isma. Samdi uses the barrier. And both sides walking away. Na'Vi using a lot there when the Drake was already gone.
Mainter just wasn't really in position. It already hit the Mega Gnar. So Relich trying to basically give him a wall and maybe some setup. But Na'Vi kind of fumbling the play. Push on bot, doesn't really net them anything. They try to use the Herald mid. Sure, they get some plates. But kind of doing too many things at once and end up burning the Brawl.
Yeah, Navi wasn't really sure if they wanted to contest the Drake or not, and then when they finally went for it, the Drake was already gone. But this is the sliver of hope that Giant X needed. But he's gonna be fine, and they're getting the tier 2 on board, so... Oh, that's arrow from downtown!
Look at the arrow! Look at the arrow! Main turn, probably dead. Yeah,
very
that's
dead.
Gonna be it. Well played.
Very dead.
Very
dead.
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 Dead. Okay.
That was a good arrow.
That was a really good arrow. I didn't see how far away he was.
Pretty
But
far
Noah. Some love for Noah. Justified. 2-1 and 5. Man's been making stuff happen. Those first 2 arrows, they went a little awry. That third one, really connecting. Finding the mark as he's now level 11, so the cooldown that much shorter. And he's got that second item too. Still has to play against the Jarvan, which is frustrating. But feeling more optimistic as the gold lead shrinks down to 3,000.
I'm kind of... I think that the surprising part to me is just kind of how much control Giant X are having. Because you do have a 3k gold lead, but LEC getting caught now again.
Completely caught out here. Isma going to follow, has another knockup ready to go. Jun going to look for a little bit more damage. Luckily, the flag and drag does manage to get him out, but it's red buff secured for GX.
Yeah, SMD's having so much trouble contesting this Ashe Seraphine on mid wave that it's opening up then for Giant X to actually like find these picks and find these plays. So when it is Navi who, you know, started off well, it's Giant X with the tempo, and Giant X now finding ways to diminish that gold lead.
But I'm so glad that we're getting an actual better look at Giant X, because this is the highlight of this team. The strength of this team is Noah and Jun, how well they can play together, and how well they enable the rest of Giant X to play, and that's exactly what they've been doing this game. Shutting down Reletch where they can, getting the Isma leads, getting those dragons, and this is Noah and Jun and Giant X at their best.
And it is. Isma waiting in the darkness. Has to be careful not to step too far forward. Reletch already getting things kicked off. They're just trading places, however, as the ulti is still going to connect. The arrow to follow onto Reletch. If they can find the kill onto the jungler, they might just turn their attention to the Baron. GX don't find the initial angle. Mainter, Meganor about to fail as he gets another knockback onto Lot, who can't do anything but flash away to safety. The last little bit of frostbite there. The last E from the Anivia, not able to empty the health bar.
Not quite able to make it happen. Mainter gonna, Lot's gonna have to go back to base. But it's a minute still until this next objective. So we're just going to have to run it back around 2.
Yeah, and it was just flash for flash burnt. Crucially, it's Reletch, the jungler of Navi, that used flash, so it's going to be a lot harder for him to try to access the pit if he wants to go for a steal, or if he wants to go for a crazy engage on Noah and Jun. As now Noah might have
just going
overstepped.
all in. He definitely did overstep. Jun going to try to heal him if necessary. Rocket.
That's no flash on Noah now. Reletch is going to have the ulti up for the Drake. Big mistake from Noah here.
Stepping too far forward. Zombie in those extended skirmishes, obviously not able to win out, but the immediate burst, especially with this Imperial mandate, still makes him a big threat as Povey might be in trouble. He's essentially out of mana, so there's no way he should be able to win out on the 1v1 here. And once again, he's running into enemy territory. He's gonna fall here. Jackie's finding the side lane pick. This should be it, the flash away. Jackie's just gonna accept it.
Povey's getting away with some crimes here, I feel like, getting out of these situations. And now Povey has the TP, so he can look the TP. Jackie's has no TP.
Ooh, hops away from the arrow. That's important, but the extra movement speed now coming in. Mainter in trouble. Knockup is there. He's a tired guy, so he's not even stacking rage quite yet. Third proc on the Hyper, but now the Ashe is here with the Frost Shot, and down he goes.
It's everything kind of falling apart from Navi. Reletch pulled top to try and help out Povey, which gave Giant X position, which put Mainter overextended. And now a potential third dragon for Giant X.
Jackie's off to the side. Has the Realm Warp, has the flash. I think they'll be content with just the Drake as Jackie spotted out. The shielding coming in from Jun though. So hard for them to keep this poke.
Reletch with no flash. If he enters the pit, he's going to die, and that would be Nash for Giant X.
Flash forward from Jackie's immediate encore coming in from Jun. That's going to be Povey taken down, or at least forced in the egg. Navi have no recourse. They're starting to run, but with their mid laner gone, Baron might be on the table for GX.
I think that's exactly it, Draco. Giant X, they're going to Realm Warp in. We were questioning if they were showing up today, but they're slapping Navi down where they stand.
Giant X came to play. They've got 3 dragons. They're on the Nash. Reletch needs to do a miracle here. He has the smite. It's 5k. Can he get in?
Q3 pulling through. Pathmaker going wide, but he's going to pull him back. Reletch tries to get back in, but the buffer only takes him deeper into the waiting arms of GX, not into the range of the Baron. Zombie, good poke back. But again, the CC there just in time. Mainter now has to run for his life. It's GX with the Baron. Noah with the kills to close it out.
And there's so much CC on this Giant X squad. This is the team comp that we were looking for. Infinity Edge completed on Noah. and he is an absolute menace in these team fights here.
Yeah, I thought this was going to be a hit and run from Giant X, but it's kind of hit, and Navi has to run. Because every single time, it's just Navi out of position. Mainter coming through here, but Navi weren't ready to follow up. You had no ultimate, and just completely caught out on the play. And a lot of that, again, is coming back to the fact that Puppy got caught on side, but now it's Jackie's.
Jackie's looks like he's going to be caught on side. Nice sidestep on the wall up. The Gnar knocks him back in, so no room to outplay that one. However, the rest of the team is pushing in mid lane. Navi limiting the effectiveness of the Baron by finding that side lane pick, but they will now likely concede this mid lane tier 2.
It's a big mistake by Jackie's, though. It's a good pick by Navi, but it does mean that now it's going to be a pretty underwhelming Nash for Giant X. They did get the mid tower, and they got a few plates in mid, but I don't think they'll really get much more than that. So then it all comes down to the soul fight in the next 3 minutes.
But Noah will have Flash back up for that fight. Didn't even need it in the previous one. And all it takes is in the minutes leading up for that, for them to find that major pick, force a Flash with the arrow, get a couple kills. A lot of tools to just make this easy for GX. They also have the Hawk Shot for additional vision, so even if they fall a bit behind in the setup, they just feel so favored.
Yeah, and the fact that you're kind of seeing how vulnerable Poby is in a side lane is just giving that opportunity for Giant X to find those picks, use that ultimate from the Ashe to set up for the plays. And suddenly, you know, there was a sizable gold in on Mainter, not looking as hot anymore. Navi not able to find that or play off of the Corki Nami. For Giant X, as long as they can keep this push up, it feels like the soul should be theirs.
Yeah, it's a really easy comp to execute for Giant X. They just need to group up. Seraphine is providing so much value, which is really outscaled Nami at this point with how much healing, shielding, and CC she provides. So now Noah looks for the arrow.
Paris flashing.
But it's basically for nothing. Like, that arrow is going to be back up in 40 seconds. So from Navi's perspective, you're just down a summoner.
Makes it that much harder, and again, this is the ease that we were talking about. They can constantly fish. The CC is non-committal. They throw an arrow, it misses. It's not the end of the day with this kind of advantage. It's only a 300 gold lead, but the combat's a good spot until Jackie's gets caught up by the wall, likely now to fall. Encore for a bit extra healing. Jackie's trying to run for his life. Down he goes. Cataclysm coming through. Noah caught in the pit. Now Poby's there to follow up. The ice just cutting him down, freezing him, and GX, they've thrown it all away. Are you kidding me? A catastrophe in the bottom lane.
It's a huge mistake from Jackie's. He walks up, and it's 3 kills for Na'Vi as they pounce on the opportunity. They will push out bot, and the one saving grace for Giant X is the fact that it's still not soul time.
And you would think that Ashe would want to be in the igloo. She does not want to be in the igloo. I think if there's one thing that we've learned, because it looked like Noah was just going to live, but finally Poby's able to get the owl reactivated, but it starts with Jackie's, a major fumble.
He has no flash, and just immediately gets walled off. That was not the position at all, and as you say, like, Noah and Ismar are just getting burnt here. Even the fact you get the knock-up with the resurrection just coming through from LEC was perfect. But a massive fumble from Giant X. They will still spawn in time for the soul, but all these waves are going to be pushed out. Our Navi will be the ones that can set up on the objective, and now you have to face check again with crucial summoner spells down.
And the morale for Navi, it's been revitalized after that play. It felt like the game was slipping out of their grasp, but now they know all they need is one more fight. As Poby puts up the wall, they get a good chunk onto Lot here. Lot is just taking damage, sticking down. Lot has the TP. But Mainter is continuing to push in top. Really good macro by Navi as they're continuing to pressure top, and Lot has to answer.
Still good patience. You're right, it's so crucial because they don't need to overforce their hand here. Isma has the flash. It's easy for him to get into that pit, but now that a wall has blocked him off, he might be in trouble. They force the ulti out early. Mainter's blocking the top lane tower in the meantime. Immediate cleanse. That's the Mikhail's. Actively used by Paris to keep things close. Mainter on the way down. Mega Gnar stack. Navi can turn to this Drake if they so choose, but I think we're going to get the full-on 5v5. No, with no ulti. They're trying to catch relets in the meantime. Mainter ready to go Mega, but that means GX should start to back away. Noah wants to get a little bit more damage, a little bit more control, fighting over the mid push. GX need to wait out this Mega Gnar before they fight.
But Giant X are playing this perfect. They can just keep healing this entire time, so Navi losing out in that poke war. And Giant X, they know it. They're starting to circle.
They're starting to descend. Jackie splash forward, immediate follow with the encore. Fantastic.
Oh my God.
Wave does absolutely nothing. Now Noah, untouched, allowed to do whatever he pleases for now. It's just hitting onto the Gnar, finding that bit of extra damage. Jackie's looking to finish off Mainter. It is devastation as GX takes the fight.
It's a 4-man encore from Jun, and it's Noah and Jun in the final fight that put the nail in the coffin to secure Giant X a chance at Barcelona.
Giant X said we're ready to do it again. Immediately they get the kill and immediately they turn towards an exit. We are going towards a game number 3, it feels like, but honestly, can they end here?
15 seconds.
They're gonna try. I mean, Paris needs to do a miracle.
Oh, LEC intensifies. The arrow hits. The support is dead. The runway is open.
It's gonna be close. I mean, Samdi is gonna spawn alongside Relet.
4 seconds. Surely this is it. Noah just deletes the tower. There's no way. Relech is here. Samdi is here. Dragging through. Isma immediately gonna go for the disengage. Relech is dead. The game is over. GX bringing us back to a game 3. Samdi cannot do it on his own. Poby cannot do it on his own. They do need to hit the Nexus. GX hit the neck. Okay, we're going to a game 3.
A Giant X. They're a crazy team to watch. It goes back and forth. But finally, they're able to make it work through Noah and Jun. A great draft, a great matchup, and a fantastic performance.
And let's hear about that performance. Shock standing by with Noah just in time with the microphone.
Noah, the first game, you got beaten by the guy you said that you wouldn't get beaten by. Tell me about the revenge in game 2.
Yeah, I mean, we still had like confidence after one game because I think one game we did one mistake and that game was like a bit hard, you know. So yeah, and so we just had confidence, you know. So
okay, tell me about game 3.
I mean, we're gonna stomp.
You gonna stomp?
Yes.
I love it. Go talk to your team and talk about how you're gonna stomp them. And I'm gonna go to the desk. I don't need this. I think. Oops, I do? No, I don't. Okay, great. What do you think? Is he gonna stomp him? Was it that convincing or not?
I'm not sure if I'm compelled,
Okay.
but I'm a little bit excited because it looks like GX still has some fight in them.
It was a step in the right direction. Honestly, for me, I was just so satisfied that that champion Anivia just lost. Because me and Finn were just sitting backstage and were like, oh my god, he's just so annoying.
If you have never played a melee champion against a good Anivia, you have not suffered.
I mean, so we had the end of the game, right? And Anivia is just like, you know, being annoying and all of that stuff, pissing everyone off for 50 seconds, and then finally she loses. I was just screaming with dopamine. But back to the game, I was really happy with Isma because we memed them with the take notes, but the notes have been taken. And man, did he pop off!
Yeah, he did. Tell me about that early game.
I mean, it just felt like he had everything under control. He was really crucially skipping these camps to really set up his laners. Like that first gank on mid, really making sure this hard matchup for the Rise and Nivea didn't really have the impact that she wanted to have. Also, skipping the Wolves to go for that bot dive. We saw it as well. It was pinged out super early, well communicated by that bot lane of GX. And this is exactly what we highlighted. Noah and Jun are your main characters, and set them up for success. He did, and they definitely delivered.
I mean, what you have with Anivia, I kind of have with Seraphine sometimes, right? And we saw it together in a combo from KC the other day, but you just see how destructive it can be when they clump up, and it was kind of like watching Jaws, some of these fights, because you just know that they were all going to get charmed.
Exactly. It felt like a little bit of a repeat of the KC G2 series, where, you know, you're lacking a lot of firepower, you end up falling extremely behind, you're quite useless for a while, to be honest, but there is this time in the game where the utility is just unmatched. You know, the Ashe is ramped up, the Seraphine. I really like Seraphine because it's an enchanter that it feels like it provides so much for the team, and towards the end, the Seraphine was actually the one that caught the Anivia and just set up the whole game to be snowballed.
Yeah, and I think we're seeing a lot of GX praises right here, but let's bring it back as well to Navi a little bit, because they were quite sloppy this game.
Super.
I expected Navi, when they had these winning game states, to easily get control on a lot of these dragons, but a lot of the time, they were getting caught off right before the dragon spawns, and I'm like, this is not Navi, this is like, Rogue I'm watching right now. I don't understand why they're getting caught off like this. Is it Rogue time already? Because they just kept throwing away these super good positions.
And it's not on Navi, I would say, because it's just GX was actively looking for these plays before every single dragon. It wasn't really like, oh, you know, a miracle happened, and we just randomly caught someone. No, it was them actively forcing, because we saw it before in Drake 2, we saw it before Drake 3, and even now on the last and final Drake, they pulled the trigger, and they were proactively looking to split up Mindter or Poby from the rest of the team, and this was really odd to see from Navi, given that this was exactly what they were doing for the whole split.
Yeah, maybe if we can get that that replay of the final dragon where it kind of all comes together again for GX. And I think it's kind of like forced errors, right? A little bit, right? Because they feel like they have to make a change on positioning. Here they were all clumped up and they just don't engage.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is a little bit frustrating because you have the really good position. You're standing in the river here. The dragon is up. What are you looking for? Like, you're just looking at them, and GX are like, wait, we see that Narbar. We see that Narbar ticking. We just have to wait 15 seconds, and when your Nar is mini, we're just gonna walk up, because what are you gonna do?
Is it like Lee syndrome? Is it like Narbar syndrome? And they actually, the better play is to go and start the dragon and get the Anivia wall up, right?
Definitely, but it also comes a little bit with experience playing Nar. Usually in these situations, you wanna like edge a little bit better. You wanna make sure that you have really high Fury, but you actually don't get your Mega Nar timing off, so you can kind of keep that threat up more from the side lane, or sideline.
True. What about Noah? Did he deliver?
Boy, he did.
Oh boy, he did.
Slowing people.
Yeah, because we had the biggest criticism, or like he was always the one to look at, and I am so happy that he finally got, you know, a great matchup this game. And going into game 3, I really want to see more of this, more productivity from Isma, more productivity from Noah, because everything felt like it finally came into, you know, it fell into position. But yeah, look at that. 30k damage dealt on Ashe, even with the Mosquito build.
What's the Mosquito build?
The Mosquito build
is your
is
damage challenge.
It's when you go Static Shiv, sorry, not Static Shiv, when you go Kraken Slayer into Phantom Dancer, and then you're completely useless for like, you know, 10 minutes.
But, yeah, but you're doing a lot of auto attacks at the same time.
Yeah, so when everything is flying, but then you get item number 3, which is IE, and then you become completely Thanos, you know?
Okay, I see.
So yeah, I always like to see Ashe ramp up, but yeah.
But listen, I'm gonna ask, I think it's this one, because you guys, you cheer for Poby and for Noah, right? I know they're thank you, they're ex-Fnatic players, thank you for that. So who's it gonna be in game 3?
Well, I really hope it's Giant X, because it's 2-1.
There we go. Do you believe him? Is it gonna be Giant X?
This is a hard one. If I would have to say one, I would say Na'Vi.
Okay.
I feel like game 1 Na'Vi was a little bit more convincing, because this game, Giant X, they kinda got by with a little bit of sketchy plays here and there. I feel like in general, I want to see Na'Vi once again. We keep repeating it. Real Edge, please. Pick your champions, bro.
No boring champions. Boring champions.
He did great. What are you guys on about?
No, that's fine.
I'm not mad at him, man.
Kiana was just better.
I just like the Aatrox as well.
Man, you guys are so biased. Like, it's unreal. Because I just want to see, because now it became a battle of adaptation, you know?
Yeah.
Game 2, we saw that the nice adaptation from GX. And now going to game 3, Na'Vi is like, hey, you know, enemy jungler exists. You can gank us both, you know, dodge some vision. Now it becomes an actually a battle of who does better, because I still feel like Real Edge got the better of him. But Isma found these isolated incidents where he was just snowballing the right people.
Yeah.
Okay, so Na'Vi is actually chosen first pick now. So Odamne, you call us biased. If you were have to say who's gonna win next game, would you say GX?
No!
Yeah.
The Rogue spirit lives on forever. I am Team Rogue all the way.
I love Rogue.
But the roster on which he got replaced by the Antonio, though he's got
And Shigenda.
Why did you have to frame it like that? Because so why is it me the target when I replaced him?
Oh, okay, wait. I know, okay. I got replaced by Odamne, LEC champion, Odamne Schalke Miracle Run maker. You got replaced by D'Antonio and Shigenda. Don't judge me by my gameplay, judge me by who replaced me.
So I should judge you by myself?
Yes.
How does that work?
No, because they were so happy to get rid of you, they got someone like whoever they could find.
You're insulting this other player so hard, actually. My apologies to Shigenda and D'Antonio. And we're gonna take a quick break because we need to cool down.
Yeah, I need that one.
And then we'll be
take
back.
one.
Yeah, I'm
Wait, is he switching lanes?
getting the tier 2 on both,
Yeah.
so... Oh, that's from downside!
Look at the arrow!
No, now.
Now drop push. I'm coming. Just sleeping.
Now will die.
There's only we are sleeping, okay? If not to Vega, I will look to German. Yes, kill him.
Now will die.
Yeah, he's dead. Nice, good job.
It's okay, guys.
And.
We got this.
Good.
Oh my god. Every
you got boosted, yeah.
both of us are so fucking dog shit, by the way.
And I think if there's anything that we've learned from that game, it's that we're one step closer to Jackies and Jun kissing.
That's true, I forgot about that.
You gotta remember.
Is this the timeline we're in now? I didn't...
Yeah, that's the timeline I guess we're in.
Hold on, we'll see JoJo play tomorrow. We'll see if we're on a new timeline after that. For now, getting ready for Game 3. Stakes are sky high now. This is the do or die. Both these teams probably would prefer to be playing a best of 5, but the best of 3. They haven't made it deep enough quite yet. One of these teams will be going home. The other team will be going to España.
And it's really going to be all about the draft. You saw in that last game, I think we can all agree, pretty big outdraft by Giant X. They had really good pieces that worked together fantastically. So I really want to see how they set up Noah and Jun for success in this game number 3.
And I like that you're talking about bot lane, but I want to take a brief aside to talk about a lane that no one really cares that much about, and it's top lane. And I really want to say, these top laners, there's not a big enough skill discrepancy that they can play tanks into counter picks. And I really want both sides to play tanks, and that's a Rumble. Never mind. Okay.
Yeah, but Rumble kind of like, you have to, right? You don't really get a choice. It's like you have to play Rumble if Rumble's open. That's your job as a top
But Ornn.
Yeah.
Well, but Ornn. There's an Ornn.
But you can, as Rumble, I think, win out in the matchup, right? I think you can, like,
No,
push
I
away
agree,
and-
but it's the same as about the Gnar and the Cassante and the Gwen and the Sion, and the lead is never big enough to balance out the difference in team fighting impact. Now, Rumble can have big team fighting impact. I'm just saying, I'm immediately skeptical.
Especially with a Yunara on the other side as well. Yunara kind of good, and I don't know what your answer is because the Corki's already taken away. It's just kind of been go-to, so maybe...
Think of Helios. The thing with the Helios is that you're playing into the Ornn, so it's pretty annoying, like the ulti later on. But as long as you get some sort of peel from your teammates, it's a pretty nice matchup into the Yunara. And they can look to go for that Lulu as well. I mean, it's a nice combo, Aphelios Lulu. A little bit disjointed when you think about Aphelios Lulu Rumble. Now, you really need a lot of setup from mid and jungle here to make this composition work, because you pretty much have 3 champions of very limited CC and setup for themselves.
Where is that peeling element going to come from? They have the Lulu already. Maybe more setup is going to be the right path forward. We've seen Yone banned repeatedly, but haven't seen it picked up quite yet. GX looking maybe to just double down on having these hard engage options. The game was already difficult for Somdi in the later stages. Based on the Ornn alone, the Nautilus would definitely make it that much more difficult, that much harder.
And now Na'Vi really needs someone that can frontline, tank the hook, and actually peel for Somdi. Otherwise, these fights are going to be miserable for the Aphelios. So the second ban phase is really, really important for Na'Vi to not get too pinched in the jungle role. I think right now, we talked yesterday about how Linces had to carry a lot of buckets. He had to do a lot of things. And in this game, Reelech is going to have to do a lot of heavy lifting for Na'Vi. He needs to be the one to face check. He needs to be the one to make space. He needs to be the one to engage. And he needs to be the one to peel.
That's a lot of pressure. Yeah. And GX are taking some of those options away from him, because Trundle with the pillar is a champion who can engage and can peel, who can shred those resistances away from the Ornn, make him less of a problem even before Aphelios has 2, 3, 4 items. But GX painfully aware of Reelech being kind of the main character from what we've seen in draft and supporting this Aphelios.
Yeah, and if Isma ends up taking the Wukong on this next rotation, I just don't think you have a huge amount of answers here, because like you're going to end up with a really strong team fighting team, a ton of stuff that can dive the back line, and even though Lulu has like 1 polymorph or something, I still think you get a ton of value from Giant X, and it's a very, very strong composition with a front to back. So I think for Na'Vi, like I actually don't know what Reelech is going to take in this scenario that kind of, well, has all those hats or fills all those buckets, you know?
He needs to pull a rabbit out of the hat, as they say, and I'm curious to see what he'll look to find. Probably now. Mundo is certainly a decent option. You don't have the CC and no real engage, but it is a good front line and he can face check. It's probably their best option that I could imagine.
Is Mundo top good into Ornn? Can you flex the Rumble into the jungle? Doesn't solve any of the problems you mentioned before, actually.
Ooh, Aatrox jungle here for Isma. It's been a champion we've seen LEC find a lot of success on.
I think you now do give the option of the Wukong to LEC though, which is, I think, good in this sort of situation because you want the engage. And at least it's something that can, you know, play around with clone. But and I've seen plenty of fights where a Wukong can interrupt an Horn ultimate too, so I like the pick here.
For sure, Wukong, it does buy a lot. The only thing is the slow early clear, and the engage can be quite telegraphed, as I feel like now you still want some more utility here from mid lane, so I really like the Ahri pickup from Poby, because now you have a clear way of engaging and actually starting a fight. And I think going, I mean, Galio would be good as well, but you just need something with CC. I don't think you can pick a carry here on mid lane. So we'll see what Jackie's goes for last pick here.
They want to go for the Galio. We really are putting all the eggs in the Noah basket.
Talia also an option, or Silas could also be an answer here in the mid lane. You've got like some ultimates that could be decent, but yeah, I think the Talia just fine. Like, you've already got strong front line. Talia can just take pick at whoever's been knocked up by the Zorn.
And it's really hard to play around the Unraveled Earth as the Wukong if enemy team has set up first, especially when there's already all these tools that you need to be aware of. It's going to be so hard to peel for Samdi while also playing around the fact that you can't dash ever in these fights.
I think getting Talia on 5 here is quite criminal. That Giant X was able to secure it. You have the Talia Nautilus combo. You have great CC to set up this Talia for success. And you have a huge DPS threat now with both Jackies and Noah doing so much damage. I really prefer Giant X draft, but I see Na'Vi having some sunlight, or some light at least, at the end of the tunnel, with Poby and LEC both having a lot of agency in this game to start fights, and Samdi and Paris following them and doing enough damage.
Certainly the pressure's on. Giant X, we've seen it before. Backs against the wall, opting for scaling. Really good front-to-back picks. Standard kind of option for the Aatrox in the jungle. Talia for the setup. And Noah really going to do the heavy lifting in terms of that carry option. Now, Na'Vi, it's a bit of a mixed bag, but Wukong Rumble, a combo we've seen so many times, maybe they can make it work. This is the Rumble first pick. This is the champion that they prioritize, and it absolutely has to deliver pressure on Mainter to perform when this is his pick that they selected so early in draft.
I mean, it's a champion that he's been comfortable on. I mean, every top laner is. But I think it is going to be a case of, as you say, like playing through these strong combos. Ahri, Wukong, Wukong Rumble, hope for the best. And that best could be what locks you into Barcelona. Both these teams one game away.
Yeah, it's game number 3 here. Noah and Jun versus Samdi and Paris. That's the matchup I'm looking at. I think top lane, not much is going to happen. And mid lane, it's really dependent on the junglers. I think LEC has a lot of opportunity to play around Poby and try to set him up for success. If Poby can land those charms, look for the flash charm to set up the ganks, but it's really the 2v2 in bot lane that's pivotal. Samdi and Paris, with the Aphelios Lulu here, they want to bully Noah and Jun out. If they can get the push, get a CS lead, and set this Aphelios up for success, the scaling and the damage that this champion can provide is just unbeatable.
Certainly true. When you get that advantage as well, the utility feels that much easier to pull off as well. Not so concerned about nailing the perfect gun combos, having access to that Gravitome. But we've just seen so many games where the Yunara really can start to take over. And oftentimes when she can't, it's because it's that tank, that BP front line on the opposite side. Now, the Wukong passive is going to give a ton of armor, and that armor is going to be very relevant. Maybe not enough to stop Noah from really taking over in the fights.
Yeah, I think it is, as you say, like if this Yunara gets rolling, I just don't see a way to stop her. But it is going to be on LEC for a huge amount of this to find creative flanks into fights. And for that, you kind of need to have a lead. Like, if you're at the coming second fiddle to those fights, it's a lot more difficult. As LEC will be spotted out on the clear. Nice ward again. This is something that Jackie's has done pretty consistently throughout this series, just getting this ward down to spot exactly what LEC is up to.
Yes, good early vision here by Giant X. We'll see what Isma wants to do with it. Looks like he's going for an invade, but he's going to be spotted out, and he's taking notes. But it looks like he's actually trying to go for a bot gank, but Na'Vi no. So they should not fall for it. Right?
Backing off. Mark on the cannon with the moonshot means Samdi will at least get that. Has to give up a couple CS here as Isma just continues to hover in the bottom lane. Flash setup, double flashes.
Wow, I mean, that's incredible value here. Jun flashes forward and goes for the hook, and both Samdi and Paris kind of panic and both flash at the same time.
Isma is very slow in his clear now, though, because he cleared his bot side, now has to walk all the way to his top, whereas LEC is fully cleared now as you're only starting on towards your fourth camp. So for Na'Vi, I mean, this is a big win in the early stage. Even, like, at least for junglers, flashes being down, less ideal.
I mean, it's a big risk from Isma, but I think it's the type of play that you need to go for in a do-or-die third game. And the reward, I would say it's worth it, Dagda. You get 2 flashes, but you also alleviate so much pressure from Noah and Jun. You can see them. They're perfectly even on CS and perfectly healthy as well, which is exactly the start you'd want as this Yunara Nautilus playing into this Aphelios Lulu.
And we'll need to keep our eyes on the bot side camp respawn for Isma. He's going for yet another gank. This man just trying to be so active, willing to concede himself to try to set up his laners for success. Mayntor on the cusp of overheating as he tries to get the wave in. Lot looking for the knockup. Nice sidestep from Mayntor. Isma on the way forward. First Q not going to hit. They get the flash out. Q2 does connect. Flash in to try to finish the job on a Mayntor. One more auto coming in, and that's going to be first blood on the top side for GX.
And Isma just keeps playing proactive. He knows that in this do-or-die game, he needs to make the difference. He's willing to drop the CS, and that's a big hook by Jun. Samdi goes to half, but it's not going to be much more. It's first blood picked up by Giant X off the back of Isma.
Very nice gank. Isma just not actually going for camps whatsoever, just says, I'll take kills instead. And now, I mean, it's on Na'Vi to try and turn this around. We're kind of saying, look, this game, you want to be in a winning position as Na'Vi. So you can hope to try and control when it gets towards these objectives. LEC has a lead when it comes towards the experience, but he has to transition that.
Oh the hook connects once again onto Samdi. The barrier coming out as well. The root means he will be able to walk away with his life, but really little else. And this is devastating. The bot lane, Isma setting them up for success to play aggressive on the top side, saving a matchup that should be so Rumble favored. It's a monster early game. And again, he gambled, but he won.
I mean, Isma opened the wound, and Jun is just putting pressure and pouring salt on it with these absolute wonderful hooks that keep landing onto Samdi. It's going to force the barrier. It's going to give Noah and Jun a good base here, where Samdi is going to lose quite a bit of minions.
Excellent start for the side of GX. Na'Vi getting closer to the level 6s. Maybe that is a window of opportunity for them to strike back. LEC, yes, ahead in camps. Ahead in XP at the very least. Maybe the level 6 gives him something else, but thus far, Isma's incredibly aggressive decision-making has paid off for the side of GX.
Yeah, I think Giant X, I mean, phenomenal start to the game. And this is kind of the first where we've seen Giant X actually opt to at least an early control in the game in this series. And it has been where they are most comfortable in their games, where they can play through Noah and Jun's pressure, and especially on Jackie's on something like the Talia, where you can lean that pressure in towards the bottom side. But now, Giant X setting up to contest.
Paris needs to be careful here as the hook lands, and Isma's instantly there to follow up. Infernal Chain's already there. Paris is dead.
My goodness, Jun with the hooks, making it look easy here for Giant X as they take down Paris. And Jun is just looking to peel LEC off, not let him enter the Drake here, to secure that for Giant X. What a performance here by the support jungle of Giant X.
Certainly, and I feel like the bottom side for Na'Vi, God, they need to wake up. They need to be willing to back away. I think that the decision to start Drake there without the improper information with bot lane in a relatively even state is just cost them even more, put them even further behind. And on the top side, again, Mains are going to do what he can to get some money out of this first strike, but we know who's going to be more relevant in the late game. Sometimes it's the Rumble, but 9 out of the 10 times in this league, it's the Ornn.
But that's the point. Like, when you have the range advantage on the bottom lane, you should be playing for lane push into then going for Dragon. But starting it up just gives Jun easy access. It means that he's able to play frontline and prevent Na'Vi from syncing up, and it's little mistakes like this that will cost Na'Vi their opportunities.
Every time Jun casts hook, I feel my heart beating a little bit faster, and that's the worry that you have with this Aphelios Lulu. It's a very hard-winning lane early game, but it's incredibly vulnerable. It's high risk, high reward. Once you start to fall behind, suddenly every Nautilus hook that was before fine can turn into a kill as Isma just keeps it going.
Mayntor's still overheating. The initial knockup is there. Right back to the wall. Isma can take his sweet time with this one. There's nowhere for Mayntor to go. One more auto. Should just finish it. Gets pulled back by the Infernal Chains. Yet another kill to Isma. And now Jackie's looking for a 1v1 versus Poby in the mid lane.
Poby still has ulti, so he's going to be fine. But I love Isma's adaptation this game. I feel like he's recognizing the stakes of this game, and rather than going for kind of the classic that you'd expect to see with Aatrox jungle, which is just full clear, play for yourself, get strong that way, he's going for gank after gank after gank and willing to put himself behind to get his team ahead.
But this is something that we haven't really seen from Isma all split long. He has been quiet. It has been about Noah and Jun. But when the stakes are there, it's Isma that's stepping up massively here, showing what he can do as a jungler.
And I think we're all feeling just a little bit shell-shocked here by this level of play from Isma, because remember, the game one with the Pantheon, it felt really clear what GX wanted to do. The coordination from the team wasn't there, but this man is single-handedly, he's taken matters into his own hands, and really now the entire team finding these advantages. Yes, the gold in mid lane slightly favoring Poby, but it just feels like GX have so much control. 1.3k gold beat, a Drake in their favor already, and while Samdi can get the push for now, he still has to play so safe against Jun, who's about to tick over to level 6.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if he'd even just hit it off of soaking up some experience at midway, but Jun, he's in behind. I don't think they want to go overly aggressive, though. They don't know where Wukong is, or actually, it's supposed to. Maybe he was spot on that ward, but I don't believe they know where Relech or Paris is, so they don't want to overextend.
Now the game is just so much easier for Giant X to play. Oh, as I guess it's not, because the game is paused. We'll see what the issue
the
is.
Fnatic chance, a classic. They live on.
They will never die.
Even when eliminated, we still feel their presence in the league.
It was nice how supportive they were of Noah yesterday as well. Still, it feels like, you know, once Fnatic, forever Fnatic, it feels like in their eyes, which is nice.
True.
There you go.
Hey. Yeah, I mean, credit to Noah, right? Like, I think that in a best-of-3 series like this where you go to 3 games, it's so much about how you bounce back. GX bounced back in game 2. They're keeping that momentum. It's Navi's turn to bounce back, but it's a tall task. Of course, I don't have any more info besides what you see on the bottom of your screen. Navi did initiate a pause.
There's potential audio issues on stage.
Yeah.
Talia hadn't leveled up yet.
Yesterday was runes. Today is audio issues.
Yeah.
There's a meta to these things we've learned, or are starting to learn. If there's anything we know.
Maybe the Navi members couldn't hear Relech, and he was always calling Isma's gonna gank, but they couldn't hear him.
It's like the...
You know, actually, I played a competitive
you know the space movie out for Interstellar was banging like, no!
I played a competitive game where my top laner was unironically muted for the first 5 minutes, but he's top lane, so we didn't notice.
Classic. Update, it was just players adjusting volume levels, so nothing too serious, but obviously it takes some time to lean down to adjust the panel to make sure everything's good, and you can't really afford to look away from your screen in a professional game of League of Legends, so understandable. Plus gave us a reason to cheer for Fnatic, so shout out to Fnatic fans.
Now Giant X, they're looking. Oh, Isma sneaking in behind Poby here. Might be able to force the ult. That's the goal.
Foxfire for the extra movement speed means Poby will just walk away for now.
Does give them control to go for Rift Herald, though, which is kind of their main focus. And I do like, again, the way Isma's playing, just hovering in towards these lanes, causing a bit of a ruckus, and then forcing Navi to concede pressure on the map. Giant X are playing this exceptionally, and this is only going to get worse. Like, Navi, if they don't get control, you're walking into Jun, you're walking into Lot, into Jackie's with a flick back. This game becomes so much more difficult to play.
Do you think, though, if you could highlight the bottom side wards for me, Dagda? Look at all those wards that Navi has. I mean, that's a lot of vision that Navi has for this next dragon fight. And that's really where Navi has their eyes set, trying to get Wukong. I mean, ideally, you'd get the Trinity Force before the dragon. Otherwise, you're up against the Sundered Sky. I think it might not be possible, but as long as you have that control, I think that's really what Navi is aiming for.
Certainly what they're hoping for, trying to find that angle. In the top lane, we check back in. It's Kana Crookern versus some Ashes. Got an urn.
But they're fated, so.
They are fated. I don't know whose Ashes they are, but they're special. And they burn. Probably not as good as the Kana Crookern. Because Lot is just continuing to build a bigger goal lead, so if he's able to TP into the fight, that's going to be bad. And if Manter tries to TP, well, Ornn can interrupt him. So things are hard, gentlemen. But Navi, we'll see if they can find a way out of this one. Resets coming in for Relech. Maybe the Trinity Force now completed.
I don't even know if he's going to try and fight this. I don't think you're in a position to as Navi. So maybe just look for, play elsewhere. He's still sitting, though, in base.
Waiting on a bit of gold. Pinging his team. Trinity Force, 21 gold remaining. 25? I'm just making up numbers. Yeah. I have no idea how much it is.
Oh, okay. He does have the Trinity Force. It's 5 seconds to the Drake, though. And Isma already picking up the crab.
He's got no boots, but he does have home guards. Shout out 2026, so he's still getting here pretty quick.
And now Relech is quite a bit stronger with that first item spike.
Obi's resetting as well in mid, trying to TP in there to the bottom side.
Drone initial hook going a little bit wide. That's the aftershock gone for him. Jackie's waiting over the wall, though, is massive. TP coming in from Poby.
Just picked up the Malignance on the recess.
Charm onto Jun. Good. The Dragon is going to fall, but now Na'Vi might be able to take the fight. GX immediately retreat. They got what they came for. Don't need to stick around for anything else, and Jun sacrificed.
I mean, Giant X, that's worth for Giant X. They lose Jun, but they don't lose any other members, and they get the second Dragon, setting them up to get that soul point. It's going to be the Infernal Soul. Very, very strong soul for them, and I'm very happy as a Giant X fan.
Giant X took that very, very quickly, and Na'Vi were hoping to try and play out the items, but here we go.
Jackie's on the way top. Mainter, the knockup is there. The flick back all too easy to land. GX finding the kill on the top side, and now a couple plates to follow.
Giant X are just taking scalps in this one, finding kills all over the map, and there's nothing that Na'Vi are able to do. They get one back at Dragon, but Giant X firmly in control here.
You were right, Dracos. You were critical of the Rumble first pick, and it's not paying dividends. It's struggling. It's not the start that Mainter would have wanted. Still doesn't have that first item completed. And this Ornn is just getting tankier and tankier and harder for Na'Vi to deal with.
And again, we mentioned it before, but once he completes with the role quest completed as well, he's going to get experience that much faster, which means everyone on his team is going to have this additional level of stats with the Masterwork items.
This is a much more competent game from Giant X, though, and it's exactly what you want to see from, I mean, you heard it in the interviews, a team that wants to go and play in Barcelona, a Spanish organization that might be able to break the curse if they're able to take down Na'Vi here. Like, this would be absolutely insane, because this has been a team that a lot of criticism has been levered at against Na'Vi, who I think a lot of people coming in were expected to kind of be the favorites coming into this.
Definitely. And I think also just looking in, again, at Jackie's exhaust here, so even if Relutch finds a way into the back line, if Mainter manages to get closer, get the good ulti, we've seen how valuable that summoner spell could be. There's not the traditional diver to pair it with. The Ahri, probably the most likely target, but that additional slow, when Jackie's has this kind of advantage, is just frustrating. Just makes landing the seismic shove that much easier, and now Na'Vi trying to maybe make a little bit of a play of their own in the mid lane, but it's so easy for GX to just walk away. They don't need to force anything.
As you said, Dagda, it would be so huge for this organization to make top 4. And I think a lot of people, they had doubts about Giant X keeping the same roster. I heard people thinking that it felt like this roster had already reached their peak and had shown what they were capable of. So being able to start the year already doing better than you were able to do throughout all of last year would be so meaningful for all these players.
That it would. But the job's not done yet. Somdi finishing that Stormrazor. Does do a decent amount of damage. Has to be careful about walking up here. Did that?
It didn't land. That was a good.
That was a dramatic.
Yeah. Always keep you guessing. You
yeah,
know?
It's like in a series when there's multiple storylines and they cut away to the other one.
But that's how the Na'Vi players feel. They see the hook and then,
I do feel, yeah. Well, now there might be a dive on the bottom side as Mainter is once again under attack. No equalizer, presumably used the clear wave earlier on as Relutch is going to get locked up. Isma's forced to flash away. Good defense from Na'Vi.
Yeah, Mainter able to sidestep the flick back, meant that he was able to survive on that. And now you have no ult on the Aatrox.
Not a whole lot of damage there.
Or on Jun for the potential Rift Herald. So Giant X try to make a play quickly before that objective spawns, but give it a little bit of a window here for Na'Vi.
Yeah, it was a bit presumptuous there by Giant X. They kind of skipped some steps, just wanted to dive without really having the numbers to do so, or having done their due diligence and made sure that Relutch wasn't there. So it ends up costing them the Aatrox ult and the flash, and it looks like it might just be the Herald as well, unless Giant X want to try to contest.
What is the counterplay for GX here? It looks like maybe looking for plates in the bottom lane is Na'Vi. Try to zone away Lot. Isma can go for the 50-50, but Herald already down. Relutch just going to hop over the wall with the clone, so observers love the picture-in-picture. Not sure if he managed to get a plate there,
he
but
just
at
got
least,
one,
yeah. So a bit of gold traded back. Small fumble on the bottom side, not costing them too much. GX holding on to 2.5k gold lead. Herald will shift it back a bit.
Jackie's there was zoning Mainter. We saw him. It kind of looked like he was doing the Gromp. He was not doing the Gromp. He was poking out Mainter, making sure that Mainter was not able to enter. And really, all of Giant X seemed to have a concentrated effort to try to make Mainter's game really, really difficult to play. And you can see it down 1.3k gold on this Ornn.
Again, on the Ornn.
Yeah.
Unheard of.
Yeah.
I would say. Now remember,
only
if you're just joining us,
like to do something like this.
Yeah. If you're just joining us, he did get some early support from Isma. They did find that early kill. That set him up for success, but credit to Lot because he's just been pushing that advantage, as has the rest of the team, and now the game feels really unplayable for this Rumble. He needs more time And a lot of the responsibility he was going to have in terms of team fight damage now I think falls back onto the shoulders of LEC and SamD.
5 seconds now until this Dragon. You have the Rift Tower for Na'Vi that they can use to try and put some pressure down. But Giant X have already established themselves here. The TP in, they're more than ready to rumble.
Giant X have full control and Na'Vi needs to face check, but you're up against the Nautilus. Let's
Blue
see what
trinket.
Jun can find.
Short going to get deleted there. We'll get a charge on the mid lane tower from the Herald. Not enough to finish it, crucially, as GX just clear that off. They're taking their sweet time. They're grouped in the brush. Major just want to risk throwing down an equalizer. Without follow-up, doesn't matter too much. Bit of poke onto Poby.
It's so slow here. Trying to find any avenue to enter.
Walking into this choke is such a nightmare, though. You can see Jackie's lays down the Unraveled Earth. Watt has access to the Call of the Forge
Giant X
God.
are just doing it. It's 3K.
Na'Vi splitting a bit. Hook lands. Call the Forge Guard coming out. SamD isolated off on the side of the fight. It's a decent ult across 4 members of GX, but the damage just isn't there yet. The jungler away from the pit, but the Dragon resets. Crucially, another chance on life as LEC starts to spin through the team. Infernal Drake will drop, but LEC is getting popped in the midst of this one. Na'Vi walking away with nothing as GX again take the Drake.
And Giant X get the prize, as you say, Dracos. It's the Dragon that they were looking for. They were so close to picking up some kills off the back of it as well. But at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. You got that soul point, and now all you're looking at is in 4.5 minutes, that's when you win this game.
Yeah, I mean, really well orchestrated here by Giant X. I want to keep your eyes on the way Lost sets up here with the pillar, which it just threatens the entire time anyone from Na'Vi coming in. So Na'Vi have to split, and then you're just not getting the value here. SamD is away from Paris, isn't really able to deal the damage that he wants. Lot is just providing a ton of front line on the front of this fight. And you can see there, Noah just hops away from LEC. Never really under any threat. Dragon goes down, Na'Vi are forced to back away.
Really difficult fight for the side of Na'Vi. GX just continue to keep that momentum going. The goal lead only up to 3K, but 3 Drake, Soul Point in excellent position to be with a composition that has this Ornn, that has the Taliyah now, the Yunara scaling up as well. And again, Na'Vi 9-0 on Dragon Souls taken versus taken against them. It looks like the first one that they will see taken will be by their opposition in what is looking like the elimination game for this season. But maybe they can bring it back again. They need time and see if GX makes some fumbles, makes some missteps to give them a bit more space to get more items under their belt.
Would be poetic if the one game to eliminate them was the one where they finally gave enemy soul. But I think there's one word that I want you to take out of this game, and it's control. You can see when one side has control how difficult it is for the other team to play. When Giant X hold all the cards, when they're the ones with all the space, it's so difficult for any of these Na'Vi members to try to enter, and it's just so tense. Everybody knows that one mistake is all... Okay, well, no, it's not so tense. As, no, it's just dancing. No.
The pressure, the tension. Control 4.
It's control 3, actually.
Oh, what is 4? It's for the
4 is laugh.
Okay, all right, sorry. I'm not a pro. That's a pro gamer move there. I can't remember. I just spam one of them to be
one thing I
obnoxious.
learned playing in LEC.
Well,
one thing Janko stopped.
That's, yeah, that adds up with what I saw from you in LEC. Aldi coming in from the lot. SamD forced to flash away, and now it's Paris who's just going to get popped. Flash is going to keep him alive, blinking health bar, so nice that they're able to try and turn it, but now LEC is going to be in trouble. Knockup, just barely not going to connect. Charm onto the Ornn, just doesn't matter.
Good collapse though from Giant X, kind of using the fact that you have that push and that advantage on the bottom side from Lost. Paris and SamD no flashes now for an upcoming soul fight.
But now he keeps living with such low HP bars. They're really escaping, quite luckily with their lives. So you know, if Paris died there, it could have been a lot more. It could have been the mid tower, as now Jackie's is looking to take this top tower.
I like the way Giant X are playing this though. They take the fight that's over here, immediately push through and up into this top side, which means that then you have to back away as the Rumble, and you can't actually defend the tower. So again, like, you're just constantly keeping this pressure up as Giant X, and Na'Vi have to cede control, have to cede the CS. And coming now into this next fight, like, you're going to be up items and in a fantastic spot.
And I think this is one of the struggles. I've obviously already been critical of the Rumble pick, but one of the other struggles is he's farming on the side lane. He's going to get 2 items, but it's not that late game scaling threat. It's not an 80 carries. You see SamD flick back there, losing a big chunk of HP. So even though he's going to get a bit more time, it's still not going to be enough for him to win out on these 1v1s, to win out on these side lanes.
TP in behind.
Hoping for a little bit more. Double TP here now as Poby and Mater have arrived. Charm connecting onto Jackie's. LEC immediately going to kick things off. For now, Samdi is living. Perfect guns to keep the fight going as they try to burn through Jun's HP bar. Noah incredibly low. Samdi finds the ulti. Hobie looking for the charm, sends it wide left, hoping to connect onto Noah. As GX for the first time this series, or this game rather, are forced back away from this mid lane tower.
And it's the two proactive camps from Na'Vi, Relech and Poby that find the key targets that they needed. A beautiful charm by Poby and a beautiful engage by Relech. It's only going to be one kill, but importantly, they got Noah's flash.
And that's exactly it. This is the play they wanted to make, hopefully burn some Sunner spells before this next ult fight. And it's Relech diving into the backline, putting the pressure down. Sam D having Paris beside him that can tear through Jun's health bar. And Giant X can't just set up this front to back behind Loss, as there's multiple angles of attack, but 18 seconds now until that dragon. Na'Vi back on the map. Ultimates have to be kept here.
Na'Vi don't have access to those key ultis, and now they're going to feel the difference as Samdi's been knocked up twice consecutively. Noah able to free fire, just deletes him from the fight. Mains her flick back, flashes away on the wall. GX lost the initial exchange, but Na'Vi didn't get a greater prize. They broke up in mid lane tower. It looks like they're about to lose the soul in exchange for that mid lane play.
And everything has come crumbling down around Na'Vi. They're gonna give their first soul of the season in the elimination match up against Giant X as they secure the Infernal Soul.
And I like the idea from Na'Vi. Try and make a play mid. Hope that you can burn some valuable summoner spells, get some kills, maybe hit item breakpoints before this fight. But unfortunately, they're then a little late to the setup, and Giant X still have those ultimates to make the play, and now Na'Vi massively on the back foot.
And we talked about it, right? In the draft, this is the difficulty of playing this Aphelios Lulu. You're so immobile, you need peel, and if you don't have it, you just die. They used all their CC on Samdi, and he didn't have the flash, and he just ends up going down, and with that, now Nash is on the table for Giant X. But this is the one area, really, where we have seen Giant X struggle to convert their leads. So if, like, it's still just a 4K gold lead. I don't want to sell this game as if it's lost for Na'Vi. While there is an Infernal Soul and it's huge, we've seen Aphelios do crazier things than win a game like this.
No, you're completely correct, but I think it's a testament to how far behind Na'Vi are, how much control they've lost in this game, that they're waiting, that they're praying, that some of those missteps from GX, that the notes that they took yesterday have suddenly fallen by the wayside and they fall back into bad habits, because if GX play it clean, if they take their time, they have first push, they should be able to get vision first. It's going to take a crazy angle from Na'Vi to bring this one back, but GX aren't going to give it to him. Samdi trying to hold on, trying to burn through Noah's health bar, just barely flashing away. Maybe this is the angle. Relech finding the shutdown. Poby coming over, looking to lock up Isma. Charm still available, has not used it yet. Finally looks to lock him down. Samdi, though, steps too far forward, and now Isma's healing his entire HP bar back up as GX are looking for the re-engage. Noah still going to get caught up by Relech. Relech finding both carries in the fight, and that might be all that matters. Baron on the cards for Na'Vi.
And Giant X thought that they had found Samdi, but it was Relech with the re-engage that was able to pick up 4 members and secure the Nash. Oh my god, what a game.
Giant X tried to collapse on mid, but Na'Vi called it, and it's the Giant X collapse. They cut Lot off. He's not able to get in the fight. The Infernum ultimate from Sam D tears open the health bars of Giant X, and it's this collapse, this turnaround from Na'Vi that maybe has brought that sliver of hope back to the lineup.
And I really wanted to hype Samdi more up, but then he walked into Isma and died. But the balls of steel to not immediately flash as he was 1v2 against the carries. He used the Aphelios ultimate. He got so much damage down. It was so, I mean, the coaching staff is stressed, reasonably stressed. But now, Na'Vi, they have the Baron Nashor. It's an equal game.
Outside of the Infernal Soul.
Yeah, outside of the Infernal Soul, which does add a bit. But the other team has Nash, so tit for tat,
and the Ornn items that give you 3,000 additional gold to the stats.
You know what? Fine.
It's an uphill battle.
It's an uphill battle, but
they
Na'Vi
found the
still
angle.
have the Baron Nashor now for 2 minutes, so they really want to try to utilize this to get some pressure on the map and get some towers.
We do have the Serpent's Fang now coming in for Relech to limit Jun's shielding, the Seraph's shield.
I mean, Steric's exposed
it
as
is
well.
Actually, it is a lot of shields.
Yeah.
It's a lot of shields. Will help them hit that threshold cruiser. Also a Thaudy item, which means that bursting down the squishier members of the backline that much easier. Jackie, though, now has the exhaust once again. Na'Vi not out of the woods quite yet. GX still in a good spot, but they can't afford to throw another fight like that.
Yeah.
The leads they built earlier in the game allowed them to make a mistake like that without it costing them this game, most certainly. But now, another mistake like that, and it's going to be Na'Vi in control.
Yeah, I mean, with Giant X having this soul, Na'Vi will not be able to actually make any progression happen with this Baron Nashor. So what we're really looking at is in 2 minutes, the Elder Dragon. That's the next big fight and the one that will determine the fate of both of these teams.
It is just Giant X skipping steps a little bit though. Like the collapse on mid didn't need to happen. They hadn't pushed out their side lanes fully, so Na'Vi were able to respond. And I think that's where I'm keeping my eyes, because Giant X again pushing up mid, but there isn't that push on bottom side. So as long as Giant X are able to kind of keep themselves in check, dot their I's, cross their T's, get the vision, get the waves pushed in, they should be an easier close out for them.
And you have to imagine that that is the wake-up call, to slow down, because they had prio in lanes. They could get put for free. If they played it slow, they could have waited for Na'Vi to misstep with like pretty close to perfect information from the vision that they laid down, but tried to jump the gun, tried to go for the aggressive play, tried to go for the throat and just end it as quickly as possible. And it does cost them, as Obi has to be careful not to walk too far forward. Jackie's, though, doesn't have the Rylai, so it is a little bit harder for him to kind of hit confirm some of these abilities.
Samdi also very close towards that last Whisper, which I really do feel like is the changing point for him, where he can be a mega threat in these fights. And especially if Paris is sitting beside him with the Ardent Sensor now completed, I think that's where it becomes just not as clean cut for Giant X.
Still, though, all you need from Giant X is one crucial CC, and you can instantly one-shot Samdi regardless of how many items he has. But I do agree with you, Daida. If Samdi could get that LDR before the Elder, it would be huge, but it's really all about control. Currently, Giant X, they're pushing in mid, they're pushing in bot. They have full vision here of this Elder while Na'Vi are playing blind. They need to try to find a lane that they can all walk through, and you see they've chosen mid lane. Mainter is rotating from bot to mid. They're going to push this mid wave and try to leverage control.
Also coming out from Lot. Interrupt to stop him from calling the Forge God. That's going to be big. Massive equalizer across backline, hitting everyone. Samdi fully stacked on the Chakram, but Isma continuing to step forward. Unconcerned. Moonshot from Samdi goes a little bit wide, as does the Charm. Both sides back off and reset. Perhaps ready for a round two. GX now on the retreat.
It's just the TPs that they're trying to buy time for, but Na'Vi stepping in. Jungler is down with Elder on the cards. Giant X. The 4 versus 5, it could be theirs.
Keep on the way.
Na'Vi needs to find the miracle.
Pressure for both sides. Elder in the sights of both teams. Jun trying to get active on the map. Mainter with no ultimate. No ultimates available for either side outside of the Weaver's wall. Jackson hoping to split the team. Looking for a bit more poke. I mean, the Dragon is so tanky. GX do so little damage to it because they've already picked up 4. But Samdi isolated by the wall. An opportunity for Lot to go in, but he doesn't want to take the risk. 8K getting lower. Mainter flicked back, but doesn't make it back over the wall. Infernal Chain's not able to pull him in. Samdi now walking in. Poby fishing for the Charm, but he doesn't quite find it. Equalizer across the entire team, but it's going to be Elder to the side of GX.
Na'Vi couldn't find the angle. Giant X have the jungler, they have the smite, and they've gotten Soul. They've gotten the Elder. What more do they need?
And it looked so close there. That equalizer did a ton of work in the fight, setting Noah to about half HP. We'll see it here. But it just wasn't quite enough. They couldn't get the follow-up. Relech goes in to deny the engage. And this ultimate from Mainter was fantastic. But no one could really threaten Noah. Lot is denied everyone access from Jackie's. And Sam D gets a couple of auto attacks in, but nothing major. And now with Elder up, the push can begin. Baron to fall back to in 50 seconds. Giant X, they still have to crack these outer turrets, but they might have the tools to do so, especially if they find an engage here on mid.
Yeah, Samdi needs to be real careful. He's their best source of wave clear. If he can stay alive with that blue gun, he can hold on to the game and delay Giant X siege. But all they need is one good Nautilus hook, one Ornald to take down Samdi.
The biggest problem is Na'Vi kind of have to cede control here, but you still have to fight into an Outer Dragon, or else then Giant X can take Baron and then fish for the outer turrets, inhibitor turrets after that. And for Sam D to kind of step up against a Baroned up Giant X seems like a death sentence waiting to happen.
I think you're going to have to drop this Nash and hope that there's going to be around 40-30 seconds, one wave for Giant X to play with Elder and Baron Nashor. That's the one wave where Giant X, they want to blow the Ornhorn, they want to flash in, they want to use everything. And if Na'Vi can hold on They can live to fight another day, another Elder setup. That's what Giant X is banking on.
Flashes up on carries on both sides. Jackie's, Noah, Poby, Somdi. GX a lot of tools. They can just throw out the Ornal and see what they hit. You talked about it. 30 seconds left on this Elder, give or take. This is the one wave they can play on, and Na'Vi immediately going to concede this tier 2, likely the inhibitor as well. Poby not in the area, but GX really want to fight as Blue Ulti does a decent amount of poke, but now he's been locked up. Isma flashes forward. Infernal powered by the Q1. Relet's able to escape the clone, keeping him standing for an extra second. Doesn't look like they're going to be able to get much more, and the Elder is starting to fade away.
And Na'Vi have held on. Somdi was even able to hold on to his flash. And now it's just the Baron Nashor, and it's going to be just the mid inhib as Na'Vi live to fight another day.
Na'Vi try to chase them out of the base though. Giant X need to get the resets off. They haven't all hit that B button at the same time. And Na'Vi but still starting to crest out of their base. Damage done by Giant X though. Base cracked. And that gives them the push in mid to fall over towards this side lane. Get that last remaining outer turret. And if you can keep Na'Vi pressed into their base, you kind of just get to rinse and repeat at some of these objective fights.
Yeah, but Na'Vi have to be really careful. They're trying to get really active on the map in this tiny window before GX are on the map again. But if a single member gets picked off, there's still 2 minutes on this Baron power play. Probably 3 waves likely that GX are going to get to use across bot and maybe top to try to get more.
Na'Vi are just giving everything to SamD. Every camp that spawns, every wave that can happen in the hopes that they can get this Aphelios to somewhere worthwhile, somewhere where he can finally carry the game. He's so close to that level 16 as well, which gives so much damage to a potential Inferno ult.
Na'Vi, they just want to hold on. Their goal is to not lose another inhibitor. It's really the bot inhib that is crucial here. If Giant X is able to pick it up, then they can get full control of the next Elder and 100% end the game with it. So Na'Vi want to do everything in their power to try to hold on to this bottom inhibitor. You can see Poby decides not to continue split pushing. He's recalling, but it might be too little too late.
Somebody empowered. Root's going to come out here. Will be a bit of poke on to Noah, chunking him out before the fight.
With all 5 members of Giant X here, this turret is getting very tanky as the turret plates go down, which is playing this a little bit.
Cannons, though, they're eventually going to break it open. Poby still waiting on the side. The Ornhorn has to be respected. Locking a blast cone over the wall. Somdi, blue and purple, wants to connect that big AoE ult. The white gun's faded away. The sustained fight not going to be what favors him now as GX. Temperance, they've learned. They've made a couple mistakes this game. They cannot afford to make another, and they're painfully aware of it.
I think Giant X now, that's pretty much checkmate. They can now just play slow with the bot in it, but they want to play it fast.
Relet's now going in. That's the double knockup, but no immediate fall. They managed to get Relet out of the fight. Flash burn from Paris, making him a very vulnerable target.
Giant X hold all the tools. The problem now for Na'Vi, they want to contest this Elder spawning in 1 minute, but as long as Giant X play it slow, deny them an engage, they will always have that backdoor potential in bot lane.
If I'm Giant X, I don't even go for the Dragon on setup. I just use the 2 waves that I have. Mid and bot will do a ton of work pushing in. So shove the waves, force Na'Vi to deal with that in their base, and then you can actually go for the setup. And then at that stage, Na'Vi has to start face checking brushes blind. They have to be so slow in the setup. As you say, Jack, I think that's the checkmate. I think that's where you just set up and end this as Giant X.
So many different ways that Giant X can win the game at this point, while Na'Vi only really has one. They need a miracle fight, and they need to get the Elder themselves.
4th item just picked up for SamD off the back of this. Maybe that gives them that silver lining, but Giant X want to snuff it out immediately.
Ball coming in from Jackie. SamD not going to balk away as Mainter has been caught, has been isolated. 3-man knockup. Relet going back in for the re-engage, immediately retreating when he sees how much damage comes out.
Flash and ulti burn from Relet here. He has to go back to base as well. And that looks like it's just going to be the Elder from Giant X. Na'Vi want to try to face check, but it's so damn difficult.
Oh, the TP is going to get canceled. Nope, there he goes. They see it coming. Mainter maybe hoping to set them up for Somdi. Somdi's ultimate doing a decent amount of damage, but it's just not enough. The knockup is there. Jackie's connects with the flip back. Infinite CC to burn through Somdi, who's still doing his best to hold the line. Somdi versus the world, but it's just not enough. GX dissecting Na'Vi in this game 3. Cutting them down as Paris runs for his life. It's the Q2, the flash forward, and the dunk down to seal the deal. Na'Vi moving into the top 4.
This time it'll be Giant X happy to be going home as they book their ticket to Barcelona. Fifth, no more. They go forward.
Giant X have broken the curse, as it was Noah and Jun and Isma that really set it home and played so damn well to secure them the win against Na'Vi.
Yeah, impressive stuff, holding on. It was looking shaky after that game 1, but they bounced back in game 2 and game 3. Of course, you can vote for your Kia player of the series, Isma, Noah, or Jun, as we get ready for the second series of the day. And again, GX, this is the reason they stuck with the same lineup. We wanted to see that ceiling, a higher ceiling, and we're starting to see glimpses of it today.
Man, I felt like Isma just blasted through the ceiling in this game. He had a phenomenal performance in the early stage, taking over from the get-go and just not letting anyone on Na'Vi play the game. And that's why you can vote for him alongside Noah and Jun in your player of the series at LEC on X.
Definitely. Of course, hearts out on the side of Na'Vi. Had a good run, just short of that top 4.
It's really tragic. Like, you think about the regular season, how much they showed, how excited we were for them. And just at the final hurdle, that game 2, they had it. They had it. But that's how it goes, especially with a new roster.
And still a promising first run.
Yeah.
Think about how many veteran players were not able to make playoffs. This relatively rookie lineup making a pretty deep run. Top 6, not too bad in a 12-team season, and we'll just see if the momentum can continue as we get deeper into this year.
There's a lot to be excited about with this roster. Going into spring, going into summer, it's definitely still a dark horse in my mind, a team that can contest with the top teams as we go into further of the year.
I mean, no doubt they'll come back stronger as well. I think the best thing about having losses like this is that you can go back and look at them now and try and take away how you can improve. But we're going to have to toss it over to Shocks, who's standing by with Jackies to find out what's it like for Giant X to be going forward to Barcelona.
Thank you so much, Jackie's indeed. And Noah is also joining us, but he just needed to step off for a second. But Jackie's, I'll start with you. Congratulations, going to Barcelona. Tell me how, there he is actually. Come on, Noah. But,
Thank you.
Okay, tell me about making it to Barcelona after that stressful series.
I mean, we are for sure excited, right? Because I feel like we, if I'm not mistaken, finally beat the top 5 curse of GX.
Yes!
So I'm happy about that. But for today, I think, honestly, it wasn't the best day for League of Legends. I think gameplay from both teams was kind of just bad. So as much as I'm happy, I'm not happy about the series, how it went, like gameplay-wise. So I think if we don't improve, yeah, Barcelona might be hard.
Okay, what do you think, Noah?
I mean, win is win, but I think we need to still improve a lot, you know? So, but I'm actually happy that we made Barcelona.
Yes, absolutely. Tell me a little bit about the third game then, because you were very far ahead, but you were very careful. Tell me about the final moments.
It's like, you know, like we had so many cans, and we got, like we inted so many cans, you know? So now, when it's mid-game, we are just like really careful, you know? We are scared to like lose again like dog shit. So
yeah, exactly, Jackies. Let me relay that question to you as well. You guys maybe are a little scared in those moments, even when you are ahead, because so many times you've thrown the advantage, right? Is that one of the main things you'll be working on? Because it feels like a little, yeah, that's detrimental to winning, obviously.
I mean, me personally, I wouldn't say I'm scared, because to be fair, the last game I sent it on Talia and then we almost lost the game.
And also on Rise the game before.
And Rise the game before,
yeah.
You know, in the Rise game I was saying, oh guys, Anivia can wall you guys off, be careful, and then I got walled off. But yeah, I mean, for us as a team, we are for sure more careful on how we approach mid-game, because we have, like, I think some PTSD about some champions. I think everyone knows the Aphelios. If this guy gets 4 items, the game has a heart, even if you are 10k up. But yeah, I think this game, I mean, especially the last one, was, in my opinion, free from draft. So we kind of just knew not to throw. Tried our best not to throw.
I
tried my best to throw, but you know what I mean.
I know what you mean. Isma is our Kia player of the series. Noah, do you want to say something about your jungler?
I mean, I think Isma today played like good, you know, like I think he's improving a lot compared to last year. So I'm proud of him, and I hope he can like improve more, like we as a team, you know. But
yeah, I get it.
I'm proud, yeah.
Did he gank you enough?
Like Isma?
Yeah.
Not sure, but yeah.
Did he? Jackie, did he gank you enough?
He actually did level 3 gank mid today, so I'm very happy with Isma, and he deserves the MVP, for sure.
All right, awesome. Finally then, from you both, Jackies, you are going to Barcelona, and I seem to remember the very first road trip that we took last year when we went to Madrid with MKOI was one where you guys had great results. It was kind of a momentum changer. So Do you feel like Spain is going to give you that energy knowing that your org is obviously Spanish?
I mean, for sure, like that's also one of the reasons I'm mega hyped to play in Barcelona. I think it's the fans, right? And honestly, we are gonna play against Vitality or KC, right? So I know the crowd is on our side no matter what. So it's gonna be mega hype, and I can't wait to play there.
Okay, Noah, what are you going to show us in Barcelona?
I mean, I will just not scared and just play like psychopaths, so let's see,
Let's see, play like psychopaths. I love it. Thank you so much, Jackies and Noah. Congratulations on Giant X making it to Barcelona. When we come back, it is Vitality versus KC for the very last spot in the Olympic arena.
Brother, let me try.
Wait, brother. Let us break this instead, brother.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
What is this, brother?
Perfection.
A new champion. Welcome to my shop. You'll need the right build. Choose wisely, because every upgrade brings you closer to the next level. So tell me, how will you level up?
Wait, is he switching lanes?
Navi versus KC for the very last spot in Barcelona. And wouldn't it be crazy if KC missed out? They were the champions here in winter. Will they do the same in LEC versus, or will Vitality stop their route right here? Rather, it's such a great matchup. It's a banger.
I mean, I can't wait for this matchup. I told Verius in week 1 that I think Vitality is a top 4 team, and he gave me so much for that, and I could not stand seeing a smug face. So for them to maybe win today, I would get a lot of indication.
Yes, it's about you winning and not about Vitality as a North doing well. It's crazy. Also, 2 historical French orgs, right? Vitality, such a long-standing organization who is currently, I think, winning another final in Counter-Strike. KC from Kamedo with success all over esports as well. It's a French get-up.
Yeah, it is a French get-up because these guys, regardless of who wins, they really want to go to Barcelona and rock up that Spanish party that's happening right now with GX heading there as well. It's prefacing itself to be a really hype matchup, especially because I wasn't really expecting the trajectory of both of these teams to arrive today with these, you know, stars in the top lane, especially Nagnako. I wasn't thinking it was going to have this much of a glow up, but yet here we are.
Bigger introduction. The top lane matchup is insane. Nagnako as declared the franchise player of Vitality League of Legends by Neo, their CEO, versus Kana, the best top laner in the league. No more?
I mean, we are eating extremely good today. I think there's no doubt in anyone's mind that Kana has been dominating the league for 1.5 years almost in the 1v1. Also, Nagnako said that while Kana maybe is not the best 1v1 laner, on the map, he thinks Kana is the best top laner. So I think both of these top laners, there's a lot of respect between them. And I think both of them really want to show that I think the win of today easily gets that #1 spot.
And the form of the day will matter also a lot, because when I'm looking at Kana, I feel like we're still thinking of Kana of the old, you know, Kana of the ranged matchups, but I feel like he has been a little bit stuck this split. I feel like he has been finding himself in this role where, you know, he's looking to empower the mid lane, the bot lane of KC, and he's more stuck in these supportive champions, while Nagnako, well, you might say that Cassante is a supportive champion, but not in that man's hands.
It was absolutely insane. Let's talk about yesterday a little bit and just how impressive the stats were and the gameplay was on Gnar and on Cassante.
I mean, that was one of the craziest top caps I've seen in a while.
Yeah.
Nagnako just had complete domination. From the moment he stepped in lane, he was generating gold by the minute. And the minute, like, he was just dominating. And I thought, this is not how the matchup is supposed to go. Like, I think Vedi said in a cast, I've seen Sign versus Gnar a million times. I've played Sign versus Gnar a million times. I've never seen a Gnar win that hard.
Yeah, exactly. And even look at this Cassante. This Cassante, Finn, has been already nerfed 10 times. 10 times! And he's still doing all of these things.
Oh my god. Showmaker, he's crying.
At this point, it's just Nagnako carrying.
Yeah, it is. And the top lanes, I think the reason why we have such a magnifying glass on them currently is because of that performance yesterday, because that was 1v9 behavior out of Nagnako. Now, the reality is that's probably not going to be the case today, or is it?
I mean, I don't think so. I think coming up he's against Kana, I will say, despite Nagnako's extremely big biceps, as we see there, Kana against G2 did not really show what we expect from him. We saw Kana on the Sion against Gwen, and he really suffered. We saw Kana on the Galio, and I feel like we saw this last year. Whenever KC put Kana on tanks, it didn't really look like the best version of KC. So I want to see give something to Kana where he can pop off, because I think Kana believes in himself against Nagnako, and I don't want to see a Nagnako Kana matchup where it's Rumble Cassante.
Exactly, it's going to be again to the adaptations, because even though before we have seen Kana do extremely well, because at the end of the day, you know, the fundamentals that make you extremely good on these range champions, extremely good on these dominant matchups, they still apply in these sort of tag matchups, in these sort of utility matchups, but I just really want to see them empower more, because in the last series, it just really felt like realistically no one is being empowered. But about this top lane matchup, Finn, you know what it reminds me of?
Don't say it.
You know what it reminds me of, Finn?
Don't say it.
The days of old, when it was the rank 1 top laner in the league versus the rank 2 top laner in the league, and it was you versus me.
Oh, but bro, I don't know what time you were in where you were rank 1 or 2.
Really? Come on, just visualize it.
Okay, I'll join your delusional ride for a bit.
There was a time where we were both the best in the league, Finn. I was maybe #1 and you were maybe #2.
Well, that's up for debate, yeah.
It was up for debate?
That's up for debate.
But it was such a great times.
I'm sorry, I don't want to interrupt this heated rivalry or whatever, but it is Vitality versus KC. I want to hear, who here thinks that Kana is going to win? believes in Knock Knocko. Listen, if the crowd was to decide, slightly for Knock Knocko.
I'm not blaming them because this man has been on fire.
He has. For KC though, we need to take kind of like the big perspective in our heads as well, and that is KC were the victors here in winter last year. For them not to be at a road trip, especially one put on by their arch nemesis MKOI, that would be horrible for them. But they're up versus a Vitality who look hot to trot, and a Knock Knocko who wants to show Kana who's boss.
And here we are. Ooh, the final best of 3. Only best of 5 from here on out. And this one is high stakes. Both these teams feel like top 4 teams in the LEC, but only one of them can move on to see in Spain next week if they can be the very best.
I'm so excited. I'm so excited. And you know what? I'm going to say what we're all thinking. Knock Knocko versus Kana. I don't think it's going to be close. Knock Knocko put on some of the most 1v9 performances I've seen in top lane in the last 5-6 years, while Kana's off playing Sion and Galio.
I mean, we'll have to see if can Kana knock Knocko or can knock Knocko can Kana. But either way, I'm curious to see if Karmine Corp end up in a position where they've been first seed the entire way through the split, or do they just get knocked out right at the final hurdle? Like, this was the team that was the best in the league for so long.
I hate to say that Finn was right, but maybe BO1s don't really matter at the end of the day. We saw Na'Vi lose already. Now KC might just be next.
I mean, it matters how you show up in the postseason, in the playoffs, right? Na'Vi were number 2. They got knocked out. KC being number 1 didn't make their matchup versus G2 any easier. As exciting as that second game was, but it might have been a wake-up call for a KC lineup that was so dominant in best of 1. That was smashing their early matchups, but now here in the lower bracket, there's no room for error. You don't get to make another mistake or have another off day, and we'll see if the takeaways from that last series were the same for KC as they were for the analysts, but I'm inclined to agree. I don't think Yike needs to be playing the tricky stuff. Put him on the J4, get Kana back on the carries.
Yeah, I mean, it's I'm really curious about like what's the side selection like, because KC up against G2, they chose sides both times due to the fact they had the first seed, and they chose blue side, or first pick rather, back to back to first pick a power pick, but that means that you're always going to put Kana on the back burner because you're not going to give him the counter pick, and KC chose first pick again, so damn it.
Do you want to explain why you
because I want to see
top lane
Kana,
red R5?
Yes, I want to see R5, Kana dueling it out, really just fist fighting with Knock Knocko. Take it out of the game too if you want to. Just make it really hype and energetic here. But now what we're probably going to see is Kana on Sion, Rumble, or Cassandra.
I mean, they banned Gwen as well. So
you say take it out of the game? You want a literal fist fight?
Hey, if that's what the top laners need to duke it out, give them the
Rob,
tools.
you can continue now. I just wanted to make sure how we can all understand how psychotic Jack is being right now. Although I am a little inclined to agree.
Yeah, well, I mean, the Gwen ban says to me that they are going to try and look for an early Sion pick here. And also the Nami takeaway means that there's going to be lower priority on the Corki. But Azir's still there. There's still a lot of options here.
I'm going to be the skeptic here. I feel like KC took the wrong lessons out of the G2. I mean, looks like it might be the buy first pick. It's
why'd you laugh?
A pick that we've often memed in accordance with Yike when he was on the great G2 roster that won everything in Europe. I think Vi was the one champion that they still struggled to find too much success on. But it's often been a pick that Yike claims it's not his fault, but rather his team.
The teammates have claimed that as well in his defense, and he is 1-0 on the pick so far this season, and it's not going to get locked in, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah, it's going to be the Yunara first pick, answered immediately by the S-roll, and we're continuing with the sack covers that Vitality were doing yesterday. I still don't get the reference.
Zac and Lux, yeah.
Still though, I think Taliyah, Vi, if you're comfortable playing it, which we've seen from KC this split, they are, I think it's perfectly fine here. Good setup, good lockdown for the Rise, and you're able to match the roams, and it sets you up for a very strong, front to back if you want to.
Yeah, a lot of power in those two picks, and it looks like it's still going to be the Yike Vi. It's going to be paired up with the Taliyah. I mean, it's a classic combination. Vi with that point-and-click CC sets up that Taliyah shuffle beautifully and allows for a lot of playmaking later on in the game.
There's been very little focus on junglers though. Huge man still open, so I think here you could probably go for some sort of support if you want to try and secure a strong bottom side of the map for Fleshy and Karzi. But you can also just match jungle if you want to, but there is a window here we can try and make it a bit more interesting.
I like the Mundo flex for Vitality here. They do have that last pick, so they can flex that until the last second. And now they can look to target out supports to blind pick Fleshy, his support pick of choice.
One of the options going to be entering second ban phase now. Of course, the flex really the big thing that's going for Vitality as we enter this second phase. Is they're really taking their time to decide what they want to limit. Bot lane seems like the natural focus, but also potential to set up top lane here.
Yeah, I think it's the supports that I'd be eyeing up, like things like the Lulu and that for pairing with this Yunara, trying to make that a little bit less potent, and especially because you've already got decent engage, and Lulu can also kind of substitute a pseudo engage for the buy as well, but you get a second knockup. We'll have to see if that is going to be the game plan for Vitality right now. Actually looks like, at least on Vitality's side, they just want to continue to ban away the top side.
Yeah, try to set up this Mundo flex for the best possible matchup, so you can see till the end where they want to put it. And with that Rumble ban, it feels like they really want to put Kana on a tank, and then they can just put the Dr. Mundo into it, or counterpick with something like the Gnar. And it's really the top matchup that I think is the linchpin of this matchup today, because that was the one lane that really went out of control in Vitality's series yesterday.
Definitely was. And for KC, it did also go out of control, just in a worse way up against Broken Blade on the Gwen. And Kana, we know, there's a reason he carries so much respect. There's a reason he's regarded so highly. He can be a demon on the top side, but we saw this in winter playoffs last year from KC. We had interviews with them after one of the series where they fell down. They said, I don't know why we're putting this guy on a tank. They swapped to carries. They went to first stand. But again, you said maybe they didn't take the same lessons that we did from that failure against G2 to knock them down into this bracket. Now with the Nautilus banned away, though, at least some of the more reliable engage options being taken out of the pool, Vitality limiting that, and KC maybe one more support ban. We'll have to find out.
I'm curious if Vitality want to lock in a range support on 4, or if they just want to go this kind of bog standard melee support. The thing is, you're playing with an Astral, so I would like something like the Nico or the Karma just to bully lane, and especially since you banned out the Nautilus, it's kind of the best, easiest to play engage support into range champions. We saw it last game with Noah and Jun. When you have that Nautilus, you can always reach the range supports.
Especially with the Bard being banned, it kind of opens up for the Nico. Very little answers into it. And I think you still want something that can be at least somewhat engaged. But the Mbessa taking, so at least keeping that flexibility open between Linsis and Nako as to who's getting what pick.
It is a double flex, but it's also a bit of a double-edged sword, because now KC know what two top laners they're picking into. It is going to open up Fleshy, however, for that last pick to give him whatever support he wants. And I'm really curious to see what Kana goes for here. I think if he goes something like the Scion, then Vitality can put, to be honest, either Ambessa or the Dr. Mundo top. But it looks like it's going to be the Rek'Sai top, so still a tank top, but one with a lot more firepower, a lot stronger laning phase. And I'm not sure, I'm not going to lie to you guys, I'm not going to tell you I know how the Rek'Sai Mundo matchup goes. So I would assume it's pretty good, since Rek'Sai is quite strong in the early game, and that's kind of why they look it as just an insurance policy here.
Yeah, I think it's kind of the funny thing is that even though you're keeping the flex open, both the champions kind of suffer from the same issue, which is they aren't particularly strong early in the 1v1. Rek'Sai very strong, it feels like, against both of them. And even if you get the knock-up from Rek'Sai, you can still just trade very effectively. Now there's the Nico taken away from Lucio, so looks like Karma going to be the answer here.
And I'm going to be honest, the double flex picks for Vitality don't feel like they've earned them a massive advantage here, because I look at the side of KC and it's so simple to see what their composition wants to do. And Vitality, I can see what they want to do, but they don't have any CC, so I don't know exactly how they plan on doing it.
Yeah, I think it's pretty clear to say that you can say it was a bit of a mistake to lock in that Mbessa early. You could have just went for the Karma or the Nico. It's kind of a handshake, honestly. But now you're in a bit more of a vulnerable position. It looks like it's going to be Nako on that Mbessa into the Rek'Sai. You are going to outscale the Rek'Sai eventually, but it's going to be a tough early laning phase and a chance for Kana to prove that he's the best top laner in the league.
It's also for Vitality, like wanting to try and play a 1-3-1 style with Mbessa and Ryze. You kind of want something that can enable them in the early stages to start snowballing. Mundo, for me, doesn't really fit that. Whereas you look at the Vi on the opposite side, like, she can be active in the early stages, try and get access to mid and top, and just look to shut down any sort of 1-3-1 pressure later on as the game goes.
More often we expect Vi to just kind of power farm in the early game. A Q flash, you have setup CC in every single lane on the side of KC, and while Mundo passive in a top lane matchup might have meant more of a difference for shutting those ganks down, in the jungle, the Mbessa is super vulnerable, now playing on the top side instead of the jungle. The Ryze is vulnerable in the mid lane. It's just going to be really tough for Vitality to come out of this early game unscathed.
It is a really strong bot lane matchup, though, for Vitality. Ezreal, Karma, we've seen it many times before. And Carsey and Fleshy, they've shown inconsistencies, but they've shown that they know how to play aggressive.
Mark Brazda. Pants coming out. Check boys on the bottom side of the map. Hoping to make the difference this one. I like that you highlight the bot lane 2v2. This is a 2v2 that's been around for, I want to say ever.
Yeah.
I think I interviewed Reckless in 2016 about the Ezreal Karma bot lane. Really long time ago. Yeah, like the scroll that's on Humanoid's back is actually about old bot lane pairings, and the first one on the list is Karma Ezreal, but it's as impressive as it ever has been.
Yeah, the most impressive part was what the high reverse looked like.
League's just a different game back then. You gotta understand. We just didn't use normal languages. We just drew in symbols.
Well, Vitality bot lane are gonna get the push here. It's actually quite equal with Busio landing some Qs, but Vitality going on the aggressive.
Waited for Karzi's passive to be stacked before they continue the trades. Nice chunk out on the Mantra Q there from Fleshy. So heals traded, but still feels pretty good for Vitality.
He's trying to play around this window where Busio is already interacted with his Q, so you can have that little bit of an advantage when it comes towards the ability usage. And they find a nice window there. But still, I mean, you have the barrier on Karzi, Ghost for Kalist, so it means you can play a little bit more aggressive as Vitality if you can play off of these timelines.
I really like Busio going W level 2 here to block some of these Karma Qs and buy them a lot of HP in this lane. As you can see though, Kalist still getting poked out further. And Vitality bot lane looking to abuse this early laning phase.
And honestly, credit to Karzi and Fleshy playing so aggressive, right? First back for Ezreal usually means buying a tier, which sets you behind in terms of effective combat stats. But before that first back, your passive gives you so much in terms of effective stats alongside lethal tempo, which is of course matched by Kalist. It's a really nice window to play for where you know Kalist is going to come back with more effective combat stats if you base on even gold.
Now you got pushed for Vitality in that bottom side of the map, and it looks like Mundo wants to make his way towards the crab. Yike, slower, as you'd expect, than the Mundo on the clear. I'm curious what he wants to try and do with it. Does he end up just face checking into Yike?
Wandering in, he means business. This is an insane chroma for this skin.
Throw a little suitcase at him, and then he's going to pick up the crab. Yike is going to go for the top crab. Probably it's just going to be crab for the junglers here, with a bit more tempo gain from Linces as he gets to recall first. Unless, I mean, Yike has no smite. He could look to run all the way. No, he decides against it.
Not going to go for anything else. And again, quiet game, level 6, where we start to expect to see things get a little bit more explosive. Nako on the top side with access to that ulti will then have a bit more sustain, a bit more incentive to trade aggressively versus Kana. Obviously, in the early stages, Rek'Sai's just annoying. He just is so much sustain, so much. It's so hard to stick to him. You start a trade that's winning for you, he just, you know, tunnels on out.
To her, Dracos.
My bad, that's true.
But yeah, really the sustain is what's hurting Nako and making it difficult. You can see that Nako is getting some good trades, but it's hard to make that damage stick. Rek'Sai just goes back into her tunnel and heals that damage right back up.
I can't believe that this used to be more nerfed than it is now.
Yeah, it's...
Remember that this was like, was it 2023 or 2024?
Like better, you mean?
Well,
Like
yeah,
more buff,
in
no?
2024 it was like insanely broken.
Yeah. So you remember those Sack and Rek'Sai top every game?
I do remember that.
Oh, and the sustain was just... Oh,
no one was killing anyone.
Yeah.
And we complained about lane swaps, but I'm just saying it did save us from that a little bit.
That's true.
However, Nako...
you know, role quests were a really good way of removing lane swaps without making it such a weird...
We got there.
Yeah.
Just threatening people that they would be broke and
But let's be real,
useless.
give it like 2 more years and then we'll figure out something.
That's true.
That's true.
Just have the top laner have the ADC quest, and then ADC just gets XP.
Yeah.
There's a way to break it. It'll be found. Hopefully by the LEC.
Specifically,
LEC team specifically at an international event as Humanoid flashes forward. Easy set up here. Lens is going to hit him with a briefcase. The flick back doesn't do anything to the Mundo.
And that's the power of the Rise. That's why Vitality valued it so highly. You have that point-and-click CC, sets up Linces, great for the gank. Even though Yahoo uses the flash, he ends up going down and he's going to lose a whole mid-wave with it.
Trading flash for flash and dying is crushing. Linces pulling ahead in terms of overall gold, courtesy of that assist. Karzi and Fleshy sustaining pressure in the bottom lane, as you'd expect for the Ezreal Karma, but not able to build a greater health advantage, just able to slowly chip away at the difference between CSs.
Nicely done. And I think that's kind of what you need to do is Vitality here. Is force plays on mid so you can get control, especially over this dragon area, because with push on boss, it makes things significantly easier for Linces to take that objective. But KC are low here.
Linces just wandering in, maybe hoping to help crash this wave. It's not a dive angle, most certainly. Although Yike close to 6.
Wasn't spotted off of the
Click on
plant.
Humanoid connects. I don't really think they have kill pressure here. But Yike may be willing to play the long game.
Yeah, I don't see a world where Humanoid dies here without Yike being level 6. And Linces is doing the Drake, but maybe Yike...
The ward spots this.
Oh.
Oh!
How did he keep doing that?
Can we get his vision when we see that replay? Because he saw nothing. Did he see him come
He
over
must have
the
seen
banana
Mundo
bush?
walk through the banana bush.
But so Mundo hit the Scryer's Bloom, which Yike realized he wasn't spotted on. So I think he just assumed, having not seen him gone back in towards his jungle, that he must have been on the objective.
Oh,
so nicely done.
All in. Kana interrupted on the tunnel out. Knock trying to stop him from getting to the next tunnel. Unfortunately, he cannot because Rek'Sai, hilarious champion. Luckily for him, though, Humanoid on the way here. Goes under, comes right back out with the Void Rush, and down he goes. Vitality finding the advantage on the top side.
Nice movement from Humanoid there, walking back towards the river, knowing that Rek'Sai jumps out behind you, so it doesn't let Kana get close enough to the turret where he can flash away. And also just a great roam in general. Humanoid using that early pressure to now help Nak.
If someone asks why is Ryze strong, this is why. This is a masterclass on how you play around Ryze. You use his CC to gank him in mid, set up for the kill, and that allows Ryze to roam around and get kills elsewhere and sets Nak up for success. And we watched the crazy Ike play here. I mean, we didn't
see the initial vision.
So he hit the Scryer's Bloom, which then basically gave the vision all across here, which is why I think Yike basically realized, and hang on, there's more than likely then Linces is trying to go for this because he will have just gone for the full clear. So really heads up play from Yike and good understanding of where they will
maybe
be.
try to steal Drake.
Yeah, see?
Yeah, he's doing Drake alone, but he has small smites.
Yeah, and Yike had the 900 smite, while Linces was still on the 600.
He did the math.
He hit tab.
You love to see a plan come.
They are different icons.
No, he did the math.
Rob, don't. I watched a lot of people burn all their cooldowns on a Nami support with the Seekers yesterday. Not everybody pushes tab. It is a skill. You do have to keep checking on those things.
I'm just saying it's not a math skill.
Okay, awareness. You know.
You could argue all of reality's maps.
Okay, Jack. All right, man.
Here, look, we can get into now it doesn't exist if you really want to go down that rabbit hole, all right?
Reality's subjective, you know? Are we seeing the same thing right now? I'm not sure.
I'm seeing Humanoid trade with Yahoo.
I mean, a trade's pretty generous because...
Oh, he did a W.
Yahoo's hitting him a lot more, but he doesn't do any damage.
That's the reality, huh? So one, you could say Humanoid is trading with Yahoo, or you could say Yahoo's trading with Humanoid.
But that's actually just your perception of what you see.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Which one is reality? Both are reality. Okay, we're going too far down.
Monka. Yes. Do you guys think that if the point is confusing enough, people will assume it's good analysis?
Yes.
Yeah, that's how most color casters work.
Linces is currently triangulating into the river here. Wants to extrapolate some grubs.
What does it mean? He must know what he's talking about. He used so many big words incorrectly. That's the true sign of genius. Linces in a good spot. Yike gonna go for maybe another steal. Thinks better of it. Instead, perhaps a mid lane play. Nope. Debating.
What if he just steals this
really
again?
loves theft.
Yeah.
Stealth. He's hiding in the bush.
Why is my man playing Splinter Cell? What happened anyway? Here we go.
He's gonna steal it.
Steal it.
Oh,
nope.
he didn't. Oh, he did get it.
He got the one. He got the one. Void Grub's going
And
over.
he
They're
gets
going to try
the
to kill the Mundo. Mundo's still healing up for a while. Linces now running away. The Q coming in, and now Humanoid might be in trouble as Lucio is on the chase. So they get a grub and they get a kill, but the gold still favors Vitality.
Still just nice plays here from Yike. Again, like, you're just utilizing the time that Vitality are investing to actually get a steal and then get more off the back of it. So, honestly, nice little win. Vitality's still up in gold, but small plays here and there.
I mean, Yike is looking like Solid Snake in this one, just sneaking around, finding the stealth, the angles, being able to pick up that last grub. Oh, but Nak, this is what you love to see.
Nak doesn't want to overcommit while Kana has ulti and could potentially dodge away from his own ult. That does make things a bit tricky.
And the thing is, you picked this Rek'Sai to win lane. You picked it so that regardless of the Mundo or the Mbessa, you would have a good laning phase. But Nak, they go top lane right now. He doesn't let it happen. All he needed was a little roam from Humanoid, a little roam, and he is taking over right now.
Started with a small
He took
jump in the
tower.
corner gold, and now he's tying tower.
Are you
and he
kidding
dies.
me?
Jack, shut up, bro. You're cursing players. We talked about this. You're not allowed to praise anyone. No, I'm kidding. You're fine.
I mean, even then, with the kill going over, because it didn't go towards Kana, it's still a solid gold lead for Naknako. So, and the wave was already pushed in, so we won't really lose out.
We don't need to cope that hard. We don't need to cope that hard. That was a little greedy. He was feeling himself, given all the praise that we've laid upon him, but he's still a mortal man, and he will still die if he goes in the tower.
That's true.
For now.
He had to test, you know.
Sometimes, you have to be sure. It is the
Yeah.
privilege of video games. You can limit tests that way. That said, I don't think the lane phase is going to get too much easier for Kana as the Eclipse now finished for Naknako. But Yike, with the Sundered Sky, can do a lot of work in the coming fights.
Vitality starting up the Drake here. Want to see if they can get the Infernal, but KC, I think they'll want to contest. Yike has the ultimate.
Solid Snake. Trying to find a way into this one. Looking for a bit of a steal.
Kar's only now able to group up with the team. So Vitality a little uncomfortable here.
The Drake is reset, and Yike is in a bit of an awkward position. Humanoid ghosting around.
There.
For the
Humanoid
root.
just walking really fast past the minefield. Yahoo able to stop him is Yike. Still hiding in the brush. Still with perfect information.
Can't be
Still
stealthing
doesn't
like this
want
once
to 1v1 this Mundo, I don't think. Maybe he does.
He does.
Crushing blows. Very good.
The equal trade there for both junglers, as both decide to back off. And no, wait, we're not backing off. This is an Eternal Drake setup here.
So
I like this.
Okay, so Kana now TP top, which is why I think Lynxes feels a little bit more confident to go for this. But yeah, I'm pushing mid. They're happy to take it.
Yeah, so this is basing. Yike goes for the top camps. That's one Drake going over for Vitality, and it's going to be the Mountain Soul. A lot of value for both teams this game.
This has to be the closest early game we've seen all day, at the very least.
But the only real reason it is close is because of the steals. Realistically, I think, you know, Vitality have been doing a very good job of setting up on the objectives, trying to play off of wave states, and if we didn't have Secret Agent Yike, I mean, you'd be 2 Dragons, 3 Void Grubs, and you'd be like, Vitality off to the races. And it's kind of what we got to see before as well in that G2 game too, where Yike kept KC within touching distance with some insane steals.
It's also Yike with pretty much the only gold lead for KC. Tiny one on Busio, but it's like 80 gold. So Yike is the one member that's actually ahead of his opposition and can look to make the difference going into the next fight. He really wants to try to leverage that control and pressure to some of these laners, because both mid and top are continuing to get pushed in and take losing trades. It's Naknako here. Doesn't dash forward.
Kana, though, just heals up so much of that damage, but top lane starting to balance out, feeling a little bit more even around one item as the redemption from Fleshy comes top lane.
Fleshy said it's unfair. This Rek'Sai sustain, have a redemption.
We'll see. It's not going to cost him because there's no objectives for quite some time, so he's probably fine. Just give that one up.
That's like the type of stuff you do in a solo queue game to get the honor, you know?
Yeah.
Sure, or an assist, yeah. He just wants to be barred so bad. Humanoid flash forward, easy setup, briefcase connects, and now there's really nowhere for Talia to go. She's got to run for her life. They're trying to CC the Mundo. They're using everything they have to keep Yahoo standing. It looks like it's enough as Yike finally arrives. Ball breaker forward, but the snare from Fleshy stops from going any further.
Yike with the counter gang able to turn that around. It looks so dicey. And now Naknako wants Kana.
Making the most of the TP shield just to kick the fight off.
Donalds provide too much safety there. But it was a good initial play from Humanoid, it looked like. They had the numbers advantage, but Yahoo, with the Ghost, bought so much time, it allowed Busio to peel for him, and it ends up being just Humanoid falling for Vitality.
Starting to even things out in the mid lane. Just a moment ago, we were like, Yike has the only gold lead, but now it's Kalist as well as Yehu, who are pulling ahead. Kalist must have grabbed some plates in the meantime.
Yeah, even though Karsi has the CS lead, maybe Karsi or Kalist also had the call. As you see Humanoid flashing forward here, and the briefcase from Linces, it lands, but with the Ghost, Yahoo is just too damn fast, and it's a great ult by Busio. Hits onto both Fleshy and Humanoid, and he follows up with the root, and they get the flat from Fleshy on top. And Yike is really making his presence known in this game.
That he is. Karsi, though, trying to get aggressive onto Kalist. So close to finishing off the kill. Busio laying down the clone and using his own body just to block the Mystic shots here.
And that should be Riptide now for Vitality. Karsi and Fleshy making some plays on mid. Humanoid has no flash. Yahoo has the ult to come over the wall, so we'll just back away.
Yike is just pressuring alone here, even though Kalista's 100 HP under tower. He's still trying to find something and force them away. But as you said, Dagda, it's the Rift Herald going over to Vitality. And the next objective is that Mountain Dragon, 1 minute 40.
Bit of time, get those flashes back, at least for Busio and Fleshy. We're not enough time, however, in 1 minute 40. Need to see what it looks like when the top laners get involved. For now, they've been pretty isolated to their 1v1.
I think the early game, even though the gold lead isn't big, I really favor Naknako scaling in this game. And I think he can really show his impact in team fights. And that's what you're aiming for when you pick this Ambessa.
I don't even think he needs to scale. He's been doing a great job against Kana, honestly, in this 1v1. He's got the level advantage, he's got the CS, well, had the CS lead for quite a while. And I think that's why, if you're Vitality, you're honestly pretty happy with the way this game has been going. You hold control, your solo laners are in decent spots as you start to move on, and Karzi and Fleshy are doing good work into the 2v2 in mid. As long as you can keep playing through those lanes, I think you're in a great spot.
Naknako getting some good trades here, and I agree with you, Dagda. I think this is a great start for Vitality and a great start for Naknako. Being ahead in gold here, cashed in that call now. And he is really gonna...
behind him.
Could see a Realm Warp, but Kana tunnels forward. He has no other tunnels currently set up in the lane. I think the alarm bells are ringing. He knows this is not the time to go in.
There was a wave that crashed on bot, and they were, I think KC were like, hang on a second. Someone should be collecting this wave. Nobody is picking it up. There has to be some sort of play happening elsewhere. So Kana, with the help of KC, kind of backing away to that. And it does mean Vitality lose a little for the play. But honestly, I like the idea. Try and make this quick play before Dragon spawns. Now KC on the objective first, though.
Yeah, I think it shows some foresight and understanding of this Rise pick that Humanoid, a veteran, goes for these types of plays where he's willing to just drop a wave to try to make something happen. While Kana respects it, it still means that Vitality can use this to get pressure on the Drake.
But there's an awkward situation here. Humanoid's reliant on the Realm Warp and the Ghost to get him to the objective fast enough. Kana has access to this VP. Naknako doesn't. Might have been part of the reason why we see the lane assignments work out the way that they do. He's hoping he can make it down. It means losing 1 or 2 creeps here.
Yeah, who swinging a miss onto Naknako, had Yike on the side as well. Vitality back away just off the threat though. The Dragon not started, but big ultimate down now for KC.
See how important it ends up being, both mid laners with utility ultimates.
KC are starting the Drake here. They see Humanoid on top and they want to pull the trigger. Kana already keeping in.
Keeping in, Yike taking his time, trying to find a target to ult T2. Kana off on the side. Naknako may try to ult him, but a bit more damage comes through. Forces the flash out early.
This is so low. Vitality hold all the cards now.
Yike might just want to go for the 50-50, but needs to be careful. Flash away. No time for the Vault Breaker. A little bit of damage coming for KC. Redemption to heal Vitality right back up. Mountain Drake secured by KC. Now they need to get out. But they get what they want.
But the Rift Herald is in mid. So still a lot of pressure here from Vitality. They should be able to fall back and take that mid lane turret. TP to top from Naknako. Can be matched here by, or actually can't be matched with the Rek'Sai anymore. So maybe actually 2 turrets off that play for Vitality.
Gonna be a lot of gold in Vitality's pockets, but crucially, KC got the Drake through Yike's smites. He's been so damn good with the smites these days, even outsmiting the Dr. Mundo. As now Kana is not in trouble. I think Humanoid continues looking forward.
Kana really likes short trades and really likes walking into the brush. Nothing like watching the animation cancel as someone drops out of your vision. Kana playing the Rek'Sai, an annoyance, it's safe to say.
Naknako might be in a little bit of trouble here though. Might have to back away because you've got Kalista on this top side. I thought Yike might try and come up, but with no members now showing, he feels a little bit more comfortable to step up.
That was Nico though. That was
Nico, yeah. But
it's still pressure, yeah. Just funny how even we can get fooled by the Nico clone.
It does. It is annoying that the icon on the map is the champion, because it looks like there's 2 Vys on my map right now. And now there's 2.
Isn't it funny that nobody says, you know how people were always like 2 Shens, but nobody says that about Nico. Nobody's like 2 Yunaras.
Yeah, it's kind of like when, you know, Paparito gets involved, they kind of ruin the joke. You know, it's like when your dad thinks the meme is funny. Is it still funny?
Yeah.
Like as adults probably, but when you're a teenager.
Yeah.
Anyway, level 12, 4th list, trying to push in, trying to break this mid lane tower. It's not going super high. Gold's still super close. We'll see if I can find another adjective other than the word super, as Mega getting it later and later into this game. The late game scan almost had favors. Nako. Really haven't gotten to see Kalist do too much. Now he's at 2 items, as is Carzzy, but the 2-item power spike from Ezreal is pretty legendary.
I think it's just insane how close this game is, though. Like, there's been so much back and forth, like both teams jostling and vying for any sort of pressure that they can get. But in all said and done, like, both teams are within touching distance, and this could easily break either direction. Like, KC now at least get the push on mid, will also get top lane turret off of the reset timer from Vitality. And Nako's trying to hide.
Yeah, he might be in trouble here. Although he doesn't get spotted, but maybe Yahoo is in trouble if he buys enough time here.
Get the
As the rest of KC.
That's the ulti. Unstoppable. The Realm Warp starts to come in. Yahoo's just dead. Thought he was safe. Had 2 members, 2 teammates waiting in the brush to support him.
Kana's bot lane and has no TP. If he actually shows in the wave, do Vitality feel comfortable to just take Baron?
I would love for Vitality to start Nash here. It was such a good sneak play by Nako, but it doesn't look like they want to go for it. They just put Nako bot. They don't want to explode the game just yet. They want to play it slow, play for the towers, take the small leads. But I love this sort of cheesiness that Nako looks for. And he finds the kill, results in a tower as well.
Definitely a good look. Now he can move down to the bottom lane to match Kana. Top lane tower picked up, small gold lead. Neither side able to build any kind of significant advantage, because again, 1,000 this late into the game, it's not a big deal. So instead, I think we have to look at item completions, but across the board, it's really just 2 items apiece for both teams.
And I think if you're Vitality, you would look to try and take that fight. You just kind of talked about the Ezreal spike, you got that Rise spike off the 2 items, especially as he's about to hit the 10 stack on his Rite of Ages. However, for KC, they're kind of just getting to farm up. They have the Dragon lead, so they can wait for 3 items on Yunara. They don't technically have to take the fight, look for trades, but...
Kalist going in for the 1v1. Humanoid suddenly thinking better. I don't know if he wins out on this one. Seraph's shield is there. Kalist still continuing to walk forward. Yike waiting off to the side. Wants to lock up. Humanoid immediately goes for the ulti. Kalist just dives in, picks up the kill, breaks a tower of his own, and we're just going blow for blow, band for band here in this game.
Kalist is playing fearless here as he takes the 1v1. And Vitality were not willing to start the Nash when they killed the mid laner, but KCR, Yike, the Smite King. Let's see how they play it.
Linsis, how does he want to get into this one? If we could see his vision, show the pressure on him to try to find his way in. As Busio finds the flank off to the side, Carzzy caught out immediately, going to get flicked back, but now it's Nako arriving in the meantime. Carzzy still living for a moment, but it's Kana to seal the deal. Uses the ulti, Linsis on the run, as is Nako. Ball breaker there, Linsis locked up. They're not able to break the passive. Now starting to run, he's just too fast.
Busio learning the guerrilla tactics from Nako, hiding on the bush, waiting for Carzzy to step up that bit too far. They don't get the Baron, but it'll be another kill now for KC, but 15 seconds until Dragon. They need to get back out, and now they're down 3 of those ultimates.
Carzzy still dead for 15 seconds. It should be a free Drake for KC here. Unless Vitality are able to find some miracle play. Linsis just clearing the crab. Oh, Nako.
Level 16 there for Nako. Immediate flash to knock up. Forcing a flash back out from Nako. Linsis starting to step up. Busio here, but no ulti. Crucially, Kalist does have access to his ulti.
But there's no Ezreal. Carzzy on his way. KC should be able to just burst this out. Humanoid's in that bottom side.
Right, can he get it? Linsis wants baiting if he wants to poke his head and isn't going to take the risk as Clone continues to be a nuisance. Linsis now ready to chase. Kana presumably has a tunnel soon as he tries to sidestep as the Ike goes right back in, looking to lock up Carzzy, but the rest of the team just isn't there. A play they did not need to make.
And Yike needed to ulti Nako, but he went for Carzzy instead. Ended up knocking Nako out of the Talia W and went too deep. Now the question is if Vitality can look to start the Nash. They're realm warping in. Nako is low, but Yike is dead. There's no jungler on the side of KC and there's no smite, but KC can still look for the fight.
Yike did so much in this game, but horrors of his old Vi plays coming back to mind. Is KC now stepping up? Yeah, who goes in to separate?
The wall to separate with 4K. The objective's getting lower. It would take a miracle for them to steal this one. Linsis immobile. Unmovable. 1800 does manage to take away the Baron, and immediately Vitality re-engage, and now it's a disaster for KC. Nako living far too long as Kana tries to finish the kill. Double knockup comes through again, but he can't tunnel over the wall as Carzzy drops him. It's Baron to Vitality.
This game is so back and forth. It's blow for blow every moment, but it's Vitality who managed to get the Baron for the Dragon.
And this Nash fight, Yahoo puts up the wall. They try to scatter them, but it's the lack of smite that really hurts them as Vitality can play it slow. They secure the Nash with the help of Linsis, and Nako goes in. I thought he would die, but he ends up buying so much time dashing out. He still goes down to Kana, but with that he pulls Kana alongside him to the grave.
Yeah, who performing the cardinal sin of League of Legends, flashing in a straight line and still gets hit by Naknako on that one. Vitality gonna feel overjoyed now. Losing Dragon still hurts, but finally a 3k gold lead for them on this. And with so much of that being situated on towards Carzzy, third item now completed, this Ezreal in a position to try and be a major carry in these fights.
Nicholas needs more time to hit that Infinity Edge. Desperately needs it. Maybe some armor pen as well to get through Linces's health bar. A bit of healing reduction for Bucio certainly does go a long way in these fights, but Vitality with the Baron firmly in control. Back and forth right up until Yike stepped a little bit too far forward. KC had the angle to just play for Soul. Thought maybe they could convert into a greater fight, get a Baron of their own, but now they're so far behind. 3k deficit. Now going to see how much more Vitality can get done with the Baron power play.
Vitality really needs to get a lot of things done with this Baron power play, because otherwise you're still entering a Soul fight for KC in 2 minutes. And if KC are only down 3k gold, that's still a fight that's really, I would say, even in their favor. So Vitality are a bit on the clock here. They want to try to make the best use of this Nash that they can. 1 minute left. They're going to get the tier 2 bot. What more can they get?
They don't have waves set up anywhere else in the map. They're playing on a single lane, which makes it so much easier for KC to just defend. Kana did a good job of pushing out the mid wave. No one's managing top wave. So Vitality, I think, lacking the Baron on Naknako, maybe not comfortable to play on multiple waves as their split pusher doesn't have the buff.
I think it's also just that, Kana waves are not going to be hit, but I think Vitality are scared of the engage from KC. Like, the go button from Yike, a flash in from Bucio, they can very quickly find these fights. If you drop mid lane turret and shut down the play, suddenly KC get the tempo lead that they need to set up for that Dragon. So Vitality not willing to give it. Naknako, I think his spidey senses were tingling a little bit there.
Good thing he didn't greed for the control ward. Still, it's only going to be a 2.5k gold lead from this Baron power play.
And most of that's the kills they got immediately following the Baron. It's not like they got a ton of objectives here. So Vitality, while they've built a decent gold lead, they've completed or at least started onto those 4th item spikes. Kalista on 3 items. He had enough time to farm that up. So I think you're right about what you said earlier, Jack. This Soul fight is still going to be very, very close.
It's going to be the one that counts. It's still going to be Vitality that have control as they're able to push in this mid wave with Carzzy. And they really want to poke them down before a fight starts, utilize this Karma S-roll to its full potential. And then Naknako and Linces can swoop in and finish the deal.
Humanoid looking to split, get another pressure point. Maybe disrupt KC a bit here.
You see Yike hovering off of the top of mid-wave. They were hoping Vitality might group on mid-wave. Maybe he could look for a play, but still potentially look for play on Carzzy if he overextends.
Humanoid isolated on the side. Kana finds the initial knockup. Wall laid down by Yehu. Humanoid now ghosting away. Redemption coming in to keep him relatively healthy. He's just fast enough to escape for now. Trying to get back into the realm. More fancy footwork, but the knockup is there in time for Kana. Humanoid down. Shut down for Yehu.
Massive pick for KC. Naknako was still pushing in top. I mean, now 15 seconds until potentially Mountain Soul. Vitality have to take a fight with a numbers disadvantage.
And that's the impact that Kana has in these games. Now it's a 4v5. Vitality are trying to enter through bot. Naknako has the flank.
Kana can spot him out with the Tremor Sense, even though they don't have the vision, though. Knows exactly where he's playing from. A nice added bonus is Bucio fishes for a flank. Sends the clone forward first since they don't have vision in the brush. 4K getting lower, the 50-50, a smite fight, but they don't want to take it. They're going to knock up Linces and take him down instead immediately as health bar just disappears. Carzzy taking down Bucio, but at the cost of the soul.
They tried to make a play on towards Bucio. He was putting so much pressure down by threatening that potential flank that Carzzy had to go and deal with them. So KC turn on towards Linces, finish off the jungler, and take the soul.
And this game is just so close. The biggest plays in the game we've seen have been single individual errors. Yike going a bit too far, costing them the Baron. Humanoid going a bit too far, costing Vitality the soul. Everything else has been nearly flawless.
I mean, it's just been Yike with the smites that have made the difference in this game. You see Linces goes in, but the call is split. This Mundo cannot go where he pleases. As Carzzy is taking down Bucio, there's no backline for Linces to play around, and he's taken down so fast. And this is the steals we saw early game. Yike set this up by getting those Drakes early and securing each and every single one.
And it's the time bot that is going to do KC wonders. Kalist nearly at his 4th item. You're seeing Yehu starting to pick up his ones. A GA now bought for Yike means that he can go hyper aggressive on the plays and set up for KC as long as KC are there to help him out on the back.
Also, Mountain Soul, the extra armor and magic resist, even though we don't have a true tank on the lineup, you're looking at Nako and Carzzy, who both would love to be throwing out so much damage, mitigated by the bit of armor we're seeing from Yike already. It's just going to be hard to find that backline axis and assassinate those priority targets for Nako in these big fights.
Also, I just want to highlight the way that who's playing this. You can see him, he's just sitting here, but always like threatening a potential on either side to make plays. Has cancelled the reset once more, but it means that Humanoid, like, he can't really do anything because he doesn't know where Yehu is.
And that's the kind of support we talked about when it comes to these split pushing compositions. Something we noted that Vitality lack a bit with the Mundo, right? Don't have that semi-global to support someone on side lane without using the power of Humanoid, and currently he's the one on side, so now they find the lockup onto Nako. Redemption healing coming in. Nako living for far too long. Follow fight is there though. Nako goes back in, looking to pop Yike. Yike barely living. Yike holding on. Sundering a bit of sky to keep the dreams alive as KC now retreat. Humanoid stepping forward, but Kalist free to start unleashing damage. Dash over the wall. Kana coming from behind. The Rek'Sai will not find the angle. It's a bloody little brawl, and Carzzy wants to make the difference. GA pop. Busio can't go in, but he's going to try anyway. Lock up there. Q through. Flash back from Yike. Humanoid off to the side, trying to burn through Kana's health bars. A close spot battle. Flash forward. Knock up from Kana. Yehu not there with the follow-up damage. The Sarah's proc just in time to keep Humanoid standing. Vitality turning it. Carzzy popping off. Carzzy health bar to hold on to hope in this game.
And Carzzy came to play, ladies and gentlemen. He sees that Yike wastes the Q and pounces on the opportunity. He takes his GA, and even though Busio gets the engage, it's 2 kills for Vitality, and Carzzy might have just saved them the game.
KC trying to play it slow until Kana can get there, because they look free. You knock Nako here, but the follow-up isn't quite there. As Yehu uses the wall, but Nako able to flash away. Immediate dive onto Yike. But Yike just doesn't end up falling, but it's the overextension afterwards, because the Realm Warp from Humanoid gets there faster. Again, you've got this numbers play. Kalist not in a position to actually get any sort of damage down because he goes towards mid. Vitality back in the Baron. Can they make this pick happen?
We're fighting again. It's the Baron Nashor. It's Yike's playground. He has to smite.
Has the smite, but no flash.
Can't get in.
Can Q forward, take the blast cone, gets it with it, but he cannot steal it. Not today. Limpet secures this one.
Bro, I can stole that. Like, I would be.
No, it's just done. It's, yeah.
Oh. Okay, a Baron Nashor for Vitality, and they firmly get that gold lead back in their hands. And now they need to break inhibitors with this Baron Nashor. Open up this KC base to make sure that you have control of the Elder Dragon.
Starting the push on much better footing than they did last time around. Mid wave already pushing forward. Bot wave in their favor. Yehu sent to answer it to stop Vitality from being able to play on 3 lanes, but Kalist alone is not enough to hold here in mid lane.
You're just man down. KC knows they have to back away from these outer turrets. They're just sending Yehu to push aside and hope that at least they can play off of the 2 lanes and try and nullify the pressure. But 10 seconds until Yike, and it's going to be 10 seconds too late as Vitality will take the inhibitor structure.
So frustrating too when Vitality have this advantage, Flushy able to stand back. The Mantra E, the Defiance, just to speed Vitality up and in. And
Yahu's pushing bot. That's a silver lining for KC, but if Vitality can get this top inhib, then it would be absolutely huge for them. So much pressure for this Elder Dragon.
Nako continuing pressure in mid-wave, just making sure there's something that has to be answered elsewhere. Double cannons, now going to be triple cannons. The tower certainly going to fall here. Still 1 minute and 30 seconds left on this Baron. KC, if they misstep while this buff is active, the game will end in the favor of Vitality. Kalist chunked, sent back to the fountain.
And that's going to be it. That chunk is enough for the inhibitor to fall. And KC struggling in game number 1 against Vitality. This was insanely close, but Linsis doesn't get back. Kana manages to interrupt. Nako caught as well.
Nako quick back. Yike immediately going to go in. Nako needs to find a way over the wall. That's going to be the cease and desist coming through. Nako can't find escape with an ulti of his own. He's going to get picked away. 30 seconds before the Elder. Vitality need to hold 4v5.
And disaster has struck the Vitality camp at the last possible moment. The Vitality members are desperate. They want to look for a pick before Elder.
KC made a choice though. They went for Nako and they did not go for Linsis. The jungler for Vitality is still here, and Vitality are looking for plays.
Humanoid on the flank. Yahoo about to get immediately deleted, but the knockup from Busio is there. Down goes Carzzy. Humanoid, the last major source of damage left. He's getting deleted just as quickly, but he manages to take one with him. The shield is massive. How is this Rise alive? Marek Pravda
and the rest of Vitality standing strong. 2 members dead on both sides. It's 17 seconds till Nako, and Vitality might just get the Elder.
What the hell was that? I thought I knew League of Legends, and Humanoid looked dead in the 1v4, but he does so much damage, and the shielding and healing from Fleshy allows Vitality to get Elder in the last moment.
Marek, Brazda stepping up, Karzi taken out. It looked like Busio had done the unthinkable and held this play from Vitality. But with the TP in, the actualizer damage, deleting Yehu, putting manners on KC, and showing that Vitality will not be denied on the play.
I mean, Kalist is mind-blowing. He got one shot. I can't believe it myself. And as Kalist, you need, like, you're going to be kicking yourself after that one, because you could have used the fact that you have the longer range with the Yunari. You could have played it slower, waited for the CC, but it looked like a free kill. It was a 1 versus 4.
He's stalling on Elder. He's just waiting as long as possible to make sure the waves are in a good spot.
And the Nasher, ideally. But it's still not going to be lined up with the Nasher. But still, they can play for the bot inhib. They can look for the dive. And we saw Ryze do a lot of damage before the Elder.
Yeah, well,
now he has an Elder.
It's an actualizer, not a maybe-lizer. It's just kind of a disgusting item. I don't know how it ended up in the game, but now Nako's been caught out, flick back. He's gonna die again, running for his life. Last little bit of help coming out, but now Humanoid's gonna try to 1v5 as best he can. Yikes, burning, ticking, holding on, will not go into the threshold, crucially.
It's going to be the bot inhib for Vitality, but 2 big mistakes by Nako here. Not living up to his performance from yesterday, but it might just not matter. Vitality are looking to continue the siege, 4v5. They still have the Elder.
They just need the super creeps. They can look for the poke with Karzi. They can look to keep KC in their base. KC have the soul, but it has not been enough for them to hold on in this game. I mean, Vitality have been fantastic.
Been so diligent, a couple missteps most certainly, but overall still doing so well in these fights, finding these good angles, punishing KC when they overstep. The Mountain Soul not enough, and you're right, double super creeps. 3 inhibitors down. Nexus 2 towers still standing strong. Karzi's ulti gonna connect on the Kana. Vitality now pulling back. 10 seconds on Nako. TP is there. They get the flash out of Lensis at the very least. 1 minute left. KC need to hold the line and be ready for a fist fight at the Baron, but Vitality don't want to give them that time. It's TP in from Nako in the battle lane. 1 final hold for KC. Mantra Defiance coming out, massive shielding across all of Vitality. Not mitigating much damage.
Go. This is going to be the last wave, but it's double super creeps lined up perfectly. Yehu trying to use the wall to buy time so they can deal with the top wave.
30 seconds. Last waves here. Next one won't be there in time. Klitz putting back with the ulti in from Nako might make the difference. Klitz getting back in the fountain, just out of range of being executed. Using the fountain regeneration to burn through, but Karzi's on the Nexus. Crucially, he's on the Nexus. He wants to end it here. Pana on the chase in. Nexus exposed at the edge of death. KC trying to hold on. Lensis not finding the angle. Humanoid going golden. Karzi going off as he finds kill after kill. Resurrection there. Humanoid on the edge of death. But the game will end in favor of Vitality. At the end, insult to injury.
And Vitality have done it, and it was not the backup of Nako, it was the Czech duo, Karzi and Humanoid, that did the damage in the team fights and made it count.
The training arc is too much. It's biceps, it's deadlifts, it's everything for Vitality. And Des, please break this down, because I am mind blown here.
I'm mind blown as well, but you know what? When Karzi locks in Ezreal in an important game for years and years and years now, you always have in the back of your head, is he gonna do something crazy? He saved the game.
I felt it on my own skin. There was so many times where I played against Karzi's Ezreal in elimination games, and he just always pulls up the craziest things because he's dashing in 1v5. He's about to get caught so many times, but yet it feels like this is his best champion. He's always playing at the edge of his limits.
I mean, you think back to those legendary moments, MSI versus Damwon Gaming, those Ezreals kept finding their marks. And look at the preview of this fight here. He takes so much space. His top laner just got caught. They have Mountain Soul, yet he is fearless and adamant that this is the fight he wants to take. And he just makes miracles happen out of thin air.
And this is also where his crazy personality is kicking in, because this guy is 20% HP, has 5 people in front of him, and he still finds the energy to just jump in.
He just said,
1v5.
we're back, we're back, we're back, is what he said. He said, we're back. But it was necessary, right? What a crazy game. I don't even know what to prioritize, because I feel like we watched an early game where Yike was doing amazing. He was stealing all the objectives. KC was getting their comp online. It was all going great, and then bam!
Let me talk to you about Humanoid Marek Brasta, because we talked about Nako a lot in the pregame. That was not relevant at all this game. But I love how they used this Ryze pick. Not only in the late game, but in the early game. They looked to gank for the Ryze. Make sure that Ryze can push safely. Give him the vision, and then use that Ryze push into the top side. Make sure Nako gets ahead. Not that it mattered. It was Marek Brasta that got that kill. And I feel like they just worked in such good tandem. And this was a volatile game. It was a joyride, but Vitality came out on top.
And that's also the dangerous part about Vitality, you know, because it feels like every game we bounce between, Humanoid and Karzi with Nako. But at the same time, you know, when Nako is having maybe not an off game, but just like a normal top lane game, you have these two little nutcases in the mid and jungle, in the mid and ADC rather, who are ready to take over the game at every moment.
Yeah, shades of Mad Lions, right? When they, the team we'd love to hate on here in Europe.
I love Mad Lions, yeah.
It's two players that have done this for a very long time. You mentioned the Damwon game. I also remember like a Worlds game versus maybe NLG. Like it was super close, it was super late game. And I think this is really interesting to contrast, right? Because you have a Vitality that has found their groove in Versus. They really have. They are getting stronger every game we see them play. Versus a KC who are expected to go to finals weekend.
I mean, to me, KC is like the team that goes to fine dining restaurants. They sit there with their little fancy forks and they enjoy a sophisticated game of League of Legends. Yeah. Meanwhile, Vitality, they drag you down in the mud and they dine in hell together with them. And I feel like KC were not ready for that. Vitality just threw everything, kitchen sink, tablecloth, whatever they could find. And I feel like KC was not ready at all.
Nope.
But Finn, is it a curse? Because think about KC from last year. They won Winter. They made first stand. But as of now, pretty much every single team that made first stand last year did not make it. CFO is out. HLE is out. Is it just a curse?
Guys, I think he has the script.
He's onto something, guys.
I want to see KC do it, because they made us proud in the past, but now they're finally here at the brink of elimination into a resurging Vitality.
Yeah, I mean, the eyes were also with Busio that was in theory a big upgrade for Targamas. So I think a lot of expectations is behind this KC roster. For them not even to make top 4 would be a huge disappointment for this organization.
Yes, they have to turn it around. We saw a reverse sweep already, although for best of 3s, I think that's kind of lame.
Hey, it still hurts.
It still hurts. Of course, so let's talk about the two scenarios then. How did KC bring this back, first off?
I mean,
they didn't play badly.
Yeah, exactly. So this is the weird thing where, okay, maybe we haven't seen the best League of Legends from both of them, but when I feel like these teams are so evenly matched, I would say, because they have stars on each side. I feel like Yike had a really, really good game, even though they lost. It just so happens that there's a loser sometimes. So I'm not really putting it on just KC. It just might be Vitality outplaying them.
I mean, to me, if I had to find one lane, I would probably say it's in the mid lane. We remember how highly Caps talked about Yehu in those interviews in the PGL before. And I feel like this game, with those early ganks by Linces together with Humanoid, he was completely shut out of the game. It was constantly Humanoid pushing those midways, finding angles on the side lanes. And that mid lane, he was 3v5, holding the line. And I feel like if KC wants to fight back, they gotta unlock Yehu more together with Yike and Busio. That mid-jungle support is pivotal.
That makes sense. It kind of feels like as I was watching this game when KC was still on the winning track, they're playing as a collective, right? You have Yehu covering, making sure that Humanoid can't do too much. And on the other side, you have Vitality, who I just think, if I have to bet on an X factor, I'll bet on Vitality every day of the week because they will do more with less.
It's such a weird thing to say, because I feel like it's the first time I will ever say that if I have X Factor, I'm betting on Vitality.
It's crazy.
Yeah, but it just goes to show how much of pedigree, you know, Humanoid and Karzi have as a duo, because we have seen them separately. They haven't done well when they were apart, but now when they're together, it finally feels like it's the Mad Lions of old, and this two core driving the team forward.
It would be a monumental upset if KC does not make it to Barcelona and does not get a chance to defend their winter title, but we're not going to count them out because that's what we did last year and they came back and they won that winter split. But this is Versus. It's a different game. So let's see what happens when we come back from the break.
Yeah?
You have the easiest opponent, buddy. I'm playing against the promised king.
You're legit playing with some guy who was... Can you hear me, baby?
Unmovable, 1800 does manage to take away the Baron, and immediately Vitality re-engaged, and now it's a disaster for KC. Knockdown living far too long as Kana tries to finish the kill. Double knockdown comes through again, but he can't tunnel over the wall.
Holy my Graza. That's an insane performance, man. Kill him. They're landing the shit. But a corner game.
What's wrong with me today? I think you should have a break.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Maybe cause I'm the crushing. My body wanna talk. What was that?
Whoops.
Red Bull gives you wings.
A new champion. Welcome to my shop. You'll need the right build. Choose wisely, because every upgrade brings you closer to the next level. So tell me, how will you level up?
Welcome back to LEC Versus as we enter potentially another thrilling game. I certainly hope so, because that one was an absolute nail-biter. It felt like it came down to the slimmest of margins, and the insanity that we've often criticized Vitality for, that raw confidence that has often led to catastrophic misplays, today was the reason they closed that game.
But that's what you want from teams that are facing off for a top 4 position. Every decision has to matter. Every decision has to get you one step closer to Barcelona. And right now it's Vitality that are one step ahead of Karmine Corp.
And you guys might criticize Vitality for their chaos, for their ints, for the random things that happen in their games.
You may also praise them for.
But that's what we praise them for. That's what we love them. That's why we watch them. That's why it's so exciting to see, because you never know who's going to step up, who's going to make the difference. Yesterday, it was the Lince's Nagnako show. Today, they were pretty subdued. They weren't really doing much. It was Carsey and Humanoid that stepped up. And I can't wait for this game number 2 to see. Maybe it's Fleshy time. You know, you never know.
It's a very good question. Who will find that level of performance this game? Will it be on the side of KC potentially to bring us to a game 3 as we enter picks and bans? Now, Vitality chose blue side. KC had right of first selection as they lost, and they chose first pick once again. So exact same setup as we had in the previous draft. And again, we're going to see some of the more standard priority picks taken off the board.
Orianna and Rise, Rumble still up Orianna still up and available, and the Azir as an answer still available into it as well, which could always be the option here with the Sion banned away. Yeah,
a lot of tank bans, both Cassandra and Sion taken away. Both teams valuing that really highly. And now we'll see what KC decide to first pick here. As you said, Dagda, there's the Azir open, so that kind of feels like a no-brainer.
But the Orianna on the opposite side, so kind of what side do you feel more comfortable on? I thought they would be because we kind of talked about, like, Caps is definitely the player that can expose this matchup the most on the Orianna, but I think Humanoid more than capable of being solid when it comes to positioning in the fights and trying to bully the lane as well.
For Yahoo, though, it's not surprising to see him prioritize this side of the matchup. It is his most played champion in LEC versus Vitality. Expect him to take the Orianna, and they're going to grab it. But one thing I will call out right now is that Humanoid at his best is a demon on the side lane. Certainly even more so when he's in power with champions who are good on the side lane. Orianna, not a great side laner. And if Humanoid falls behind, I wonder if we're going to see a bit of a step back into old habits where he does push for that extra wave, tries to get more than he can reasonably grab, and ends up going down in the process.
For sure, I like this because you're putting a lot of pressure on Humanoid, especially when you lock in this Jarvan as well. This is a hard game to play Orianna because after level 6, you need to be careful every time Azir can look to shuffle in and get that wall on you. And then with the Cataclysm from Jarvan as well, a lot of threats from Humanoid and an easy game for him to start racking up depths.
Which is why I imagine we'll see something like the Xin Zhao as an answer for Linces, just trying to play for that heavy 2v2 where you've got the shields and a ton to enable the Xin Zhao, but also the ability to have the Xin Zhao with the ultimate to try and knock away the Flag and Drag, but the blind Arcana with the
Aurora top, yeah, that is strange to say the least.
So confident enough in the remaining matchups with the first 2 champions taken off the board, as well as the Cassandra, Gwen, and Sion. Everything else, I guess, he feels confident in, but they do have 2 more bans if they don't immediately lock a top laner.
Oh my god!
Okay, all right.
Okay, lock it in. Knock, ladies and gentlemen. He started out in the ERLs, and I played against him as a wee little boy, and he has played so much Yasuo and Yone in solo queue. He was a 2-trick in solo queue on it, and he achieved really high rank playing both. And he's probably, I'd say, alongside Zukil, the best Yasuo and Yone in our region. And he picks it here today because he wants to have a good laning matchup into the Aurora. So KC, they pick the Aurora because they see that both tanks are down in the Sion and the Cassandra and the Rek'Sai and the Mundo. So they think to themselves, we can lock the Aurora and have a good matchup for ourselves.
But also just think of how insane a Shockwave can be now. You hit onto some key targets, they don't get to play the game, they're just done. And you've already basically locked in 3 squishies for KC with an 80 carry still to come.
And now we need to see what the options are for KC. They've taken away the Nami, the ease of that tidal wave to set up a multi-man Yasuo ulti into Shockwave or vice versa. Are they going to take away anything else that really makes this composition function? We've got an Ashe and a Braum both taken away. They know with a Yasuo diving into that backline how squishy he is. They don't want to deal with the concussive blows.
Yeah, the thing with the Yasuo is it's very high risk, high reward. So you need Nagnako to have a better game than he had in his last. Because on this champion, you can easily... I mean, it's feast or famine, to say the least. It's a champ that can either go 10-0 or 0-10.
That's why you need more things to enable it. So I imagine Fleshy fishing for something like the Alistar. They've already banned away the Braum. to try and enable that. Rel also another option, but at least something that can both play peel and de-engage. I think it's going to be great in this sort of position.
Yeah, sort of wombo combo champ to give Yasuo that knock-up would make a lot of sense here for Vitality. Rengar, not so much.
I'm just really like holding my breath for what this could be. Because it's going to be so important. Whether it's support or jungle, they need an enabler. Because yes, Yasuo ulti with Orianna ulti makes the dream feel
Nocturne?
even better.
Oh,
Nocturne
wow.
is that enabler.
We haven't seen any success from the Nocturne yet.
But they didn't have a Yasuo.
That's true. I mean, now you have the Nocturne Orianna and the Yasuo to make it work.
We've heard of a glass cannon. Is there a material less stable than glass that we could describe this cannon as being made out of? Because the dream of multi-man shockwave off the Nocturne into Yasuo ult is great. If it whiffs, this comp sucks.
Yeah, and Saya is so damn good into this combo as well. That is one less target for Vitality to try to go on. And with Aurora and Azir both going Zonius, I have my doubts. I think Vitality need to execute this comp extremely well. We'll have to see what they decide to lock in last pick, but presumably it's going to be something like the Alistar or the Rel.
Either way, decent outside, yeah. I mean, you're all in here as Vitality. There is no other way.
Yeah.
At least it does give Humanoid something that can try and play on these side lanes a little bit more. So I think that's kind of where Nak Nako something that can play on the side lanes a little more. So at least that seems to be the focus. There's the Rel that we were expecting. So it feels like try and play and protect Humanoid on these side lanes. Use the fact that you have that ultimate and hope that Nak Nako becomes a big enough threat that he can one-shot everyone alongside this Shockwave combo.
Yeah, I think this top lane matchup is the one to look at and the one I want to track during this whole game. Because if Nak Nako gets ahead, then you get to a point where you don't really care so much about the Nocturne Orianna. It's more the cherry on the top. And Nak Nako can just start fights on his own with Fleshy and Carsey. But if he falls behind, then you become so reliant on finding this miracle engage with Nocturne and Orianna. And we have just seen it time and time again. It just doesn't work. Teams know how to play against it. They won't group up and give you that crazy combo.
Dang. Stakes sky high. Team Vitality, rather than taking a more conservative option, knowing they're up a game, decide to bet it all on a pretty wacky composition. KC, much more stable, much more standard. The Aurora blind was their risky gamble. Vitality's option to punish it, something even higher risk. Both sides really willing to risk it all here. But for KC, this is elimination point. For Vitality, one more win secures them a place in the top 4, secures them a place in Spain next week. KC facing elimination if they cannot win this game against Nak Nako's signature Yasuo.
And I think for this game, we can pretty much look that camera on top lane, because that's the one lane that I care so much about. I think there's going to be so much action. Both junglers, I wouldn't be surprised if they decide to path up towards that. Maybe one of them want to try to play for the Drake, but I really think that top lane is where all the action lies in this game.
Nak Nako 5-2 in his time on the ERLs in the Yasuo. Now, that sounds great, but let's temper that with the LEC Yasuo, which is 1-2.
I remember he had one Yasuo game last year where he literally ran it down, like 0-10 or something. But that just...
Oh, 9, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Just
0-9.
Production coming in.
Yeah, 0-9, yeah. So...
one death short of the power spike is what we've learned.
But I think that really highlights how feast or famine this champion is. I would be very surprised if the game ends and Yasuo did not either significantly contribute in the loss or the win.
No, Yasuo will be a major factor, win or lose. And for the sake of Vitality, we'll hope that it's a positive way. But see what Kana could do in the 1v1 matchup. Sweeping Blade start for Nak Nako, not surprising against a raged opponent. Similar to the Yone, obviously, the boots too early on can be a nice little spike to make the trades that much more favorable. But unlike the Yone, Yasuo, a much longer lane for him to play in, which could be good or bad. If you start to take a losing trade, things get really tricky really quick.
I was seeing Nocturne moving up towards that top side as well, so maybe can help out in the early stages if needed. But I think from the get-go, focus is going to be more on Yike. He has tools here to try and get aggressive in the early stages. Nak Nako.
Get some extra autos in. Ooh, whipping the last Q, but has the passive for a little bit of extra shielding. Fleshy, though, finding the initial engage onto Kalist. That's going to be a big flash forward for Carsey to try and stay in range. Kalist, as Boostio just continues to auto Carsey, getting a little bit extra healing back from the Gleaming Quill. And bot lane doesn't want to be ignored, Jack. They also want attention.
Hey, it's Carsey. You always know you're going to get the action. Carsey wanted to flash in front of the feathers, but instead just flashed on top of them and ended up getting rooted up, so he wasn't able to actually take Kalist down, but it's still 3 summoners burnt now for both sides here, as it's a very explosive early game, and Yike, he had a premonition, he knew that bot lane would be explosive, and he's here for the dive.
Carzzy and Flushy jailed into their tower. If they try to backstep, they're going to be in trouble. Barrier for Carzzy. Have to take this into account. Who's going to tank first? Flag and drag through. Q flash forward into Kalist. Kalist looks like he's set to fall. It's going to be a 1-for-1 in the end. No, Flushy can't finish it!
A flawless dive by KC. And when we were all thinking that top lane would be the most important matchup, it's bot lane. After all this time.
How far does Fleshy want to go? Because Jarvan's still there. Okay, he's just going to back away.
Going pretty far. Just delaying the recalls at the very least. Looks like Carzzy lost 1 wave to the tower. Bliss 10 CS advantage now as well as the assist. There's not a lot Carzzy can do to survive here.
I mean, Yike plays this so fantastically. He EQs and just instantly flashes. There's not even an animation there for Carzzy to try to dodge. And then Busio and Kalist juggling the tower aggro really nicely there.
Kana, surprise Nocturne flash forward, forcing the flash out from Kana as well. I mean, good reaction from Kana to at least hold on to his life.
This gives so much towards Naknako, though, you can see.
Q3, waiting, catches him. 1 more Q and an auto. Doesn't quite have the space to get it done.
But level 6 now makes it so much more difficult for Kana, because if Naknako flashes on him with that knock-up, you suddenly have the ultimate that can finish him off.
Q makes it easy!
Oh, that's Naknako! That's the guy we were looking for in that game 1. Gets the solo kill with a little bit of help earlier from Linces. And with that, he's going to start building this gold lead.
Maybe proxying now, trying to get away from Yike, is just going to die. But
This
Yike
is a
will
good
take his
death.
time.
This is a literal good death.
That's what we like to see. Credit to Naknako again. Knows the ranges, flash immediate EQ with the Steel Tempest charged, and Kana tries to W away, but just doesn't get him out of range.
Again, you can actually set up for more plays topside as well. When Linces ticks over to 6, Naknako dash through the wave, set up on towards kind of the knock-up, and a point and click to follow. So you now have, as Linces, a couple of lanes that you can try and play around, which I think makes Vitality significantly more dangerous in this early stage.
And at least there's one lane where people aren't killing each other constantly. Yehu and Humanoid, civilized, drinking their tea,
Gentlemen.
trading waves back and forth, minor gold leads, nothing crazy like this, as Kana W's in the opposite direction to mix things up. Of course, the wind wall good against the Q from Aurora, everything else not so much.
But to bring it back to the mid lane is something Dagda talked about, that we've seen Caps dominate this Orianna Azir matchup, but it's not going in the favor of Humanoid. It's Yahoo who's been getting the better bases, getting the CS lead, and it's also Yahoo now with the push in mid, which gives Yike the confidence to start up this dragon.
Yep, Linces still working towards level 6, trying to find a camp so we can get there as quickly as possible.
Well, not too much confidence, I suppose, as Yike flag and drags out.
Bot lane not. Oh, no, he's debating.
Not quite sure.
Do we have push? Do we not have push?
Yeah, it's a language barrier.
No, we have push. Okay, we have push. With his bottom lane?
Yeah.
Okay,
I mean,
all right.
French and American, they're tough languages.
I meant mid lane, but...
Well, now they're all here together, taking the Drake. The counterplay for Linces is likely on the top side as he tries to finish up that crab. Does tick over to level 6, but you can see Kana pretty comfortable just playing under his tower now. Would really like to just get an early plated steel caps and stop trading with this Yasuo entirely.
Naknako pulling the wave though, so Kana kind of has to walk up.
Ooh, gets the bone plating, easy.
It's very satisfying to watch. I really agree. It's just like seeing a champion played to its max potential, especially one that has so much skill expression, like the Yasuo, and just kind of seeing the little things that Naknako does. Like in the earlier all-in on Kana, when he had the tornado, instead of EQing, he E'd and then auto-Q'd to get one more auto in and get a little bit more damage.
Makes a big difference as Busio now there to shadow top. It does mean that Carzzy knows that he's pretty much free to do whatever he wants with that bottom wave.
I do think though, as Vitality, you've kind of bypassed.
He wants to freeze.
A lot of where KC were strongest, right? When you look towards the early stages, it was, hey, can Yike play on mid lane to burn a splash on Humanoid to then enable a level 6 play? Hasn't really happened for KC. Naknako has a lead in that top side. The only place that we're really seeing an opening for KC is in the bottom lane. But I think as Vitality, you're relatively okay with that, with the way this composition works.
What Busio just did was so smart, by the way. He clears out the pink for Nagnako and generates a lot of pressure for Kana. Then he immediately TPs the bot to help fix the bot wave, and he pinged Kana the exact position of Fleshy and told him where he was. So Kana warded in the middle bush, you see it on your screen in the minimap, which allowed then Kana to be completely safe and just have a few minutes of breathing room after the pressure of Nagnako in the early game.
And this is really big because Fleshy wasn't bot lane when Linsis had level 6, was ulti available, while Kalist is still level 5, means that small window of opportunity where the three of them could have just gone in and killed Kalist before he had access to the ultimate is now gone. The follow-up now coming in on the bottom lane, Fleshy finally going to arrive, Carzzy all on his lonesome, Kalist keeping this trade going, barrier down, Kalist is going to get stunned up, but happy to just chunk Carzzy out.
Jarvan moving down towards his bottom side as well, though was spotted out by Humanoid, so they are aware that Yike may just be trying to fish for some sort of play. Carzzy going to reset, but he turns his attention to mid.
Humanoid pathing up to the top side. Wentz is zooming in as quick as he can. Pushback is there. Paranoia available, but the range not super long, and it doesn't look like it's going to be in time. Humanoid, lights turned off, and has to say goodbye.
I mean, it's so clean by the KC mid jungle. Yahoo dodging the Orianna ult and getting the shuffle. And then Yike just going for the instant Q flash, EQ flash once again. Although it looks like Linces might be able to pick up the grubs off the back of this due to the fact that KC invested so much into this mid kill and they have that top lane prio in Nagnako. So still an objective win for Vitality, but a gold lead for KC.
Very true. The one strong point for Vitality right now is Nagnako in that top lane, steadily working towards that Blade of the Rune King. Linces grabbing the grubs means he's that much more of a threat to the tower, but right now things in general just feel like they're going KC's way. Busio outmaneuvering on the map, more kills in their favor as Yike has been everywhere on the map, really making the most of Jarvan in the early stages of the game. As we keep scrolling top, and I'm not sure if we're about to witness an all-in or basically this.
I think the observers are in the same boat. I think it's just, it could be at any point in time.
Q's through. When wall to stop the Q follow-up and the auto.
Back on bottom side, Linces no ult, but is in the area.
Flag drag. Shattering strike to lock up Yike, but have to be careful for the Cataclysm. Still has the crash down though, so they're just gonna walk it off. Linces is here. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, we got a bit of a fist fight. Humanoid's health bar blinking pretty low. Yahoo does have the flash, as does Humanoid.
Ult wave here is not the best for Carzzy and Fleshy as Kalist walks up, trying to pressure them and trying to deny some minions here. Does he get the cannon? Oh, he gets the cannon. Big.
Spoken like a true AD carry.
There you go. The little things adding up. Nagnako holding on to about half a level lead, but that'll start to dwindle if he gets too greedy here. Yike waiting. He's seen Yasuo players for years. They never fail to fall for this trick.
I feel like Nagnako's spider senses are tingling. With how Kana is walking up, he kind of feels that something is off.
I think they're also trying to time Linces' ult, because it is just about to come off a cooldown, so maybe a little bit nervous about Nagnako and Linces trying to make some sort of play towards the top side, there to cover in case. But still, nothing going to happen, and it will just be, again, like a very tense early game, where we had a couple of kills, a couple of plays back and forth, but nothing really like breaking open the game massively yet.
Not quite yet, but Yehu having access to that first item spike this early on is big, as is the Sundered Sky. Of course, matched by the experimental Hexblade, but in a big skirmish, Sundered Sky just often giving so much more value. So KC in a good spot if it comes down to a skirmish or a fist fight, which it looks like it might in the mid lane. Yehu going in for the push, is going to catch Humanoid, dunked down immediately. Shockwave going to connect on the two, flash out from Humanoid. Oh, Fleshy! Just in the nick of time to try to save the day. Cataclysm back in though. Yike living for far too long, but Linces now starting to take over in the fight. He manages to get two. Looking out for the healing for the Darkguard. Are you kidding me? How did he live?
Oh my god! Linces and Fleshy are there to save the day, and an extra hero for Vitality is Triumph, which saves Linces and grants Vitality 3 kills off the back of that engage that KC started.
He's not done. Clutching the top lane, ready to crash down over the wall. E through, immediate ulti, shattering strike, tanking the tower to set up on the Kana, flash out, but he's invisible! Nagnako wants to get it back! Oh, it's every Yasuo's nightmare!
Misses on the Q! Kana sidesteps barely! A breath between himself and death, but it's enough!
No way.
Next flash, jumps back, cancels the recall, and Kana holding the line for KC because that felt like the backbreaker. If that worked too.
I mean, Kana is not giving up the title of best top lightly. as he outplays Knock on Fleshy in the 2v1.
KC are bot though. They might be looking for a dive. Karzi, I think he has to forego this. We're going to go into the replay.
This is so close.
I mean, it starts off with Yahoo dashing in. It's a great shuffle. I thought Humanoid was just dead. I thought he had to flash the Azir, but he's able to flash out. Lucio wants to follow up, but he gets immediately CC'd by Fleshy. And then here, Linces gets one kill, gets the Triumph, gets the Azir kill, gets another Triumph. And that is what keeps him alive to make this play keep going for Vitality. Is now
Flash in, the charm on the Karzi, but he manages to Valk out just in the nick of time. Fleshy in trouble now. Karzi's flash gone. Fleshy, no way to get away from this one. Will finally fall. A nice pick from KC.
And a crash down turned into a crash out as they weren't able to get away from that one. KC picking up a kill and good position as well. This game is insane. Like, there's, again, just all these back and forth, small little plays here and there that are leaving us just back in square one.
Feels like both laners want to keep, or every laner rather, wants to keep fighting, keep it going. It's Humanoid forced to use the ulti, gets a chunk out of Yahoo.
And these are insane margins. That mid play was in like 2%, 1%
yeah, 20
kind of play.
more damage.
Most players will never bet on that, and that's a testament to how much confidence these two teams are playing with, that they're going to go for psycho plays like that it's coming down to 50 HP or a Triumph.
But it's KC just setting up well around this bottom side. They're giving him these tools, right? They're playing into bot, immediately rotating back in towards mid, putting pressure on towards Vitality, and playing off this small moments where they can find the picks. Kana looking to turn, but there's multiple members of Vitality topside, so maybe just more of a safety tool than anything.
Kana using the unstoppability of the ultimate to make sure that he doesn't get knocked up so Knock-Knocko cannot connect. Yike was there to cover, but I think they were uncertain with the Nocturne ulti if that would cost them. Good ward in the brush. Let's Knock-Knocko know that Kana is coming.
Yeah, but Linces is here.
2v2. Knock-Knocko really isn't that tanky.
I think both sides know that the other side knows.
2-3.
Looks like kind of tanking it to try and pace.
First for Knock-Knocko too, not even the Blade of the Rune King, as Karzi's going to be the one in trouble. Charm lands, immediate feather pull back. Karzi able to Valk away to safety for a brief moment. Busio can't take another tower shot. Sliver of HP, but Humanoid is here. Sidestep's good.
No way.
Run, Busio, run! The W!
way.
He's dancing. Oh, he's not fast enough, guys. He's gonna die. There you go. Okay. But the first two dodges were pretty clean.
And he gave it a timing window for Kalista to actually escape, because if he dies, they collapse on bot. And that could have been an absolute disaster.
Mid lane, but Linces is waiting over the wall, and surprise, it's Rel from out of nowhere to try to lock this one down. He's nearsighted, he's feared, he's a scared boy, but they're still gonna find a way to take him out. Linces grabbing the kill.
And Linces is being so proactive on this Nocturne. He's proving my doubts wrong as he picks up this kill on Yahoo. Now Karsi's gonna be able to hit this mid tower. Force Kalista to rotate to defend it, which means that Humanoid's going to get the bot tower, and Linces can pick up... I mean, there's too much happening in the game. Now Karsi, yeah, oh my god.
Well, there's not even much to say.
He shouldn't have been there.
Everyone else was resetting. He had no business being there. His midway was pushed in. Now Kana's on the chase for Fleshy. It's getting a little bit weird.
Yeah, because Humanoid is still pushing in the bot lane, so KC basically saying, okay, we killed Kana, let's go and contest on the Rift Herald. And they may even try and push for a little bit more on that top side afterwards. Fleshy going to hold off on the reset. Kalist taking the midway tower. It is gone completely bizarre in this game.
20 seconds ago, Vitality had a 1,000 gold lead. Now they've lost a Herald and a tower, and we're right back to dead even.
And now Kalist has a 1.6k gold lead for himself as we approach the Drake fight here. Mountain Dragon, another Mountain Soul game. 55 seconds on it. Knock-Knocko trades, has the Kraken Slayer now.
The two things we do have to look for, though, are the solo laners for Vitality. While this game has gone hectic, the kills have gone and the gold has gone into Humanoid, and also Knock-Knocko has been slowly opening that lead in the top lane. So from the perspective of Vitality, having two answers in a 1-3-1, Humanoid is strong enough to play against Yahoo, especially with Linces supporting him in the back. And as well, Knock-Knocko is going to be able to shove on side lanes. So for KC, it's going to be a case of trying to disrupt that. How? By utilizing Kalist's lead. Kalist has a massive lead over Karzi now. He can contest that mid wave, and with the mid lane turret down, a longer lane on mid buys KC access to sides. So keep your eyes on Yike. How does he try and use this Herald? How does he try and use that timing window Kalist is just built in mid to make plays like this?
Now it seems they might want to force their hand a bit here on the bottom side. Kalist spots out Linces, can walk forward for a little bit of poke. Yike getting things picked off, flash back and away from Humanoid. Double shockwave. Chunks out Busio, but they get the summoner spells, they get the flash, and that's what's big. You highlighted it. The easy roam down to the bottom side, knowing they have mid-prio.
Now, though, they want to extend the play. Dash back from Yehu. Lince is waiting on the spell shield, the heal, just going to make sure that he gets away. They pushed a bit too far, however, in the top side of the map. Nako keeping the pressure up, taking a tower of his own, continuing to push as KC set their sights on the Drake.
The combo team is down on their ultimates, though. Vitality don't have two of those key spells, so KC confident now to step up towards the objective. They even have Pana here, so Nako continues to push.
Yeah, Vitality ran out of bullets. They used both the Orianna ult and the Nocturne ult and weren't able to find anything with it. And with that, KC secure the second dragon. And you can see the difficulties that teams have run into with this Nocturne Orianna combo. Humanoid wants to try to look for a sneaky play here.
Moving forward, movement
Yike
speed.
is covering.
Yike is there. Humanoid just delivered into the waiting arms of Yike. A nice initial stun to Yehu, and they managed to get one. But remember, Humanoid has the tanky build. He's got a Roa. He's trying to get tricky with it because Bucio's on the way down. No, the movement would have to be too clean.
Move the legs!
The movement would have to be too clean. He's too fast! Oh, he's styling on them. Pull back, command, protect. A little bit more shielding. Bucio on the way in. The Dragon Strike gonna get it, but now Linces is here. They want to try and finish off Yike. A nice initial exhaust from Bucio to try and stop the play. They're turning things back to stop the CC from Fleshy, but he gets the cooldown just in time. Nako ready to go, but he needs a knock-up. He didn't go in on the earlier one. He has one of his own! It's a scheme landing on them! Are you kidding me? The extended play! Vitality winning out!
Nako is making a montage in this game as he's flashing onto Yike, doing a little keyblade on his head, takes him down. As we go into the replay here, it starts off with Humanoid walking up a bit too far. Yahoo gets the wall on him.
But Yike also used the flag and drag to get into position, which meant he didn't have it to stop the combo from Humanoid. That's the damage that they need. Now Fleshy with a knockback forces the flash.
Oh, we're not perfect. The fights are just going to keep happening. Of course, the feathers just fly. Probably not a fight, actually. But they get the ulti.
Could be tower as well. That's very low, but they don't want to overstep. They don't know where they are.
Yeah, Karsi no mana. They don't have the vision. It's not really worth, I would say, the Nocturne ult for the Saya ult.
I don't know. What I will say is, I looked at Humanoid's build and I was concerned because their shotgun wasn't looking like it was going to do a lot of damage.
It's pretty vegan.
It's pretty vegan.
But it does make sense. Because
but the question is it normal vegan or is it like Scott Pilgrim versus the world vegan superpowers vegan?
Well, the problem is that you got like, I don't know, the Liver King in the top lane for Nako. Like, he's just bringing all the damage you need to that.
Spreading misinformation and taking steroids.
And what Yasuo can do, yes.
It's dangerous.
He's definitely dangerous. The Immortal Field Bow finally getting some crit chance in there. This is, the side lanes are terrifying, most certainly. KC have done a good job of disrupting so far, and the goal lead is still only 1,000. The game is so close. It's just the difference in a Drake and a tower.
It's the solo laners of Vitality that hold all of their lead, while it's Kalist, the one-man army for KC. Only has the Essence River and Navori, though. Building towards that LDR third. Really needs that LDR and the IE to really come online. That's one of the downsides, one of the weaknesses of this Saya pick. He needs a lot more time than a lot of these other ADCs.
That she does.
Very extended, though. Has the support of Vitality coming through the jungle, but KC also trying to collapse. You see the Yike is on that bottom side of the map, and that's what's keeping Nako from defending this bot lane turret.
Going to be the tower taken down in the bottom lane, shifting the gold a little bit back towards KC. Minute 55 till that dragon. Of course, both sides can take Drake pretty quickly, I would say. Although I kind of favor the Azir, Navori, and the Navori Xayah team in terms of how quickly they can take that objective. And I think that is just a timed out Rift Herald bot. They just didn't find opportunity. Guys, I don't know if it's going to charge. I think Nako's just going to kill it.
Come on, Nako, let it charge.
Let it charge. For the fans.
Good for the fans.
He wears pink Crocs, guys, okay? He doesn't play by the same rules
That's how
you and I
know
do.
he's serious.
Yeah,
he doesn't mess
plays
around.
with different rules. Okay, no charge. I was so happy.
Well, Vitality will get the mid tower. A little bit extra gold and Karsi in Humanoid's pocket there.
I'm just keeping my eyes on this ward, though, that is sitting in behind Nako on this bottom side. I'm curious if we'll end up seeing it utilized, as everything has gone wrong with the Telestrator, but there we go.
Boom.
Yeah, because I think like if you have the Aurora TP in behind, especially when you've created this long lane and top lane, kind of pushes in, potential TP's in behind, maybe you make a pick, because it's only 40 seconds until Dragon, but Nako already in the reset, looking to just group up with the team and try and use this combo.
Shockwave.
Oh, really good buffer. Makana there. Gets out of dodge. That's the ulti down from Humanoid. Not the longest cooldown though, you can already see it ticking down.
But I think it's more of an important cooldown for, again, to this shotgun, to this composition of Vitality, to have that shockwave. Although, again, Humanoid hasn't gone full damage yet. Third item death cap will certainly amp things up.
He's very close to it, but won't quite have it for this Dragon fight. So I think he was hoping maybe he get a play there or kill, and that could be enough to get him over the line. But with that gone, I think it is just, as you can see, trade for Humanoid. Let him get that Terror topside, let him get some gold, and try and look afterwards, I was going to say, for the fight. But
Vitality, they're looking to maybe contest or just buy time, fake it out. I mean, Vitality did one last game up against the Mountain Soul, so they're not scared of giving them the soul point here.
Now I'm going to put for mid lane tier 2 while Humanoid at least grabs a little bit more gold on the top side.
KC just forced them out. As Vitality, they get the top tower, and they get some plates on the mid lane.
Extending the gold lead.
Yeah, 1,000 gold gained from losing that dragon. It's not the worst, not the best either.
Maybe feel like they need the death cap before they force the big fight.
Definitely helps.
It's so tricky though still. Kalist again feels like the main character in this game for the side of KC. He's the one with the natural defensive tools built in. The good news is that there's at least a Seeker for Yehu, which will help a lot against this combo.
it's also the IE that's very close for Naknako, so you're kind of at 2 big item breakpoints. They didn't feel comfortable, but Naknako feels comfortable.
Going in, looking for the spin, locks up Kalist. Busio going to try to make the hero play. Kalist stone cold as he manages to stay standing. Naknako trying to dash away, but just gets locked up and taken down. Humanoid off on the flank, fishing for that shockwave. Has the death cap, but Yahoo freeze frame, he goes gold, and the lockup is just not there. And now Kana has arrived to try to make the difference in the fight. Humanoid on the retreat. KC taking their sweet time in this fight. Bacarzi ready to turn it back. The Gatling gun. He's got no more time left as Kalist runs him down. KC survive. Naknako's engaged and turn it right back around.
And Naknako went too deep, and the hero of Kalist stands tall. They're not able to take him down. Kalist had the flash, he had the feathers, didn't even need to use the ultimate, and that's going to be Baron Nashor for KC.
The shotgun stalled. The safety was still on because Humanoid was not here. Naknako thought he'd have Linces, but Busio with the charm denies Vitality the combo they need, and everyone on KC comes to bear in the mid lane to deny Vitality the play. This might have just been enough for KC with this. Oh, actually, hang on. In live.
You want a live play. Kana pushing a bit too far in the mid lane is very fast with that passive active, but the immediate flick back is going to set up the ulti and a shutdown now for Naknako. Happy to have the extra money. Likely means he finishes the IE. And the gold is still basically dead even. We got a soul in 250. And the rest of this Baron power play, but with a member down, it's going to be much harder for KC to press their advantage.
Yeah. With Kana getting caught out there, I think they're probably not going to be able to really get any sort of towers with this Baron Nashor. So a huge pick for Vitality to stem the bleeding, as Yike now is going to be fine with the plan. But Naknako made a big mistake there, but he has a chance to redeem himself, especially when he gets this Infinity Edge. He's going to do so much damage in these team fights, but we need to see this Nocturne Orianna combo really come to fruition because we haven't seen it yet. We've seen Vitality win fights, but it's not been off of the back of the combo. It's been individual outplays and not the combination that we need to see.
No, 100% you're correct. That shockwave would have been the difference between them one-shotting Kalist and not. He was stone cold, was not afraid, did not feel the pressure to ulti, but if Humanoid was there, it might have been a different circumstance.
You're also so close to that becoming even more terrifying. IE, we already talked about, but GA nearly there for Linces as well, which means he's fine to give his life on the play, knowing that there'd be enough follow-up there. I think there's just everything is so close to coming together for Vitality, but with 3 dragons, it's one steal that may just set up KC in this game.
And I think the really big thing, they got Seekers in the previous fight. Yehu does not have a lot of individual gold. He needs enough for the needlessly large rod and the combined cost. If he doesn't get it before the next fight, he is that vulnerable target.
Also keep your eyes on Busio. Has popped over to the Ghost off of the Unsealed Spellbook, but he may have a smite. Haven't been keeping track of it, but may have a smite for this as well, which could give KC that little bit extra that they need for that smite, potential smite fight. And as we know, Yike, he is being so impressive this weekend and in general when it comes towards winning out on those smites. And KC just may need him to become in clutch one more time.
All about Kalist and Yike, with Busio, Yahoo, and Kana, the supporting members, try to peel Vitality's engage. As now Vitality hold control of the Drake here.
And again, we've talked so much about this combo. We have to double down here because Carzzy's at 2.5 items to 3.5 on Kalist. It cannot be an 80 carry that carries this fight for Vitality. It has to be this combination. It has to be the multi-member Shockwave, which makes it so much easier for KC to play. As long as they don't group, it's going to be difficult for Vitality to find that angle. As I say that, they're grouping next to the brush, but they can't. They have no vision yet. That's
it
fine.
becomes a bit mind games. Does Linces just go in, try and force the ult from Kalist, open up for Nako for Humanoid to try and find something afterwards? Or how does Fleshy start it off?
Kana waiting over the wall. Charm from Busio. Carzzy's able to dash back for a brief moment. Nako fishing. That's the paranoia now coming out, looking for an angle into the back line. Fleshy with the multi-man ultimate. Follow-up is now coming in from Nako. His strike is almost immediately deleted. The resurrection coming in from the GA as Nako manages to take down Kalist. Knock up there again as Nako looks for 4-2. Along with the rest of the team now descending. It's a heroic performance from the Yasuo. But Yahoo is looking to make the difference. A double kill as he turns it back. But I think Vitality have won this, maybe. I don't think so anymore. Kana finding the return kill. It's neck and neck.
And it's a 2 versus 2, but it's the jungler of KC that's alive. I think Yike might be able to try to sneak towards the dragon here. And maybe even solo it, as Carzzy and Fleshy are so low.
They have no idea. Fleshy gonna have to face check this, and now they know, but Yike is healed, the teleport coming in.
Carzzy's just gonna die.
Has to come across.
Carzzy's so low as well.
Oh, you can't get away from Kana. Dash back.
They just need to delay, hope for something, but they can't. KC with Kana sniping Humanoid at the end. Nets the Dragon Soul for KC.
It's a heroic performance by Fleshy here, finding Kalist with the combo. It's because Kalist can't see him with the Nocturne ult, that he doesn't react with the ultimate, and when he does, he presses it the wrong way, so he doesn't get the root onto Linces. That allows Nako to actually reach Kalist, take him down, but then Yahoo here does so much damage with the Azir soldiers that he's able to salvage what would have been a lost team fight and take down Linces, and then Humanoid steps up a bit too far.
But there was one name in every conversation who was missing from today, one name that people didn't talk about on Vitality, and it was the support. This was supposed to be a gap for KC where Busio, the best support in the West, was supposed to walk over Fleshy. But he has been walking everywhere on this map, making plays in every lane, making plays in every fight. And in this fight in particular, Busio went in with the ultimate. Busio whipped, but it was Fleshy who made that fight for Vitality. This man has been incredible all series long.
And normally, facing up against the Mountain Soul, you'd feel pretty intimidated. But Vitality, like those odds, they just beat them last game with the exact same soul. They know that if they execute the team fights well, if they play it how they know, that they can actually still bring it back from this deficit.
The gold is 300 apart. This has to be one of the closest games in terms of just gold values that we've seen in at least this year of LEC. Busio, though,
I think
is ulting. I have just thought he found Flesh. He doesn't need to be too
He did ult.
Yeah, did ulti. Maybe they thought they had the angle. Maybe they wanted to go over the wall and try to pick Fleshy, but didn't want to overcommit. Baron going to be important here. Mountain Soul, as you've highlighted, mitigates a lot of the poke, which is really just Carzzy or Humanoid. But doesn't make it that much harder for them to finish off key targets. Also, Zanya's now completed for Yahoo means that you're really running out of good targets to attack with the Nocturne Orianna combo.
Kalist has the Infinity Edge. He's going to be doing so much damage in these team fights. Needs to be the target that Vitality take down. Nako wasted the wind wall. KC
Collapsing on the Nako, looking for the knock-up initially. That's the paranoia down, trying to dive into the back line. Kana goes golden. Nako running for his life, but the entire team is now split. Vitality don't have the tools to follow up, though, because Linces' health bar has been chunked so far down. KC slow and controlled against this Vitality lineup.
Fleshy has to find that moment again here. Has to get that crash down, has to set up, but it's Humanoid he's engaged on.
Quick flash out. Busio's ulti coming in as well.
Nako's resetting. KC, they're trying to burst this down. The TP's coming back in, but it's too late.
In. They know that Kana has no access to the Zanyas. They're hoping to get him, but he goes on the opposite side of the wall. Spellshield is there to keep Linces standing for an extra moment. Flash into the pit. He's not going to be able to grab it. It's Kalist who secures it. Now it's Nocturne and missing the entire team. The wind wall not giving him enough space to survive. Gets an extra second, but KC
5 members strong will secure the Baron. And KC pulled the trigger when they needed to. They're able to pick up the Nash. They take 2 kills as well. That's Vitality. They want to try to stop these recalls, but I don't think they'll be able to get anything more.
KC get the burn. I cannot believe they managed to get out on that HP. But once again, we're not seeing Vitality working in tandem together. It's Humanoid off on this bottom side, looking and fishing for a play on Takana, who has that stopwatch available. And Kano's just happy to bounce back and forth here, flash away, drawing members in. Linces hopes to make the play, but can't quite do it. And Yike is just zoning away everyone on Vitality as Nako, left alone in the pit, falls at the hands of KC.
The difference of a 1/10 of a second, 200 HP left on the Baron after the smite comes down. Could have made all the difference for Vitality, even if they lose the fight, could have had that objective, but KC staying composed in this game. Soul and Baron, surely they end it here.
Have all the tools that they need. As long as Humanoid and Linces doesn't find the combo, it's very hard for the KC carries to be taken down. You have the Sai ultimate, you have flash on your carries, you have the Zonius on Yahoo, Zonius on Kana, and so much heal and disengage from Busio. Vitality need a miracle.
Dashing around a lot, but doesn't have minions to stack the Q on anymore. We'll need to move to mid-wave.
They just need to find some way to get Kalista's ult out. But Kalista's been playing so safe, denying Vitality any real wiggle room here, because everyone else has Zonyas, has GAs, is fine. But until then, KC will continue to push, use these shields, use the fact they have that soul to push Vitality back.
KC just want to end the game. They're looking to run it down mid here.
Touchy with the Q flash, it looks like, onto Yike. They do get a bit of a chunk onto him. Baron waves there. Q3 ready for Nako. Not going to find the setup. Feathers fly right up in the air, and it's only Yike who's taking the damage to turn back. Carsey off on the side, trying to fire back. Get a bit more damage for himself. Another tornado going awry for Nako as KC just continue to press forward. Yahoo finds the push onto Humanoid. Goes golden. Carsey knows he needs to fight now. Yike finding the initial knock-up. They're not going to get a reset now as Carsey's off on the side. 1v1 to Yazir, and he does not like that matchup whatsoever. KC closing it out clean in the final moments to take us to game 3.
And KC strike back in the series off of the back of Kalist with a wonderful Saya performance. He made Vitality's lives miserable, always holding on to that ultimate, never giving them the Nocturne Orianna combo, and KC closed it out.
Let's see what Busio has to say as Shox is standing by.
I don't know, Busio, what do you have to say? That game was crazy, again.
Yeah, that was pretty crazy. I wasted ult a couple times, but we had some good team fighting, so yeah.
Is that the only thing you think about, what you did wrong? It's a team effort. Tell me about this next game. Do you have them figure out? Because it feels like they're dragging you down in the chaos a bit.
Maybe. Yeah, maybe. I don't know.
Okay. I hope it's as chaotic. I'll let you go to your team to see that game 3. We're going to take a quick break and we'll be right back to break down that game, question mark?
What's wrong with me today? I think you should have a break.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Baby, cause I'm a crushing. My body wanna talk. What was that?
Whoops.
A new champion. Welcome to my shop. You'll need the right build. Choose wisely, because every upgrade brings you closer to the next level. So tell me, How will you level up?
Wait, is he switching lanes?
Welcome back, everybody, to LEC Versus, as we've got one game to go to see who gets our last ticket to Barcelona. And I'm going to start by saying that we will sing KC's praises. But there was a Yasuo in the last game, and I feel like Yasuo is such an iconic champion. We've all played with one. We've all played against one. And yeah.
I mean, I feel like everyone, when they look in Yasuo, they imagine themselves on the LEC stage, locking
Doing
in,
this.
going,
Yeah.
killing everyone. But in reality, probably what will happen is what's happening to Nak in most of these fights is getting seasoned and dying. So maybe
is it not a
humble
viable
yourself.
champion for Pro?
It is a viable champion, but the problem is that you're just way too damn fast. Because even for myself, every single time I try to play Yasuo, I'm old at this time, but you know, when you dash to that minion, you're just so quick, you feel unstoppable. And we saw that you are extremely stoppable.
For some context, he did play it on LEC before. Versus Rogue, he went 0-9. So like,
this is an improvement.
Hey, it was better.
This is an improvement.
Yeah, I mean, no offense to Nako. We build him up and then something does go well. But the only thing I'm still going to show is when he tried to kill Kana on their tower, and then we'll move on. So let's take a look. This is what being on the LEC is of, because we have his comms also after. So first let's look at this.
Looks great. It is very close, to be honest. But now he just needs to land it and row.
Oh shit, man. Oh shit, man. FF. 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 FF.
And
that's actually every Yasuo player I've ever played with.
That's real. I can hear the crowd roar as well. So I got to talk to Busio just now, and I was talking about like, oh, dragged into their chaos, but they don't see it that way. And I feel like we have to commend KC for keeping a clear head in that game and just playing towards their win conditions.
They pretty much made every single correct decision, I would say, because they sacrificed gold when they needed to. They prioritized the Drakes when they needed to, because they did know there were times where they were weaker in the game and they decided to, you know, just not match into the shotgun combo from the Rel, Yasuo, Orianna, Nocturne, because it was extremely difficult. But they did reach a point where itemization was great. We had Zhonya's on a lot of people. Xayah Rakan was scaled up. And on the topic of Xayah, I thought this champion was nigh unkillable into this Vitality team comp.
I mean, I was getting a little bit worried for her as the Orianna was getting more and more gold, you know, approaching that death cap. But I think in these fights from this early game, super well executed by Busio and by Yike in great tandem. Kalist had an absolute banger of a performance. He was so unkillable, always used his ult at the correct timing in team fights, and I feel like he put so much pressure because when you play Xayah against a comp that wants to dive you, it's like, okay, hit me with your best shot, and then either they one-shot you or you clean them all up.
Yeah.
But even more impressive part is that in a lot of these fights, your instinct as a Xayah is the moment you see the first big threat that you think you can one-shot you, I will ult, right? I will react to it. But no, he waits, baits Vitality in, and then he plays at the edge of danger to the absolute limits, and then he finally ults when he has just enough HP that when he lands, he can clean up the fight.
Well, to be fair, like baiting Vitality in is not very difficult.
Hey, it's really not. It's really not. We saw it many times.
That's true, and I think that does bring us to kind of one of the detriments of Vitality and the way they like to play, because it's great when it all works out, but they take that percentage play almost every single time, and I think you see sometimes a tendency in games like this where it stacks up against them, right?
I mean, I definitely feel like Vitality was very overzealous. I mean, somehow they found this monster fight, and no matter how hard they try, in the end, Humanoid might die. So I feel like this, despite their best attempts, like Yasuo and Nocturne does so much at the beginning of this fight, but here you could just go Dragon. You could take the easy victory, Odamne.
Exactly, you can, but at the same time, I commend them for taking these fights, because when the burden of execution is so high on yourself on a team comp like this, waiting doesn't do you any good, and that's at the same time want to pivot back into KC, where this consistency is what's carried them on for so long, because even in game one, they had a good game. Yike had a good game, a lot of guys had a good game, and it just so happened that Vitality had an even better game. But now, with pressure on the line, when maybe the ease of execution was, you know, less on them, this having the opportunity to shine and still carry through that might just be what carries them on to get a victory in game 3.
It might be. When looking at this fixture on paper, I always thought this was going to go 3 games, and I'm happy the way it's played out. It's been some of the most fun games to watch for me in the entire LEC Versus, but now it's for all the money. Season over right here, or you're going to Barcelona. So paint me a picture. Vitality, how do they bring it back on the rails?
Okay, first of all, don't look Yasuo. Thank God for Fearless. They cannot do that again. But I love that fact they're so committed. I love that they are committing to the bit, and I want to keep seeing them not put the brakes on, but keep pedaling forward. And I think giving Naknako matchups where he has agency, I think still is the way to go. I know he had a bad game, but you can't just lose hope. Top laners will int, Odamne. You know that better than anyone.
What do you mean, Finn? You're the one usually inting versus me, but like, okay, sure, let's bring it back. It's so fun to see this matchup, to have 3 games of this matchup. Oh my, it did flip on its head, you know?
It did.
But it is really fun to have this matchup, because on one side, if there is one team that when they're down, you know, after having a Yasuo game and sprinting it, you know, at the critical moments, it is Vitality, because the vibes have always been there. It feels really revitalizing. Get it? Because you have these end plays happening and they laugh. And they even said it, I think, yesterday, where they're like, we will only be sad when the series is over. Until then, we will laugh. Because this might just be exactly what you need when you play versus the absolute control that KC brings.
Yes, absolute control and a favorites in this matchup where they want to get to Barcelona and show what they are worth on the big stage. So how does KC make it happen? Knowing that the pressure and the onus is on them, right? Everybody's looking at them to drop the ball, possibly. How do they kick it in the
I mean, we said it after game 1. It's all about that support mid-jungle. Yike, Busio tandem making magic happen, taking the proper fights. I think this game was an excellent showcase in how to use your support in jungle to just enable the rest of the map. I want to keep seeing them play together. I want to see them work in synergy.
Finn said it best. That's all they need to do.
Awesome, then. I don't know if I can go to the casters yet, but that was a great setup. So, casters, take us into the final game, please.
It would be our honor, Shocks. Final game of the day. We've gone to all 6. This one, though, by far has been, I think, the best series of playoffs we've had so far.
It's been so
banger,
close.
back and forth. Highly questionable decisions, highly incredible decisions sometimes.
That's what we love them for. Vitality, KC, both are so close, 1 game away. It's Nako trying to lock in, trying to channel some of that magic that he had yesterday. Hasn't really found his footing. It was a good start to the Yasuo, but it didn't end up the way that he wanted.
It does feel like, though, with the selection from Vitality to go to red, that they are once more trying to get that counter pick, though, for Nako. So we'll have to see as the draft starts to come through, what the priority is, because this is, again, kind of where we get to see the massive deviations from what we've seen across the regular split. Like, what's happening with Ashe Seraphine? What's happening with the junglers? Where are your priorities now going that you have to dig deep?
The top lane pool as well can be quite deep, especially if they choose to target out the tanks like they did in the last Champion Select. But it looks like both teams are going for a different strategy. It's ADC bans across the board. Varus, Aphelios, and Kaisa from KC here.
I mean, there have been accusations levied at Carzzy that once the Corki and Ezreal are gone, he's not got anything left in the tank, and seems like KC at least feel like the Kaisa is another option. Varus makes sense. The Aphelios, though, is certainly a targeted ban.
Yeah, it will be interesting to see if ADC will still be, or remain rather, high priority after all these bans come through.
It could also be KC falling back towards something that we saw across the regular split, like something like the Caitlyn and Elise, try and get a tank for Kana, just say, look, we don't really care. We're just going to hyper focus on this bottom side of the map, especially if there's this much focus on the AD carry pool. It could be an option here.
It could be. I like the Caitlyn, especially when Varus and Ezreal are out. We'll see
Final
what they end up going for. And the Bard, wow. Lucio target there. And I'm trying to think, like, what ADC would you want when you ban these champions? And there's no real champ that speaks out to me. I mean, Kaisa is one. But the thing is, Ashe is very good into Aphelios. So it's usually a low-range ADC that you want to play when you ban out the Aphelios. But since KC already banned the case of... Yeah.
Rumble.
Samira, I mean, Kalista. To be honest, Kalista. Yeah. And Vitality has already played it. It was up against Team Redix, where Ice got 2 pentakills on the Aphelios. So...
put that one back in the bag. We don't want to.
But maybe that's they figured it out that banning Aphelios was what they needed to pull out the Kalista once again. It's gonna be the Rumble first pick for KC, answered by. I mean, we're getting Game 3 Fearless, and it's Cassandra Rumble. Are you kidding me?
We had spicy matchups the first 2. Not everything could be spicy, and maybe it's time for our top laners to take a back seat in this matchup. So many targeted bans at 80 carries that you already highlighted. Perhaps our focus has to shift to the bottom lanes. Kalista, Lucio versus Carzzy and Fleshy, but for now. Choice of Vitality. What do they want to pick with the second option here? I assume jungle would be a good place to start.
And if they want to go crazy, they could go Kalista here and then look for Renata on 3. Or they just go Seraphine?
Preemptively lining up Seraphine, Ashe, and shutting down a potential Kalista, I guess?
Wow.
Yeah, because it also, like, Ashe has kind of been the old school counter to Caitlyn as well. So trying to take an answer where, hey, we can go for the Ashe, have Ashe Seraphine. If you take the Ashe, not in the best of spaces. So I think you've kind of, like, snookered KC a little bit by removing a potential Caitlyn lock-in here. Unless you are just kind of psycho and, like, it doesn't matter, we're just going to go for it anyway.
Okay, immediate Wukong. Ahri?
Wukong Ahri.
Okay, so a lot of pick potential. Really good team fighting with the Rumble plus the Wukong. Of course, Seraphine, as we get later in the game, can stop a lot of those engages in their tracks and definitely helps a champion like Cassante with that additional CC, the Encore through, which helps him get into the back line. But KC really kind of obvious tools. The bot lane can really be anything they want at this point.
Yeah, well, once you see the Seraphine, you just know that you have to all in. Like, if you end up taking these slow trades where you look for poke, Seraphine just gets so much value in them. Not taking the Ashe, though, is interesting, because I assume they were just going to lock that in immediately to get the combo.
I mean, I'm thinking, like, so Ashe, Caitlyn, I don't know what their third pick with the Seraphine would be. So it's definitely something, if I was KC, I would think about banning those 2 ADCs. But Vitality decide that getting a stronger jungler for Seraphine to buff up is more important than securing the ADC. As now, we'll see what Vitality choose to target. They take out the Sivir. So many ADC bans in this game. We'll see what KC decide to opt for here, but I feel like ADC bans are a no-brainer for KC, as Ashe would presumably be the first ban locked in for them.
Makes sense to take it away. But with Ashe off the board, maybe then Vitality have to respond with the Caitlyn ban.
Even they seem a little unsure here as well, trying to buy as much time. So Ashe is going to be it. You can kind of see there's a lot of discussion here on both sides as to exactly what they want to go for. They're letting the timer run out the entire way.
I mean, this is the result of both sides pinching a pool, in this case 80 carries, and then leaving it to second phase. There's just so many bans available to be thrown at the bottom side of the map.
It's also really, the bans depend a lot on what you yourself want to look for. So we'll see what Vitality decide to ban last here. It's going to be the Lucian ban. Oi, 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 we are going deep into the ADC pool here. A Lucian Nami perhaps was what Vitality were worried about there. It's now the last ban from KC. I would assume it's probably going to be the Caitlyn.
All right, I'm going to say something, and I don't feel good about saying it, but I just want to put it out there. Can you play Seraphine and a support together? Carzzy's technically played it once.
I mean, we've seen
could play Seraphine
Senna,
ADC.
We've seen Senna Seraphine before, which could also be the option here for Vitality. You've got a very strong front line that you can try and keep alive, and also opens up some choices for Humanoid.
They ban Nautilus. They think this Seraphine might be flex.
Yeah.
And I don't know how Seraphine ADC is on this patch. I remember it used to be quite good, but I think they tried to tune it more towards support. But it's kind of a champion that always seems to slip back into the ADC role and be best when she's farming. We'll see what Carzzy goes.
Yeah, and
Senna?
Against Ahri too, a champion who, ooh, okay, hold on, what are we going for?
What?
Oh. Twisted Fate!
We are going deep.
What?
In the champ pools here. They wanted some setup.
Oh no.
I'm really starting to think the Seraphine might be ADC here, but
Guys,
we'll see what KC goes.
But do you have enough damage if she does? Like,
I mean, the thing is, you don't have that much damage, but you have enough CC to really run people down.
And you have enough sustain to kind of...
And KC doesn't have really any tanks. It's not like they have a solid front line.
They're, yeah, I mean, the Rumble and Wukong in a sustained damage fight can do a lot of work, but it could be tricky.
Oh my god, Zeri.
Into the Twisted Fate. That could be rough.
I mean, Zeri feels nice into the DF, I'd say, because you never really have to worry about his global pressure. You always have, as long as you're close to a wall, you can always dash away. And I would assume that Kalista is going to go cleanse because he's up against the Seraphine, up against the TF.
We've assumed that multiple times today, Jack. What have we learned?
He's going to go cleanse. I trust the list.
Okay.
I trust him. So it's going to be looking like the Seri Alistar. Okay, let's see. Where does this Seraphine go? That's the question on everybody's mind. If it is Seraphine ADC...
I mean, KC have just drafted such a stable comp. It's on Vitality now to show us something here.
it's just, I think you need something that has high DPS. I don't think you can play these fights without it. I think you just run out of steam too quickly.
Yeah, but what? You can't... Everything is immobile. You're just going to get popped. Oh my god, they're going to do it.
I mean, Braum is really good here. KC have drafted a full comp that goes in. It's a great matchup. Braum Sin Sao procs the passive so incredibly fast. It's a really good mid jungle support duo as well.
It's Naknako's Cassante. This is clearly a protect Cassante.
We forgot the real carry. Yeah, of course.
This all makes sense now. I don't know why I missed it.
I mean, I think it is true, though. When you have something like the Cassante, yes, it's a tank, but it's also a bruiser. So I don't think that Vitality will actually find the situation where they run out of damage. It's more the question of how does the early laning phase go, and can they build a lead around Humanoid? Humanoid, playing this Tia, really wants to play kind of similar to how he played in the Rise game. He wants to move around, get a lead first in mid lane, and then utilize that to get leverage for his teammates and get them ahead so that they can carry the game together.
It feels weird to me with the Seraphine being AD carry, because what I'd like to see is Seraphine moving with Xin Zhao, right? So you've got like TF, Xin Zhao, and Seraphine all as this combo working as a trio to try and find these scraps. Now you still can around dragons and stuff like that, but I think you are very heavily, as you say, playing around stun card into some sort of setup for the Xin Zhao and hoping that he can play as this major carry with all these heals and shields coming through later on, where he just becomes such a large threat he can take over.
One spot left in Barcelona. Vitality cooking, showing us something we haven't seen in, well, quite a while. Will it be enough to get them over the finish line and into the top 4 here at LEC Versus, or will they fall flat? against a surging KC coming off of a very strong Game 2 performance with a much more conventional draft.
And I love that Vitality in the do or die game. They decide, hell, we'll still experiment. We'll still try this out. I'd be very surprised if they have too much scrims on this exact team comp. Maybe they have tried Carsey on the Seraphine Flex, but it's a tough comp to execute. So I'm really excited to see how they can make it work.
I'm agreeing with the viewers. Not the Cassandra of Seraphine, but more the tension of this particular game. Also, Twisted Fate coming back is wild. But there's so much setup for both mid laners. They're clearly the supporting characters of the rest of this game. Kalisto, though, has the tools to really take over. If he can find a lead in lane, it's going to be big. Difficult against this combo just because of how obnoxious Seraphine is to play against.
It's going to be KC bot lane getting push here. But some good trades by Vitality.
Of course, the last Seraphine bot, 2025 spring, it was Flacket. It was a loss.
Don't say it like that, man.
Sad. But, I mean, remember that came from an era where I believe it was Flacket and Targamas on G2 who were winning a lot with the bot lane pairing of the Senna Seraphine.
Bro, this is 2025.
That was 2025, I'm saying, but remember the reason that he would have picked it in 2025 is because it came from a different year.
2025 is not quite the Flacket Targamas on G2.
Yeah, don't reading comprehension. Can you just give me the benefit of the doubt here?
Look, it's been a long day, guys.
That's fair. To be fair, I've said some goofy stuff today.
When was Flacket Targamas?
2023.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Odoamne, or 2022 when Odoamne won. That's what it would be. All right, here we go.
I feel like, though, if you kind of take trades like this, it wins out for Vitality because they can't just heal up off the back of this. You got the TP as well for Carsey, and very effective at pushing a wave, so not the end of the world. Still, though, I think I'm kind of just waiting to see exactly what Linces and Yike want to do. Yike obviously traditionally wants to wait till level 6, but you do have a decent way of trying to set up for plays with a flash charm in the mid lane, and then you can have Yike try and follow through with the DPS. But also actually as in mid lane, Humanoid just flashed.
Knock back. Humanoid flash burn in the mid lane. We didn't see why. As far as he starts to body block, but Winter's Bite going a little bit wide is awkward. Blitz does have the cleanse, as you asked for, Jack, but Humanoid losing the flash is going to make ganks from Yike that much easier. Do just expect him to power farm, but with the flash missing, maybe he can get active in the mid lane.
Yeah, I'm assuming we're going to get a replay, but yeah, just playing hyper-aggressive. Really nice stuff.
Wow, just forces the flash 1v1. He also has the TP advantage on Humanoid while still being equal in HP.
On the way in, gold card on the Yahoo, but now he's been marked up. He has to flash away from Linces. Yahoo finally going to fall. 1-for-1 trade thus far. Linces wants to keep the fight going. Sustain versus the armor of Wukong, but this early in this game, you would think he's favored until Kana arrives. Flash forward from Kana, Ignite ticking as well. Linces trying to sidestep. Yike going in for a bit more. Managed to grab the kills.
KC making it happen on the mid wave. Humanoid overextending. Actually sets up for KC to get 2 on the back.
A beautiful move by Kana there. Secures the kills for KC. After it looked like Linces would win that 1v1, so he kept going forward, as we'll see in the replay here. Starts off with a really good charm by Yahoo, but it's a stun card matched by Humanoid. So Linces is able to get onto Yahoo. Yahoo decides to not even flash, but Linces is not aware that Kana is moving here. So he thinks he just can continue the 1v1, and then when he sees Linces, he backs off, but at that point it's too little too late.
Yahoo also didn't burn the flash, so I think we're looking at a repeat play on the mid lane. But in the picture-in-picture, you saw flash burnt by Carsey as Busio hit in the bush to try and make the play. So opening up a lot of avenues here for KC to find plays in mid and bot lane.
That they are, and when we see slight gold in the favor of Vitality, if you look at the bottom of your screen, there are no significant advantages, and it's KC who have chipped away at these summoner spells, leaving so much room for Yike to get active on the map. Level 5 now, but level 6 just around the corner.
RC's flash is also down. I think we missed that in the replay. So a lot of sums burnt here. Just, wait, did we watch it?
Rob, Rob just said it. Rob.
Oh, sorry, I zoned out.
No, you're fine.
Again, it's been a long day.
Yeah, it's been a long day. You're on another planet.
Long day.
What year is it again? 2023? 2025?
Reality doesn't exist.
Did we just win MSI World Final?
Okay, well now you sound like me, so let's not go too far there. There's a TP to bottom lane. I guess one of the advantages of Seraphine, you can pack that particular summoner spell to keep the pressure up.
One of the things, though, that kind of is a consequence of this is that this game becomes much more difficult now for Linces. 2 kills on Yike accelerates him towards the Triforce, which is where he gets very strong, but also makes it very difficult for you to now fight that opposition 1v1 as Linces, which is kind of the thing you you kind of wanted to do as Vitality with the way that this game was opening. So shutting down pressure from Humanoid stops him from roaming, and overall just eases KC into that later portion of the game.
Yeah, jungle role, really, really important in this game because Linces is the one that's going to be playing with Fleshy, going to be buffed up by Carsey, and Humanoid provides him the CC. He's really the most important member in this game for Vitality, so he needs to be at least equal with Yike. With Yike off to a great start here, 2-0, picks up the first Dragon for KC, and that's the opposite start that Vitality wanted, as you said, Daita.
Keep your eyes on top lane, though. Trying to get a cross map here for Linces as Lucio goes in. Should be able to back away. But I think it's just Linces who wants to try and get an overextended Kana here.
Kana's no flash.
Nako flashing in. Pathmaker pulls him back on the ult as Linces goes in. Kana really nowhere to go with no flash available, and Nako gonna grab the kill.
And it's clean. Nako chains the CC perfectly. Gives Kana no counterplay there, despite the fact that Kana tried his hardest. And now Nako's gonna crash the wave. I mean, Yike is here, but I don't think he has the damage to actually go onto Nako.
And really important that they punish, because remember, that was the flash that was burned in the mid lane that resulted in Linces' first death. So being able to capitalize on that small difference is one of the few ways Vitality had to recoup some of that gold.
Yeah, who moved across from mid to help Yike steal away these camps? You can see Casante was considering moving in, but this is what we're talking about, with Yike picking up those early kills, giving that little bit of an advantage towards the Wukong, who can now, hitting level 6, force Vitality out of their own topside jungle.
Also, Humanoid just really bad wave clear on TF. Like he's just getting pushed in by Yahoo, and like we talked to Vedius about this so many times. It's not like Ari is the best in the world, but part of the reason that TF dropped, you know, in priority is that he just needs a little bit more time, a few more levels, and item under his belt before he can really match any kind of wave clear.
And that's often why you see like aggressive junglers like Sin's out there, because it's if I can't clear the wave, I'll just clear the enemy out of the lane by getting that gold card, by setting up. With the plays that KC had, thanks to Kana roaming, that mid lane is now gone awry. They can't try and find those plays in mid, and now they're in a position that they can actually lean in towards these invades as KC. And I love this from Lucio. Spot Linces, make sure that you're able to keep up pressure across all these lanes. And look at the gold leads you're starting to see open up. Kalista Bucio winning. In the mid lane as well, that CS lead starting to open. It's working out for KC.
It is. CS lead and an assist lead, but TF is laundering money and avoiding his taxes, so keeping it at least even in terms of gold. Lucky dice there is... I think be careful about stepping too far forward. Charm still does a lot of work, but goes wide, and Humo's just going to blue card and keep clearing the minions, slowly but surely.
I mean, it's top lane, though. That is the shining light for Vitality. Nako has built up a big CS lead for himself up against the Rumble, and it only gets better and better for this Casante as he gets closer and closer to that Kaenic Rookern. You can see that Linces starts up the grubs here, knows that Kana had to base, no TP on him. That's going to be 3 free grubs for Vitality.
Awesome potential here for KC, though, as Yike is on that bottom side. I like the read from Fleshy, leaving top to move down towards this bottom side. Make sure that you're safe here as Carsey underneath the tower. And Carsey has both the tier and that lost chapter, which makes it very easy to clear out waves, makes it difficult for you to really establish a wave, as you can point in KC, to actually look for a dive. But that's always what you got to be careful of when you go for these plays. Is the potential of the cross map from KC?
Definitely, but you can see Bucio moving up to the top side of the map, maybe ready to make a play of his own, and I think part of the reason he can do this is because there's not that much kill pressure on Kalist. When he has cleanse, he has access to the E, like you mentioned before, Jack, when we were talking about the TF threat. It's just really hard for this bot lane to threaten, even if they can infinitely hold the wave.
I think Humanoid really has one lane to gank, and it's top lane. As Bucio's recognized the same threat and is looking for a play here, but
3 people topside. Into Nako, the punt back is there. Q3 goes wide. Surely there's no way out of this one. Can't even dash to the minions. Does just barely manage to do so. Goes up over the pull through, wants to just clear the wave, but dies. KC recognize where Vitality are strong and pounce.
The top lane becoming a bit of an old McDonald up there with a monkey and a cow as well. Every animal going top, and it ends up working out well for them. They get the kill. Now they're going to get some plates for Kana and kind of shut down the one part of the map that Vitality had.
Really well played by Bucio there. You saw he didn't go for the combo. He knew he needed to punt him back into his team, as now Bucio
ready to flash over the wall. Doesn't even need to. Waiting for the punt back, gets the knockup, waits for the combo, knows that he has to flash. The patience from Bucio, stone cold.
Oh, Bucio is an absolute menace on the map right now for KC. He wins top lane for Kana and now wins mid lane for Yahoo as well. And in return, Vitality have nothing on the bot side. That's the weakness of this mage bot lane. You don't have any dive threat, you don't have any kill threat, so you don't get anything in return.
And this comp is so at risk when it falls behind. Vitality just, again, like, they are low on damage. So if you start to fall behind and it's KC who can be firing back on all cylinders, I just don't see how Vitality can match when it comes towards these objectives. And Karmine Corp are the ones that already have these objectives started stacking. 5 seconds now until this next dragon, and the play's on mid.
Humanoid in trouble. Dash in from Yike, can use the Su climb to look him up, but he doesn't even need it. The charm already connecting. Gold card as he tries desperately to escape. Flash in, but it's not enough to stop them. Flashing the ulti now gone as Yike tries to dash away to safety. Busio again with the interrupt to stop any potential follow-up. Q3 coming in from Linces. Manages to find the knockup on the 3 talent strike. Charm is there as well. They're desperate to get something back on the side of Vitality. Yahoo waiting on that charm cooldown just a few seconds away, and Vitality forced to back off.
Busio is the hero of KC. He peels Yike and allows for no retribution kills from Vitality, which means that KC get another kill on the board, and Linces is looking to start up the Drake, but I don't think he can do this. Yahoo and Yike are both moving.
Double TP's coming in though from Fleshy and Carzzy. Trying to cover, trying to make sure that they can get this. It might come down to a 50-50. No flash for Yike, but he does have the smite. Carzzy here as well, but Klist waiting behind. This could be a disaster for Vitality.
Humanoid as the ults can also come in and can spot everyone in KC, but they're waiting time. There's the vision.
Spotted them now. Who gets the Drake in the end? Yike manages to secure it. Is now all of KC looking for a fight. The Crescent Guard comes out, but it might just be too late. Yahoo now stepping forward, getting the resets on the kill, looking to find one more with Fleshy. A reset coming in. Carzzy in trouble now. One more dash remaining. Yahoo looking for an angle in. Dashes the wrong way initially. Foxfire for some extra move and speed and finds the triple.
9-2. KC in game 3 are coming alive. They will not be denied Barcelona.
And Yike, the Smite King himself, he keeps securing the objectives. It starts off, it's Vitality that start the Dragon. They think they're stronger, but KC pounce on the opportunity. Yahoo doesn't land the charm, but it doesn't matter. Busio is here, he gets a 2-man knockup alongside Yike, who knocks them up as well. And then Yahoo goes into the midst of it. He does so much damage on this Ahri. And like you've been saying, Dagda, where's the damage? Vitality have none of it. They need to land the stun card, but Humanoid joined the fight by the time it was already over.
Yahoo
looks frustrated but happy.
But frustrated, but I mean, looking like he's feeling pretty elated after that one. You can understand why, because if you're having a game where you can Ahri ult into melee range of a Xin and kill 3 people, that's a great Ahri game.
And that's because I think at this stage, Vitality, they kind of need to fish for picks. They thought with Humanoid having ults, they could find the numbers advantage, but Busio was so quick, and now Naknako is under fire again.
Once again, caught out. Busio taking his time on the CC. They're waiting for the Pathmaker. Fleshy there to cover. Drake will here as well. Vitality ready to cover top side, but Klist going to keep pushing this wave forward, and Nako's individual lead just continues to dwindle.
And we talked about Busio gapping Fleshy in that game 2, and we're seeing it in game 3. Busio is everywhere on the map as they want to keep it going. They're continuing to dive them.
Fleshy on the chase as well. Yike on a rampage. He's the same level as Nako.
But they played this so well as KC. They rotate everyone up to top side apart from Yahoo. They go for the dive. Akana just sends himself bot lane, so covers the push from Carzzy, and it's KC just running around this map, out macroing Vitality.
And this is such a good look for KC, because honestly, Yike and Busio got outclassed in jungle support when they matched up against G2, something I did not expect to be saying, but in this game 3, they have really come alive. So many good angles, so many great punishes on a very limited composition from Vitality. They recognized the weaknesses early on, and they've been pouncing ever since.
We haven't seen supports impact the early lane so much.
Oh, Humanoid.
Busio again.
Gold card there. He should just be able to walk away. Extra
he's not walking away.
Chasing. No, he's not. Well, he walked away. He just also died.
Yeah, he really tried to get the steps in, but he wasn't hitting 10K today.
Yo, man, like, I'm speechless. His performance this game, the way he impacted both mid, top, jungle, everywhere he has been.
And now it's gross because there's a world where maybe he's behind on gold. The game's a bit more even, but he's ahead now. 500 gold. That doesn't sound like it matters, but it means he has a Mikhail's already, which means a lot of these pick angles that could have been so good to get Vitality back in the mid game are just non-existent.
And Vitality took a risk when picking this composition, right? This was their game to try and get themselves towards that top 4, to try and get themselves towards Barcelona, but unfortunately, here today, It looks like KC, they've come alive again. They had such a good regular season. They looked like the best team in the league, but G2 humbled them. But Vitality need to find a way to silence them once again, and they're looking for the cross map to do it.
Need to see Humanoid more involved if Vitality are to make plays. We've yet to see this TF ulti really do much of anything, and that's kind of the one way that they have to guarantee a numbers advantage, which is the easiest way to try to make a comeback play happen.
But the price of them fishing for plays on the bottom side of trying to play around Knock-Knocko, knowing how strong he can be, is they lost yet another objective, only putting themselves further down. It's 7K advantage for KC. It's going to take missteps from KC, miracles for Vitality to bring them back in this one.
Difficult lane and a difficult game. Vitality need to utilize Humanoid if they are to come back, but KC need to make their fair share of mistakes too.
But when do you get time as Vitality? Like, you see them every reset, it's Wukong is pushed top because Yahoo is ganking bot to get Knock-Knocko. Like, this is just a rolling door as people dying on Vitality. It's going to happen again.
3 more members moving into the bot lane. Pathmaker for Knock-Knocko waiting as long as they can. Charm is there. Maybe the layering of CC is perfect. He can't do a chance to push any buttons. Are you kidding me? Kazante always gets to walk away.
But that was so well played by Busio. He leads with a headbutt and holds off on the pulverize, knowing that he can wait to see if that W is pressed by the Kazante. He uses the extended CC against the wall to get the pulverize, to set up the charm, to get the auto attacks done. Really well played by the KC support.
You know, Kallista's roaming top, and that's the one TF ult that we see in this game, and it's a defensive one, as the gold lead is now 8,000 for KC, and the game feels dire. Third Drake being started by KC. Vitality have no hope, and yeah, I agree. I think Busio this game, solo carry for me.
He went top, got an advantage, went mid, got an advantage, and they've just kept coming. It's, damn.
His Alistar has just been so clean this bit. Like, genuinely, like, the last time he played it, I actually just went home and started playing Alistar in ranked because it was, like, so inspired. And now watching this again, it feels the exact same.
You're getting the itch.
You do, yeah. And I think it's insane to have, like, I love when you see certain players that just have champions that they're able to take over games on, especially from a support role. And Busio has a couple, but I think his Alistar has been the most impressive for me this split.
Yeah. And again, the way he has just dismantled this comp. Yeah, Carzzy and Fletchy can hold the line, but that just freed him up to roam around the map and really making good on it, especially against Knock-Knocko, who, again, on this Kazante, was a raid boss yesterday. Was unbreakable, felt like solo winning every fight. Linces on the Aatrox contributed as well, but in this game, even with technically more tools to empower him, the lanes fell apart so quickly that none of those factors matter.
And he still was off to a great start. He had the kill on Tikana with the help of Linces, and he had the 700 gold lead, but all it took was Busio's involvement, and everything started to fall apart for Vitality.
Another combo. Just threatening, zoning them off. Carzzy loses a third of HP.
And it's where you look at this game, you're kind of like, oh, you know, it's slowing down, but it's because it's 19 minutes. There's no Baron. KC are waiting on Soul, and they're just fishing for plays.
Big chunk of damage. Sidestep on the unintentional sidestep on Winter's Fight as an exhaust goes down for Fleshy. He does have Summoner Spellbook. The game's looking a mite unplayable, lads. But it's tough, right? This is the worst way to go out because this is an elimination game. Kallista's hitting you with a sad bee. And the KC surrender emote. Oh my god. As they style on. They're dancing on your grave, and it's a frustrating way to go. Vitality, though, have to hold the mental because we've seen so many teams fumble these kind of leads on cocky plays, so they have to stay in it. They have to stay mentally focused in case that window of opportunity presents itself for them to bring a way back into this game.
But they kind of have 3 minutes to do it. Soul is going to be up at that stage. Baron is going to be next on the cards. And I think once you get that, it becomes way too difficult for Vitality to fight that full 5v5 again. They don't have that raw damage, that upfront burst that could potentially deal with an Ocean Soul. So it feels like this clock ticks down to when Vitality see their last moments.
Yeah.
I mean, Vitality won against the Mountain Soul in game 1. Couldn't do it in game 2, but I agree with you, Dagda. If KC get this Ocean Soul, I think there's no way that Vitality have enough damage to actually break through and mount the comeback.
Yeah, Carzzy opting for some healing and shielding power with the Diadem, which, again, good if you have the damage, but they really don't. getting hard. The mental gymnastics getting more difficult as we try to MacGyver away for Vitality back into this one.
The thing is, they picked TF, and I thought they had more of like a game plan of utilizing it. We have genuinely seen one TF ult, and it was for Humanoid to escape.
He did ult into Dragon and die as well.
That's true, actually.
Caps play in the mid lane. Humanoid's used it for information. And now KC have again escaped. Slushy, he's the wrong way, but it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I mean, he had to cleanse immediately and just try and get out, so...
That's
now,
something. Knock walking up, another charm connecting, this time unstoppable. Will be able to walk away as Kana burning lenses from over the wall. It's a scary rumble. Has the Shadow Flame too, and Busio still lingering around mid lane, looking for a long
He's looking for the flank. Yeah, you can see the pings going down. They're kind of aware that Vitality don't really have the vision there. Nobody responding.
Yeah, he has the flash. He could look for Carsey here. Carsey lost his flash in that engage.
Busio really taking time to set up this flank. If Vitality retreat into the lane, they could find themselves in trouble.
The pings are going down. I think they realize we haven't seen Busio. Linces.
Oh, Linces wants to go to the rafters. Did you see the Raptors move down for a second? No,
Carsey!
Oh no! Vitality finding out firsthand. You cannot melt those! Nako running, flash with the Q3 pullback, but that's the support carry down. Likely just a Baron for KC. Vitality need a miracle steal, but they're not going to get anywhere near the pit.
I've never seen a cow standing in tall grass so deadly in my life. As Vitality on the brink, as Baron starts to fall, Vitality can't even get into the river.
It's dire for Vitality. AC, it's clinical, it's surgical, it's clean. They get 3 dragons. They're on the precipice of Soul. They get Baron Nashor, and with that, they will cross 10,000 gold lead, and it feels like their win is all but assured.
And I think it is disappointing for Vitality. Like, this was a team that really did step up the longer this split went on. We're able to make some people believe that the vibes were just enough to get you by. But unfortunately for Vitality, they pulled Karmine Core, and it's what started off as 2 incredibly close games. The wheels have just come off in this game 3.
They see Unleashed, another combo coming in for Busio. Equalizer across the top. Fleshy living for a little bit of time here as Carsey tries to find a decent angle to keep the fight going. Fleshy running, but Yike is just too powerful. Finally, the Seraphine ultimate comes out. Now Kalista's getting involved. 1v1 versus Nako. Nako unstoppable, but he doesn't connect on the Pathmaker. And again, it's Busio just to stop any last sliver of hope that he might be able to win that 1v1.
And Vitality just don't have the damage. KC have ran them down.
Yike's
They're
just
looking
eating
to push mid.
7 tower shots for fun.
They're pushing mid, they're pushing top, they're gonna get the Ocean Stole, they're not gonna end the game just yet.
Protobelt, snare.
Oh, he's taking tower. Oh, that's the flash.
Yeah,
Small wins.
A little bit too confident.
Oh.
Whoa.
Behind.
That can't be
Fleshy
good.
coming in as well. Gold card.
Oh,
Immediate McHale!
Oh,
Busio!
no. Busio is the hero, man. He's the savior. And Vitality can't get nothing, all because of him.
Humanoid tried to MacGyver something and found a McHale's. KC, they just won't give them a chance. Soul taken, lives taken, tickets punched for Karmine Core is all that's left here.
14,000 gold in. I mean, this fight, the fights are just not close,
There's
right?
not-
Like,
we could commentate, but
like, Fleshy dies, and Yike is still full HP, and Carsey dies as well. That's some play-by-play.
Thank you. I mean, there's not much else to say. W misses from Nako, then Busio's there. They're broke boys. You just can't. We're watching like the best of the best military unit in the world fight high schoolers, untrained. It's like the plot of some horrible isekai or new version of Squid Game. There's just.
It's not fair.
Yeah, there's a Diffie in the everywhere. And again, it's the first 2 games were close. This game is a slaughter. This is a summary execution of the vibes, of the hopes and dreams of Vitality. KC will not stand for it. They refuse to fall below top 4. They refuse to miss out on moving to Spain.
Statement game from Busio. Really showing up as the best support in the league right now. And carry performance by him. He goes in again.
They're going to have the walk up. They're going to slaughter them all. Ulti from Nako. Animation doesn't even complete before he's dead in the ground. Carsey tries to find something, but gets interrupted as he tries to start the cast on his ulti, so it doesn't even go out. The Crescent Guard, not enough to keep Linces standing in the fountain, not enough to stop Yike from going for a little bit more. That's going to do it.
Game 1 close, Game 2 close. But Game 3 was a slaughter. KC secure their place in the top 4.
AC looking clean in game number 3. The confidence that they need, because what would Barcelona be if KC wasn't there?
The top 4 now has been closed off to Vitality. A brilliant series by KC, a brilliant game 3, really dominant end to the run here. And an end to Vitality's run as well. The players must feel very disappointed that it all ends here.
Certainly might, but today belongs to KC, to the victors. Made it into your top 4. Now you can vote for your Kia Player of the Series at LEC on X, Yike, Kalist, or Busio. Honestly, all great options.
And at least for KC, kind of the changes that they made from summer coming into LEC versus proving that they belong once again in that top 3, the thing that they failed to make coming into the summer playoffs. But still, much more to go. And it is commiserations to Vitality as they take to the stage for the last time in LEC versus. Heads should be held high though. A lot of fans gained this split for this roster.
Absolutely. And while that last game, maybe it haunts them, that's not the game that I think defined their run. There were so many good games that brought them this far. So many excellent individual performances, even if they fell short, probably when they wanted it most.
I mean, I can't wait to see them in spring again. For me, was one of the most fun teams to watch this season. And I'm sad that they're out, but I'm glad that it happened, that they showed so much. And now, PGL with Yike and Kalist.
Good job, Jack.
Yeah, they wanted to give them a wave.
Yes! Yes, PGL with Yike and Kalista, the Fnatic Dragons. Yes, we've been here all weekend. Congratulations, you two. Kalist, maybe I'll start with you. How is it to lane versus the Seraphine ADC? And tell me about the draft and how you guys perceived it.
Well, I was kind of chilling. There was not much happening. We were just clearing waves. I mean, we didn't really expect them to play Seraphine ADC till for like the 4-5 bans. We were kind of sus, like they were not really banning for like support Seraphine. So from like the 4-5 bans, we knew they wanted to play Seraphine ADC, most likely.
Yep.
They could still maybe play it on support, but then even though they will play it on support, I was like, I can just pick an Hyper carry and be fine with like the bans and the setup. So I was like, I'm just gonna farm, I'm just gonna chill and then play for my team fights. But early game exploded, so I didn't really need it to.
No, you didn't need to. In the second game, they did really need you. How do you feel about your series overall? Because obviously it started off with kind of not the best game.
Yeah, I mean, I think the first game was kind of hard for me to play. They had a lot of range and ways to like engage on me. I also got one-shotted by Ryze at some points.
Yeah.
I thought we'll just win the game on the spot, on the Elder timing, but Ryze is a balanced champion and he just one-shotted me while being 4k HP. So yeah, and I think second game we had a bit of better matchup and we could play aggressive as we wanted, and I'm really happy with how we played the lane and stuff and how we kind of pressured their bot lane.
So here on the desk, we are very surprised in game 2, especially here in this one, because you're playing against the Yasuo, and I felt like also they have so much wombo combo, but yet I felt like every single fight you are holding on for your ultimate to the exact, perfect timing, because most of the Zaz, the moment you see danger flying at you, you can just ult because you're gonna kill the guy who engages on you and it's fine. But does this come from like a lot of confidence in your teammates to peel for you?
Yeah, I mean, it comes from a lot of confidence on me and my teammates, obviously.
Why are you laughing? I'm asking the question and you're just looking and you're laughing at him.
Look at the game!
Ah.
Oh, so you're making fun of the enemies?
No, I'm not.
Ah, good job, Yike. Good job. Good job, Yike. Good job.
I just like the game. It was entertaining.
No, I mean, overall, yeah, I'm just trying to keep my ultimate a lot because, if, like, for example, if the clip or Yasuo goes on me on mid lane, if I use my ult on his ult, then they can just knockdown combo on me and I will die. So I'm also kind of flipping the fact that knockdown is not close enough and they can't combo on me on the Yasuo ult. But yeah, I mean, I'm just trying to give a lot of space to my teammates because I'm kind of the one that can walk up with my Xayah ult. They can't Nocturne or combo me. And I'm also confident with my team peeling me and trying to give me space when they try to engage on me. Yeah?
Man, he's so good. Like, he does all of these things and all you have to do is just smite still stuff.
I mean, the thing is, I don't think I peeled that good today. So that's why I was laughing as well, I probably could have peeled better. I was looking for more, for the smites, and then I lost it this time. I'm unlucky when I tried to steal Nash, but yeah.
Yike, you already know what I'm going to say, right?
Yeah.
Do you? What's your first game? You're playing Vi.
Yes. I did good though. In the beginning,
you
I
actually
did good.
really good.
Yes.
He's
It's improvement.
so good.
Yeah, you're 2-0 now. Last year you had negative win rate.
Yeah, it's fine. I think one big mistake when they got Nash. I used flash ult to them, but
Is this something you work on with your psychologist? It's like, you know, the trauma, you need to get over it.
yeah, I know. Nah, I don't need that. I know I'm good Vi. I don't care.
Oh, yeah?
You're also our Kia
Nice
player
segue.
of the series.
I got it.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you played Vi.
Bye bye.
It was really good. Yeah, because like also Linsas was really a player we were looking at. He played really well yesterday. How overall did you feel playing versus him? How was the pressure?
Yeah, I have a lot of respect for him. I think he's very good. I think I got a lot of like kind of sneaky plays, like especially game one. I could steal like the Drake, and then I think Grubs as well. I killed him. I just went behind him all the time, so
Yeah.
I feel a bit bad for him, you know. But overall, yeah, I think it's good. So it was a good matchup in jungle for me.
Okay. Kalist, you're heading to Barcelona. You're heading to the big stage. It will be super nice to see you guys there. How do you feel the addition of Busio is going for your partnership in the mid lane? Where are you at? What can we expect now that it's kind of the most important best of fives you're going to play?
Well, I'm feeling really good. I think we're improving a lot, and also we're really improving a lot from the match days, because mostly the match days are there's like more chances of mistakes and stuff. While in scrims it's kind of more like chill and pretty chill, not much mistakes, or you just know it and stuff. But we really improve a lot with match days and stuff. So I'm really happy we can win and also improve with this. And I think we're a really strong bot lane. I think against G2 we didn't really show up. We did some mistakes, and we will make sure that now in the next best of fives and best of threes we play good and we actually put the pressure we want to put, me and Busio. So yeah, I mean, I'm pretty excited to see us also on more range matchup. I think we're really good on range matchups. Others matchups that we didn't see in LEC yet also. So yeah, I'm pretty excited to play more games.
Cool.
So on the desk, we always had this debate because it feels like you guys click very well, right, as personalities and as players. But we're a bit torn on which direction to go, because everyone at the beginning was like, oh man, yeah, Busio is here, he's gonna make Kali's laning so much better, and then there, some other guys were like, you know, Kali's being a good laner is gonna make Busio enabled to roam so much. Was it kind of, did you have like an expectation set when you started playing with him that, oh, this is the direction we're gonna go in? Or is it still something that's work in progress and you guys are still figuring it out?
I mean, obviously, like from the first goal ever we got like in the off-season, the goal was to be the best bot lane in the Occident. So no matter what gameplay, matchups or anything, we need to make sure we are working a lot and we are really connected together to be the best bot lane and be able to play any matchup in like good situations and also be able to adapt in game, because yeah, as you said, we can pressure a lot of bot lanes, but we can also give a lot on the map for the team. Like Alan is a really strong laner, but also really smart on the map. So like for example, this game he roamed a lot and stuff, like there's nothing to the bot, he just went top, mid and killed people and we won the game. So yeah, I mean, for sure, our goal is to be the best bot lane in Occident, but it's not given like that. So we are working a lot and talking to each other a lot for this.
Yeah, Yike, I guess similar question for you, right? Because of the support jungle synergy, how do you feel the addition of Busio, but also of course the mid laner has been leveling you up?
Yeah, it's been for me very great. Like playing with Busio is I feel like it's very easy. I feel like he always knows what he wants to do, where he wants to be, and yeah, I can always like ask him for what I need as well, and he will always just be so fast at doing it, and he will help me in the jungle so much, and I feel like he makes the game very easy for me to play.
Do you feel like the chains are finally coming off? Because when I was looking at you last year, I felt like your job was mainly to be kind of like, hello, who needs some help? I'm coming to help you. and now, when I feel like every lane is, you know, self-sufficient and, you know, dominant, and they're like, you know, maybe perhaps more open-minded or a little bit more flexible with the playstyle, I feel like you get to finally be just a little bit more selfish.
Yeah, I mean, I totally agree. I think, I guess it's a bit different with the meta as well. I feel like it's more farming meta now, but I feel like I adapted very well to it now. And yeah, for example, last year, I feel like I was just adapting more to the players and trying to help more, just being helpful. But that's not the way you should play Youngin right now. So I think I adapted well, and yeah, I'm doing much better now, I would say.
We're seeing it. It's looking great. You're playing GX, and it's only best of fives now, actually. And I guess it depends on if you go to first stand or not. Talking about that, actually, Kalist, how much is that thought of first stand and that international competition and the fact that you guys were our representatives that did so well last year, how much is that kind of motivating you to be the best you can be?
obviously it's in my head, right? But it's like not really the main goal. The main goal is to like play the nice best of 5. There's no reason to think about first hand if you're eliminated before, right? So obviously it's in my head. I think last year we had really good memories. I was really happy to be able to play like on an international stage. Felt really good. We went to finals and stuff. So yeah, it was really incredible experience. I would like to do it again. But yeah, the main focus is just next best of 5, how to be the best on the upcoming moment, and just making sure we are winning best of 5s and at least going to the finals.
Yeah, I like that a lot. It's a contrast, right, Odewamne? Because there's a lot of people we talk to and teams that say we're only thinking about international. Like, how can we beat the best teams? We want to win worlds. That's where it's at. And the thing is, I can definitely respect that because I know that everybody wants to win worlds. But I also think it's refreshing that you go, well, no, we're going to start by trying to win this best of 5 versus GX and get that success here in Europe.
Yeah, you have an interesting contrast because you have the MKOI guys, which, you know, they have so much passion when they say that they're going to win worlds, and I love it, you know, because I was a disbeliever, but when they say with so much passion, I become a believer, you know, because I'm more on the side of how Kalist is thinking. For my whole career, I would always be like, yeah, I don't really care what I'm going to do at internationals because, first off, I'm not there. You know, if I don't show up tomorrow and play a good best of 5 or do the best I can in scrims, I'm just not going to get to internationals, you know? And realistically, for me, and maybe for you as well, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but at least it felt like, yo, if I'm going to do my job well and I'm going to scrim well and I'm going to play well in that best of 5, whatever happens at the end of the year is a result of, you know, what you've been doing from day to day.
Yeah, it makes sense. Any comments on that, or you guys good?
No, I mean, I think we all have the same mindset in this team, so that's very nice to see, you know? We all just take the games, or like the whole playoffs step by step. We focus on the next game, focus on GX now, focus on the next opponent after that, and then if we go to first hand, we go to first hand.
Yeah, exactly. It's going to be really fun to see you on stage. It's always nice when KC as a fan base is there, and you can still get your tickets, lec.gg/mkoi, if you are a KC fan that wants to go into the Den of the Lions, right? G2 versus, what am I saying? MKOI, exactly, is tomorrow. That's a best of 5 on Monday. It's been a lot. Oh my gosh. And of course, are you guys going to be here? Yeah! Sick. Thank you so much for PGL, and congratulations to the both of you. We'll be seeing you in Barcelona. If you want to watch more League of Legends, we've also got LCS. Sentinels versus Cloud9 is live, and there's only one thing I want to do, and that is, you've guys been so nice the whole weekend, and you've been supporting our production staff also. Begging him to do this. Okay. Nice. Okay. Good night, everybody. See you tomorrow.
Hey, June. What? Do you know that I love you? No, you don't. Yes, I do. June, you cannot stop my feelings. No, I can. Okay, June, if you win LEC, I will kiss you, okay? Oh.
Yeah? You have the easiest opponent, buddy. I'm playing against the promised king.
You're legit playing with some guy who does... What do I play today?
Yes, sir.
Nico. I'm dead. You guys can play Nico on flash?
Yeah.
Play here.
Look.
Looking hate or no? Nico, go back. Looking good.
Around the ult.
Is still no flash?
Can we go Nash? Thanks, Bobby.
Nice. Good job.
My bad.
Good early,
bro.
They're getting the tier 2 on ball, so...
Oh, that's our from down. Look at the arrow! Look at the arrow!
What's up, guys?
Down.
We got this.
Oh my god. Both of us are so fucking dog shit, by the way.
But just continues to hover in the bottom lane. Flash set up, double flashes. Nice! We are going to Barcelona.
Guys, you're going to Barcelona.
We have dog shit though. Yeah, gotta be better. Unmovable, 1800 does manage to take away the Baron, and immediately Vitality re-engaged, and now it's a disaster for KC. Knocked living far too long as Pana tries to finish the kill. Double knockup comes through again, but he can't tunnel over the wall.
Oh, Limerick Graza. That's an insane performance, man.
Kill him. Bad having the shit.
What a game.
You suddenly have the ultimate that can finish him off.
You fix it easy!
Oh, that's Magnago. That's the guy we were looking for in that game 1.
Clutching the top lane, ready to crash down over the wall. E through, immediate ulti, shattering strike, tanking the tower to set up on the Conda flash. Oh, but he's invisible! Knock wants to get it back! Oh, every
GG.
Well played, well played.
GG.
Kill of 2025! A new wave is coming to the LEC!
That's gonna be one of the best LEC intros I've seen in years.
Oh, Jackies!
For a bit, I know that.
Crowd's all ready for that trash fly. Their rapid, crazy mind.